ربها بقبول حسن وأنبتها نباتا حسنا وكفلها زكريا كلما دخل عليها زكريا المحراب وجد عندها رزقا قال يا مريم أنى لك هذا قالت هو من عند الله إن الله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب هنالك دعا زكريا ربه قال رب هب لي من لدنك ذرية طيبة إنك سميع الدعاء فنادته الملائكة وهو قائم يصلي في المحراب أن الله يبشرك بيحيى مصدقا بكلمة من الله وسيدا وحصورا ونبيا من الصالحين قال رب أنى يكون لي غلام وقد بلغني الكبر وامرأتي عاقر قال كذلك الله يفعل ما يشاء قال رب اجعل لي آية قال آيتك ألا تكلم الناس 3 أيام إلا رمزا واذكر ربك كثيرا وسبح بالعشي والإبكار صدق الله العظيم. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ونبيك ورسولك النبي الأمي. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. اللهم اجعل هذا البلد آمنا مطمئنا سخاء رخاء وسائر بلدان المسلمين. اللهم أعز الإسلام والمسلمين وأذل الشرك والمشركين ودمر اللهم أعداءك أعداء الدين. اللهم أعل بفضلك كلمة الحق والدين. اللهم اسقنا الغيث ولا تجعلنا من القانطين. رب اغفر وارحم وتجاوز عما تعلم إنك أنت الأعز الأكرم. اللهم اهدنا لأحسن الأخلاق لا يهدي لأحسنها إلا أنت واصرف عنا سيئها لا يصرف عنا سيئها إلا أنت. رب اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ونبيك ورسولك النبي الأمي. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين وجزاكم الله خيرا.
Shukran Jazakallah, and thank you to Mufti for making his way to this venue. And once again, a warm welcome to you at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. The theme today, in unity we have strength. And then if I repeat that, unity, Ubuntu, sportsmanship, all mean the same thing. And I want to read something to you, the actual definition of what I think is good sportsmanship. Sportsmanship, I would say, is a noun, so it's actually a person. And I would say that a person who displays good sportsmanship always plays fair and by the rules. They make an effort to treat their opponents, coaches, referees, and teammates with respect. Sportsmanship is the golden rule of all sports. You should always treat others the way you would like to be treated. And I hope that as you play today and as you spend your day with us as well as tomorrow with us, you are going to be that noun, that person noun, and you're going to be that good sportsmanship person. I like to recall two things that I've noticed and observations that I've noticed in sport in South Africa over the last few months. One was that at the Netball World Cup, the teams, they meet, huddle up together after the teams, and the opposing side thanks and cheers on the other side. So maybe you want to do that, or maybe you just want to shake hands with each other, but I want to see you do that today more than I want to see you score goals. I want to see that you are in unity with each other, because sport is something that we unify. The other one that I saw, and I thought, and I know that most of you have seen, and the observation of Ubuntu and unity is when last week, when RSA, the rugby team, and Romania played, after the match, they also huddled together and they had a little dua together and a little prayer together. You don't have to do that. I'm just giving you some ideas that will show that you really are part of a unity and you are really bringing back that sportsmanship in sports. As well as, there are things that you can do for me through that sportsmanship. One of the things that you can do is that you can keep to your time. So you can respect the time and you can be on time for every single match. I will announce the fixtures at least twice. So, and I'll announce the ground that you need to be. So if it's match 1, then match 2, you guys need to be already ready to go onto the fields, onto the ground, so that the turnover time, and we're respecting the time, is only 2 minutes. And I'm not going to wait and call out for any matches to be, and teams to be onto the field. I'm just going to begin those matches. Other ways that you can show good sportsmanship and unity with each other is, of course, to respect these grounds and this venue. If you take a look around, there's not one bit of litter. So I would think that you are also going to be an anti-litter, and you're going to be an anti-litter bag the next few days. So these goes for the adults as well. And you're going to ensure that you keep these areas as well as the toilet areas and the food court areas as you found it this morning. Other ways that you are going to show your unity and your sportsmanship is through your manners. So I'd like you to respect, as I said, the referees, the coaches. I'd like the spectators to respect the children by choosing a designated spot where you're going to smoke that is not in between the fields that we have here. So along the fencing and the outer field areas, we'd like you to perhaps choose the restroom areas outside there to choose where you're going to show your good sportsmanship and your respect to the game and to this venue, as well as to everybody else that has spent so much time and effort to make these 2 days a success, inshallah. Of course, we'd like to say a huge shout out to Safe Soccer League, to Development Soccer League, to All-Stars, to Logan All-Stars, to, of course, Hilaal TV channel, DSTV 347, for being on board here. You have to remember that you are going to be on camera as well. So we'd like you to give them a show of your amazing behavior. A round of applause for having all these amazing people who are going to make this tournament a success. And I like to call it a tournament. I don't like to call it a competition. It's not a competition, it's a tournament. The fixtures mean that you are going to play each other. So the format of this tournament is a round-robin tournament. And for the little ones, if I want to explain this to you so that you understand, if you have 5 teams in your little A group or your little pool, then that means you have to play 4 games. So if you are all-stars and you've got 4 other teams, you have to verse those other teams. And that's what we call a tournament. And then, of course, you have to score as many goals, because sometimes at the end of that round robin, then we have a tie. And then we look at who has scored the most goals between the tie of points. And of course, it is that if you win, then it's 3 points. And then if you draw, then it's 1 point each. And then a loss is 0 points. So remember, tournament style, you're going to score so that at the end of your round robin fixtures, you are going to make sure that you have more goals. That's going to be the goal. We're going to say, go, go, goal today, okay? And of course, we're going to repeat once again that we want to see you in unity. We want to see you make friends. And we want to make sure that you are networking with others. So don't just stick to your team. When you do have the time, make a friend. Ask them which team they're from, where they are from. Like I said, we have people from Johannesburg, from Cape Town, from KZN, and we say once again, a huge jazakallah and welcome to you. We'd like to begin promptly at 9 a.m. And then before we do announce those fixtures for Game 1, we are going to ask Mohammed Butabanji to make his way to the mic, because he would like to say a few words to you as well.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the Wahda committee, we welcome every single one of you to the event. We hope that you guys have an amazing time, take back lots of memories, and inshallah a few trophies along the way. To all the teams that traveled far and wide, as well as our local teams, we say Jazakallah for your contribution. Without you guys sitting here, this tournament would not be where it is. So for now, we would officially declare the Wahda tournament open!
That was our welcome in the true let's kick off this tournament. Once again, I'm going to remind you as well to look after your belongings. Make sure that you know where you placed your bag. If you do find something, you can give it to the info table. We do have a lost and found little box. We're hoping it's going to stay a little box and that there aren't going to be too many lost items and found items. And then if you have lost something, you can check on us if you have found it. And without further ado, we're going to ask you to make your way back to your respective dens, and then announcing fixtures for match 1. To be in readiness on round 1. Under 11s, Bethlehem will verse Al-Hilaal 1. On round 2, under 11s, PSG will verse Rustenburg. On round 3, under 11s, Kinross will verse All Stars 2. On round 4, under 11s, Al-Falah 2 will verse Aztec. On round 5, under 13s, Azakal 2 will verse Washington. On round 6, under 13s, All Stars will verse MSA Polopane. On round 8, under 13s, Aztec will verse Rustenburg. Round 9, keeping with match 1, under 13s, Marlborough will verse Al-Falah 2. Round 7, under 9s, PSG 1 versus Rustenburg. Still keeping with match 1. Round 10, under 10s, All Stars 2 versus Holoskoko. On round 11, under 9s, Marlborough versus All Stars 1. And keeping with match 1, round 12, under 9s, Azakal versus PSG. To kick off at promptly 9 a.m. Grounds are marked on the goalposts. The grounds on my far left, the street, I mean next to the trees, the food court are grounds 1, 2, 3. The current ground is ground 4. And then of course, if you are tuning in on Hilaal TV channel 347, then ground 4 is the ground that you are watching live matches on. Ground 5, ground 6. On my right hand side will be grounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 12. Reminder to our managers that we do have one hard copy of the fixtures, and you can fetch it from me. I will wait here for another minute or two. So one hard copy of the fixtures per team.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The day has finally come. It's the 2023 Wahda Soccer Festival coming from the Rosie Sedibani Sports Ground in Lodium, Tshwane, the capital city of South Africa. And it's such a pleasure for Hilaal TV to be bringing you this live broadcast. We'll be taking you right through to the final match, which will be just before 4 o'clock. Of course, I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to be joined by my colleagues Sipo Nkumalo and Tufail Patel. But joining me to open is a man I open Hilaal Live with most days. It's none other than Luqman Sharrak. Luqman, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam. What a pleasure being here, being in Johannesburg and witnessing this amazing tournament. Obviously, a couple of months ago, we were down in Durban for the Al Falah tournament, and that was absolutely amazing. So this tournament plans to be an exciting one. We've got 100 teams competing. That's almost 1,000 players that's going to be here for the weekend. We're going to be here, Hilaal Live. Remember, you can also live stream on www.hilaal.tv as well. Do spread the word and get as many people to join as well. We're very excited to partner with this junior tournament. It goes up until age under 15, and we're looking to interview, we're looking to witness some of the great talent that South Africa has to offer.
And one of the things that happens is, I was speaking to Bhuta Mohammed Bamji, who was of course the chief organizer of this. He said that the player of the competition in the under 15 segment will get a chance to go on trial at Feyenoord Rotterdam, which of course the first team is coached by a team that's close to your heart. I know you think of him as Judas. It's Robin van Persie.
Oh, absolutely.
So I mean, imagine that. Imagine you get an opportunity to be part of the youth academy at Feyenoord Rotterdam, and I think we all know how good the Dutch youth is in terms of the way they nurture their players. So really, that's going to be something special. But Luqman, of course, you want to just talk to us through the sponsors that have really been working with Hilaal TV over the last few days.
100%. You know, this won't be possible without some of the gracious sponsors that have come on board as well. We'd like to give them a special mention. We've got Ashraful Aid, Easy Build, that's based here in the Lodium area, Amka, we've got RPH Hospital, Lotto Sports, we've also got Sani Car Hire, and the Willerton Group as well. Shukran so much for coming on board to be part and to make this tournament happen so that we can be here the entire weekend to bring you what plans to be an exciting tournament. So I'm excited for us.
Yeah, same here also. Let's go through the groups. So what we have in the under 6s, of course, we've got 5 teams per group. Let's go through Group A. On the under 6, we've got Roshni, Troublemakers FC, Marlborough Al Falah, a big favorite for the competition, and Hola Skoko. I mean, that's how original is that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's very exciting to see the under 6s play. It's always a pleasure. You've got grandparents that come through. You've got parents. You've got community members that come out and support. And we've got teams that have come up from Durban to play the tournament. So we're wishing them all the very best.
And then, of course, let's go to Group B. We've got PSG. Of course, named after the French team PSG. We've got All Stars, home ground advantage for them. We've got Azadville, we've got Benoni Spurs, and we've got a bye. So the bye obviously will mean any team that I think goes through a qualifying stage will be able to make it through there. Luqman, I want to talk about the importance of under 6, because anytime you're playing from, under that age, it really is the starting roots for football.
100%. I think this is where the foundation is laid. The interest comes through when it comes to the under 6 levels, and the parents being involved as well is very important. Grandparents always support the under 6s. But at this level, you can already start to see the talents. They're already starting to find their position, and you've got a mixture of girls coming through, mixture as well. So this is exactly what we are looking for when it comes to this type of tournament.
Look, man, I want to talk about the, Rugby World Cups right now, and I'm going to focus on us, the Springboks. I know you're an All Blacks fan.
No, just careful what you say when you say us.
Yeah, okay. No, but look, man, something similar what the All Blacks and the Springboks have in common is, of course, nurturing from an early age.
Oh, yeah.
And what we have here is a junior tournament that allows for nurturing.
Oh,
Nurturing
absolutely.
being the key word in this competition.
100%. I mean, look, when it comes to sports and sports development, it all starts from the young age. It all starts from the under 6 level, the under 10 level. And this is where the talent starts coming through, the interest. But more importantly, creating a healthy lifestyle for not just the youngsters, but the entire family, because the family gets involved as well. Also, when it comes to the administration side, and this is where families do get involved to assist when it comes to sponsorship, when it comes to transportation, coaching, all of that.
Look, man, let's go through the other groups, and then we've got under 7 Group A. Now, this year, there's 6 teams per group. We've got All Stars, home ground advantage. We've got Dragons, we've got Aztec, we've got Hola Skoko, we've got Marlborough, and we've got Azadval.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the Group A.
Yeah, Group A.
On the Group B side, we've got PSG again, Al Falah. We've got Roshni, Stars. They did quite well at the Al Falah.
I remember the
tournament.
Exquisite Auto Cup. Yes,
That's
I
it.
remember.
And also Rustenburg, and there's a bye in Group B.
Yeah. So, of course, just to remember that the bye obviously focuses more on who gets to qualify, of course, through whatever stages that are available. Let's go to the under 9s. There we've got, I think it's 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 9 teams. So things start to get a bit much more here. So we've got 18 teams in the under 9 competition. We've got PSG Team 1, All Stars Team 2, Al Falah Team 1, Aztec, Benoni Spurs, Roshni, Olaskoko, Rustenburg, and Dragons.
Brilliant, brilliant. And then on the B group, we've got Marlborough, Azadval, Stars, Old Eds. We've got Apex, African Tigers, PSG 2. They've got a second team, All Stars 1, and Al Falah 2. So that's the under 9 groups A and B.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it starts, doesn't it, Lukman? You know, from under 9, you start taking the game much more serious. Right, let's go to the under 11s, Lukman, and in this year we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 teams. So again, 20 teams in this division of the competition. We've got Baklu, we've got PSG, we've got All Stars 1, we've got KZN Lions, not Lions, Lions from Olympic Lyon, of course, the ground where the All Blacks gave Uruguay an absolute hiding. A lesson in rugby, definitely. We've got Roshni, we've got a bye, we've got Holoskoko, we've got Benoni Spurs, we've got Rustenburg and Al Falah 1. Lukman, over to you for Group B.
That's the Group A. Group B, we've got Kinross, Al Falah 2, KZN Lions 2, Dragons, Azadval, Stars, Simons Stars, Apex, Aztec, and All Stars 2. So that's the Group B on the under 11 groups.
Yeah, under 11.
And that's where the guys start developing a bit better.
Yes.
That under 11, under 12 age group, you see the difference between the under 6 and coming through on the under 11 as well, where these guys are almost superstars at that level already.
Yeah, I mean, all they want to do now is they start getting their skills together, and I think that's important. And if they can get their skills together, then you know for sure that they can go ahead and make a real difference within their team. That's where you really find the one player that can make an absolute difference for the team. Let's go down in the 13s because it starts to get hotter. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 teams again from this competition. There's of course 20 teams competing in this age group of the Wahda Soccer Festival. Azadval 2, All Stars, Al Falah 1, Baklu, Newcastle Stars, Randburg 1, Hola Skoko, Dream Sports, MSA Polokwane, and Roshni.
Brilliant. That's Group A. Group E, we've got Aztecs, Marlborough, KZN Lions or Leons, Azadville 1, Randburg 2, Benoni Spurs, Apex, MM Stars, Alphala 2, and Ruston.
We come to obviously the under 15s, and the under 15s is where it's going to really be the one everyone's going to be looking for. And yeah, it's a little bit reduced. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 teams. So this is going to be an 18-team competition. And really, there's two big focuses there. There's a focus with regards to you've got 18 teams and of course one winner, but most importantly, you've got yourself the player of the competition. And I think, look, man, I mean, if this is where the motivation becomes even more extra. You've got a chance to go for trials at Feyenoord Rotterdam.
So the games have already started, the groups are underway, and I'm going to take my leave, and our colleague Sipo is going to join for us to commentate and commentary on some of the great games that are happening now as well. For us, all the best, we'll chat later.
Yeah, sure, no problem, Lukman. So let me welcome my colleague Sipo Nkumalo. Sipo, sawubona tata.
I know Sawubona for us. I mean, you're getting better and better every single time you say my surname. So proud is an understatement.
Listen, that trip to KwaZulu-Natal maybe enhanced my skills in the pronunciation of the Nguni surname.
Yeah.
So we definitely are getting there. Sipo, how's it going?
For sure.
It's quite hot today. It is the capital
man.
city of South Africa. So
Listen.
you would know the higher you go within the hotter it's going to be.
1,000%. Look, I thought Durban was hot, but here in Pretoria, it's definitely scorching. The sun is out to play, and so are the boys. I mean, it's an absolutely incredible day, and it's good to see the boys and girls, actually. Let me not exclude the little girls that are also part of this tournament, that are out here to play and participating in the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, and it brings unity, because as far as I know, Wahda means unity, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Sipo, I want to ask you, the under 15s, I mean, we're going to talk about that group in a bit, but how is this for sort of an incentive? So, I mean, whoever wins it, but if you have a player of the competition, he gets a chance to go on trial at Feyenoord Rotterdam, the champions of the Netherlands. How's that for you?
Look, I mean, I definitely will tell you this, that growing up, we didn't have opportunities like this,
Definitely.
So for the young ones to have opportunities to be able to go onto a bigger stage and take this to a higher level and the next level is absolutely incredible, and it's also motivating, not just for the kids, but for us, the grown-ups as well.
Definitely. Right, let's take a look at those groups now for group under 15. So it's an 18-team competition. So we've got Apex, PSG 1, Alphala 1, Benoni Spurs 1, Baklu, MM Stars, Wentworth FC, Newcastle Stars, and Aztecs. So quite a strong group there.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. I mean, I said this back in Durban at the Auto Exquisite Junior Soccer Festival there, that Alphala is definitely a favorite. But moving on to Group B of the under 15s, it's Alphala 2, it's Simon Stars, it's Rustenburg, it's Holas Koko, definitely a unique name.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the KZN Lions, it's Benoni Spurs 2, it's Dream Sports, and PSG 2.
Yeah, so quite an exciting group that's going to be happening there. I mean, again, Sipo, I was talking to Lukman, the importance of these soccer festivals and just the enhancement of youth. We see that in rugby, that from an early age they start well. Hence, for that very same reason, we are able to go ahead and see our Springboks doing well.
Yeah.
This year lays the foundations for it to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, 1,000%. I mean, this is where it all starts, because the age groups are ranging from under 16 all the way through to under 15, so look, they're young, they're out here, and they definitely here to participate. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's happening here, So it's games underway here on ground 4, the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. All the games are happening right now from grounds 1 all the way through to ground 4. But for now, the focus is on ground 4 right here.
1 minute to end of play. 1 minute remaining.
Quickly, guys. Hands up.
Okay, so where we are right now is ground 4, the opening game. It's Alphala 2 versus Aztec. Alphala 2 versus Aztec. So Aztecs, of course, in the Barcelona colors, and Alphala, of course, in their original orange and gray. Some good skills happening there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, so far it just seems like the teams are quite tied up, you know. No one has been necessarily a standout, but like I always keep preaching, I mean, Alphala is under attack, and for me that definitely is one of the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they dominated the previous competition, of course, the Exquisite Auto Cup. So really, they were absolutely outstanding. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how things go.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. And I mean, under 11 is also a crucial stage, and the games have come to an end. That's the end of game 1.
End of the game 1. Something I want you to bring in here. Of course, we've got the officials are female.
Yes.
There's a change happening in the world in terms of making sure there's inclusivity. Yes, inclusivity is important.
No, 1,000%. I mean, it's always great to see, you know, when you have women participating in what seems to be male-dominated fields, and to have female officials as well.
Well, let me welcome a man that he's had sleepless nights. He's had no sleep in the morning. He joined us in studio yesterday to talk about this Wahda Soccer Festival. Let me welcome Mohammed Buta Bamji. Buta, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Buta, Jazakallah so much for joining us, man. Absolute pleasure to have you here. Happy with everything so far?
Alhamdulillah wa ta'ala pak's khair. It's been awesome. Just looking at what's transpiring here with regards to the kids, it's amazing. Alhamdulillah.
You want to bring in a question?
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, this is an absolutely great initiative that's happening over here. So I just want to find out from you, like, what does a tournament like this mean, not just for you, but for the kids? You know, bringing unity, as the word Wahda means.
For me, the word Wahda, unity, it encompasses South Africa, or the new South Africa, if I can call it. So in that regard, looking at all races, all cultures, all religions, here on the field with one common goal, playing soccer. And that to me is the ultimate achievement. We can just look around at all the smiles and the kids getting ready to take the next game. So alhamdulillah for that.
The next match is going to be Dragons versus Simon Stars. A new team brought into the competition here, Buta.
Yes, local team from Lodium. They are part of the local LFA.
Okay.
The club is Simon Stars, sorry. And they've been established for at least, I would say, 5 years, playing in the league. And they're a good team,
Okay, Buta, you told me on yesterday about the play of the tournament for under 15, final Rotterdam. That's big, isn't it?
Yes, it's actually for the under 13 division.
Under 13,
Under
okay.
13.
Okay.
So some tours has come on board. They have sponsored the play of the tournament, which they will select. He will then travel to Cape Town, where he will undergo another selection process. And should he be selected, he will then travel to Feyenoord, where he would have an opportunity to be trained with Robert van Persie. So yes, for the under 13 division this year, there's really something to play for.
Yeah, no, I mean, opportunities like this make me feel like I think I was born ahead of my time. Maybe I should be. But look, it's absolutely incredible what's happening here. But I also want to find out, I mean, this is a soccer tournament, right? But there definitely are other sports that kids are interested in. So I'm curious to find out if there are any other sports or tournaments that we should be looking forward to, or maybe that's the kids will be participating in.
Yeah, look, cricket also, it's quite a big sport.
The World Cup's on at the moment.
Yes,
Yeah.
So we find it a lot
Once
of
again, a
kids,
team
when
announcement
it's
for
cricket
Team
season, they
Woshi.
join cricket
If you're
clubs
under
in order
11
to get a
manager,
child
to make their way
multi-talented,
to
if
the
I can
info
call it,
desk,
so
please.
he could adapt to any type of sport.
Woshi
And the
under
most
11,
important
a
thing,
team
whether it's
manager,
out
please make
in
your way
winter
to
for
the
soccer
info desk.
and in summer for cricket, we got him out
Currently
earlier.
playing match
Yeah, no,
two.
definitely. Buta,
Announcing
obviously
fixtures
today's
to
day
be
one.
readiness for match
Just
three.
explain to us, of
On
course,
round
how
one,
you're
match
looking
three,
forward to.
under 11,
What is
Woshi
your expectations
versus-
for the day from
that
an
will be a bye.
organizational point of view?
Round two,
Inshallah,
under
we hope
11,
that everything
Huddersfield
runs
versus
smooth.
PSG.
Our
Round
biggest
three, under
objective
11,
when we
Azakpo
hosted or
versus
intended hosting
MM
this
Stars.
was again to create
Round four,
lifelong
under
memories.
11,
And we
Simon
want
Stars
every
versus
moment of this
AFC
tournament
2.
to add value to
For
it.
match
We have
three
a
to be
mammoth
in
task
readiness,
ahead of us. We
round
need to
5,
run
under
on
13,
time. We
Newcastle
don't have
Stars
lights,
versus
unfortunately,
Mandela.
so that is a bit of a concern for us. But we're looking for an eventful day.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, definitely. Buta, Jazakallah so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. We're going to catch up later on, and all the best again. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you for the great work that you are doing.
Jazakallah. It's not only me. I
Yeah.
would like to say
Yeah.
Jazakallah to my team, my parents, and to all parties that assisted in making this a success. I am one man, but I have a solid team behind me.
Yeah, no, Jazakallah so much. Buta, inshallah, we'll catch up soon.
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. We just want to also thank our sponsors once again. It's Ashraful Aid, Easy Build, based here in Lodium, MCA, RPH Hospital, Lotto Sports, Sanika Hire, and the Willerton Group.
Yeah,
So currently the match that is on the go, Simon Stars.
Yes, versus Dragons. This is
Yeah.
the under 11 B-sides. You know, Mr. Putter that we're talking to just now, definitely he did say that it's going to be, well, we're hoping for an incredible day, but we most importantly anticipating an incredible weekend at large.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
And of course, to find out who's going to take up.
Oh,
and there we
there
go. We have our first goal.
There's Simon Stars have
Yeah.
just taken the lead. Brilliant header there, raising high and
Yep.
putting it into the back of the net.
1,000%, and that's the first goal of ground 4 so far. And that goes to Simon Stars, and they are up 1-0 against the Dragons.
Yeah, what I like about Simon Stars is they've got a bit of an intensity about them. You know, they just want to go ahead and win the ball every time.
Yeah.
And that just shows their dedication to getting that result.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a great thing to see. And another female official as well on the field.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we need as South
Yes.
Africa, the inclusivity. That's
1,000%.
definitely needed.
1,000%.
Okay, we see Dragons trying to get some possession there, but Simon Stars keeping really. Simon Stars look like they're very comfortable with this.
Yeah, they seem to look like they know exactly what they're doing, actually, you know. And hence the results are speaking for themselves as they're 1-0 up and still on the attack.
Yeah, Dragons, a little bit of nice skill there, but the opposition player just making sure that he keeps on his man.
Yeah, that was some nice.
Oh,
Oh,
what a goal!
look at that.
My word, that is an absolutely brilliant strike.
What an absolute cracker.
Man,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know where he pulled that one out
Yeah.
from. That was just, I mean, that was some brilliant skill there.
That's pure magic. That's pure magic. And Simon Stars are out to play for real. And there's a substitution going in. That's happening right now. And they are 2-0 up.
Yeah,
right
they should
now.
see this out now. They should see
Yeah.
this out. I mean, they look so comfortable. I mean, they just seem to be doing the right things at the right time. So, I mean, you can only expect one result now. I think Simon Stars
Yeah.
may just be able to see this game out.
Hey, but look, for us, this is football at the end of the day, and anything can happen. Until that final whistle blows, you just never know.
Simon
But-
Stars
oh,
on the attack.
okay.
He's just hit that
A
wide.
strike from
But
Simon
what I
Stars.
like about them is they're just pressing quite well and they're on the attack all the time.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the coach also bringing that enthusiasm, you know, that's another thing that I actually enjoy when it comes to
Yeah, no,
watching the
definitely.
tournaments. You know, the coaches are thoroughly involved and are just as passionate about the game as the kids, you know, which is absolutely key.
The next match is going to be interesting because it's going to be Simon Stars against Al Falah too. That may be a good one to see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that game as well. Because, I mean, we can see that Simon Stars are dominating. They're comfortable with the ball. Seems like they know what they're doing. And Alphala are definite favorites just in general when it comes to the tournament. So
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
definitely right for us. It's going to be quite a clash.
Definitely. I mean, they what we would call big team temperament.
Yes, big team temperament. And that's big English. I probably wouldn't have thought that out myself.
Talking to you, my connection.
Go, Jay! Go! Jay! Yeah, go! Hey, Jay! You're gonna have to lift it, eh? Pass it into that bottom corner. Ben, don't touch the keeper! Make sure, Jay, make sure. Yes! Oh! Hey!
All right, and we're still here at the Junior Soccer Festival here at Laudium Stadium. And we have another Mr. Patel that has just joined us. I'm sitting with two Patels. He is the councillor here at this ward. Sir, how are you doing?
All I can say is wow.
Yeah.
All praise to the Almighty. This is fantastic what we're seeing here. I don't think in my life I've seen something like this ever in Laudium before.
Yeah.
Where 1,200 youngsters coming through from all over the country to Laudium is brilliant.
Yeah, no, absolutely great.
Councillor Naeem, talk to us about logistically, trying to make sure that you can carry this throughout the day, because obviously the organizers need to come to you, you need to obviously sit down with them, and coordination is important, isn't it?
Yeah, I think coordination is important, and for having a tournament of this size, bringing in players from all over the country, the logistics must have been a nightmare for the organizers. From our side as council, we assisted with getting the jock application and paperwork done. And I must say, Laudium All-Stars and its president, Bhuta Bamji, we've been working closely with them. The man's passion for this, you have to have passion to pull something like this off. I don't think it's just the logistics, it's the passion. Day in and day out, he worked with his team to do this in Laudium. First, it was difficult to get a stadium in Laudium. He then applied to the local sports college here, who gave him permission. And from then on, I think it was difficult, but I think he pulled off a brilliant event.
What's nice about this, councillor, is that the weather is just beautiful. Very hot. It is the capital city of the country, but alhamdulillah, it's just turned out to be so beautiful.
The weather is beautiful. Our weather is going to welcome the people from Durban and Roshni especially, because it's very cold down in the Val area. It's expected to get to 33 degrees here in Centurion today. So this afternoon is going to be a scorcher. Watching these youngsters play in this heat is just fantastic.
Yeah, definitely fantastic day, and it's about to be a fantastic weekend. But otherwise, councillor, on your side, what would you say that you're looking forward to the most when it comes to the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival?
You know, I must say, one is the kids playing the soccer in the tournament. But more than that, I'm seeing so many local adults coming out of their homes on a Saturday morning instead of shopping or sitting in front of the TV or on their cell phones. I'm seeing different people from the community that I haven't seen since COVID time here at the tournament, assisting, supporting, just making this tournament a success. So to the community of Laudium and surrounding areas of Ward 61, well done and excellent coming out. We need to continue this. Going forward, it mustn't be just a one weekend soccer tournament.
Councillor, you work a lot with youth, obviously, making sure that everything goes well. How important is youth football, especially in this country where there's so many distractions.
I think any sport in this country is important, especially on the youth level. I was discussing with some parents earlier on that the scourge of drugs in this country, especially in middle-class communities, is reached a level which people are not. It's unimaginable. You have 6 years and 5-year-olds that are today hooked onto drugs. And tournaments like this, where you have 1,200 kids taken off the street for an entire weekend, concentrating on football, building relationships, because obviously that's what this is about, building a relationship. It's important. And we need to encourage more children. And I must say to Hilaal TV, well done to come out to Lodium and to actually promote this tournament and to do whatever you can to make sure that this goes live to the rest of the country. People, parents that are in Durban can watch their kids playing here in Pretoria. Excellent. Thank you very much to Hilaal TV.
Councillor, one final question from my side. This is not the last we're going to see big events. It's happened before, big events have been here in Lodium, but this has to be something that continues, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is a tournament that needs to continue. We always have big events in Lodium, but from a sporting side, we don't have these kind of events. And once again, well done to the organizers for pulling this off. And I think, I must say, they always mention to me about Al Falah and how professional and how organized they are. And really coming to the ground this morning and just looking at the bus of Al Falah was amazing. And very, it was good for the spirits of all of us here.
Yeah, no, 100%. So you're absolutely right. A big well done to the organizers of the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, but not just the organizers, literally everyone, the whole community, and that means everyone that's involved, from the coaches, the players, the parents, the staff, the paramedics, literally everyone that came together to make this possible. And a big thank you to you as well, Councillor, for your contribution to the tournament.
Thank you very much, guys. Hope to see you guys live throughout this tournament, and I'll be watching you guys later on TV.
Yeah, guaranteed, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming to Lodi.
No problem, Councillor. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Awesome. And right now, the tournament is still underway. And right now, the next game that is happening here on ground 4 is the All-Stars 2 versus Aztec. And this is the under 11s.
Fixture here for Simon Stars, of course, they were defeated in the previous game, so I think it becomes very important for them to go ahead and try and win this one.
Yeah, most definitely. But hey, look, you win some, you lose some. Just because you took a loss, it doesn't necessarily mean that you lost the whole tournament. You know, you might have lost. Well, how does the saying go? You might lose a battle, but it doesn't mean you've lost the war.
Exactly. Still a lot of games to go, of course. You know, in this division, there's so many teams. So, you know what? I mean, nothing is done. You know, nothing is done. Of course, you know, you can lose your opening 2 games, and you can go ahead and win the rest of them. So, definitely quite a lot of football still to be played.
Yeah. Definitely that clash that you were talking about earlier on, the Simon Stars versus Al Falah 2, which is most likely set to be quite the cracker.
I mean, Al Falah they dominated the previous competition.
Yeah.
My word, they were all over the show.
Yeah, for sure. And right now they're on the pitch, they're warming up. Seems like they're getting ready. I mean, I guess Simon Stars should be on their way. Just waiting for them before kickoff. And yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this game. The sun is definitely out. I hope everyone is staying hydrated, you know, which is very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, we're currently still in a heat wave. I think a lot of people need to remember that. So, yeah, everyone must just stay hydrated and just keep safe. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, look, if you're around here, the Pretoria area or around Lodium, do make your way here to Lodium Stadium. You know, come support the kids, you know, and the initiative that's happening here. It's an absolutely fantastic day. There are stalls around, so you can get yourself something to eat, you can get yourself a drink, you can come relax and just have some fun with the whole community.
No, definitely. Sibo, I want to talk about... we've got 2 World Cups currently happening,
Yes.
the Rugby World Cup and the the Cricket World Cup. I want to
Yeah.
talk to you about the Rugby World Cup. How's it been so far for you?
Look, I'm happy with what the Springboks are doing right now. Obviously, this is no bias, but the Springboks are one of the strongest nations when it comes to rugby.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
let me tell you something. Luke Man's probably going to have something different to say about that as an All Black fan. But I mean, he'll be speaking later on with regards
Yeah.
to that. But yeah, I mean, tonight, of course, is Ireland and Scotland.
Yes.
A match that I think us Springbok fans want to keep very, very special attention with.
sure.
We've got an Irish fan that's sitting with us in Vision Mixing, our very own Darren Wayland. So, I mean, he's going to be keeping a key eye on that game also
Yeah.
because he wants his beloved Ireland to be making it into the quarterfinals. But look, I mean, it's been a great World Cup, hasn't it?
yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. I mean, look, I think you're absolutely right when you say that we should keep our eye on Ireland with them being number one in the rankings right now. So definitely stiff competition, but we'll always back the poker. That will
Of
never
course, I
ever
mean, listen,
change.
it's our country at the end of the day, which is the most important thing. So,
Yeah.
you know, let's see. It's going to be a very, very interesting World Cup. And
Yeah.
obviously, I would ask you about the Premier League. How's it been so far for you? I mean, quite a good start again from Manchester City. You know,
Yes.
they keep doing it all the time. But Tottenham Hotspur look like a bit of a surprise package.
Actually, right? Like, surprisingly so. You know, I think Tottenham is definitely on form. I mean, no stiff competition. I mean, I'm a gunner myself, so when we were up against them, I knew that if we took a win, it was going to be a tough one, and we ended up with a draw. You know, so which pretty much made sense to me because both teams right now are quite evenly matched. You know, I think it's safe to say. But hey, look, I mean, right now, even teams like Man City are losing to smaller teams. So I think
Exactly.
it's
Well,
quite
they lost to
tricky.
Wolves last week.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Sly's looking at us quite with a bit of an evil eye there because I know he's a City fan himself. Sipa, I want to bring this city specifically. The current champions of South Africa, Mamelodi Sundowns.
Mamelodi Sundowns.
Let me tell you something. If there's a club that is run to the T,
Yes.
it's Mamelodi Sundowns.
Yeah.
I mean, they just find a way to run the club properly. Of course, Dr. Patrice
sure.
Motsepe has handed it over to his son because he's now the president of the Confederation of African Football.
Yes.
But the same systems are in place.
Yeah.
That's how you run a football club,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
that is definitely a winning club. And you know what? Like, I always like kind of compare Sundowns to Man City.
Yes,
For me,
yes,
that's
yes.
like the same thing. I don't want to say new money, you
Yeah.
know, but it's basically the same.
But the thing about Sundowns is they've been a historic club. I mean,
True.
they have won the most DStv premierships. So
That's true.
I
Yeah.
mean, they've really set, and their recruitment is brilliant, and they've got a good academy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to learn when it comes to, you know, just the management style of Mamelodi Sundowns. I don't know why these other teams are not learning a thing or two, or maybe there's some secret formula that.
I think it's
Patrice
also got to
Motsepe
do with
was-
money. I mean, if you have the resources,
Oh, yes,
then you
yes.
can go ahead and you can really make that difference. Of course, I just want to bring to our field Simon Stars taking on Alpha La 2. The game has begun, of course. Alpha La 2, they're wearing the orange with a grey skipper, and of course Simon Stars wearing the colors very similar to that of FC Barcelona. Yeah, so I mean, we're talking about Sundown Sipo. I mean, just the ability to I mean, Percy Tau. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, what a player. I know.
Look, man.
Obviously, he's doing really, really well at Al Ahly in Egypt, but just how he's just made himself into a pure superstar is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, no, 1,000%. I mean, easily one of our greatest exports. You know what I
Definitely.
mean? And he's doing amazing things. And it's great to see, you know, guys not just go on to bigger leagues outside of the country, but also thrive in them, you know, because he's definitely made a name for himself all over Europe, you know. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, not forgetting the likes of Audrey Mudiba, Grant Kekana. I mean, these guys born and bred within the city.
Yeah.
From the academy. So, you know what? You can just see that it's not just about money for Sundowns.
Yeah.
It's also about, you know, getting that young talent. And I think, you know, when you look at the current coach, Rulani Mokoena,
Yeah.
he learned so well from the great Pitso Musimani.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. You know, and it's actually literally tournaments and initiatives like this that give young kids hope and a platform to be able to go on and do great things. So once again, a big shout out to the organizers. And while we're at it, we'd also like to shout out our sponsors, you know, that made all of this possible, namely Ashraful Aid. We've got Easy Build Laudium. We've got AMCA, RPH Hospital. We've also got Lotto Sports. We've got Sunny Car Hire, and of course not forgetting Willowton Group.
Yeah, when I talk about Lotto Sports is the official sponsor of the Proteas at the World Cup.
Yeah.
At this World Cup, they're the official sponsor of the Proteas. So I mean, we at Hilaal TV are really proud to be partnering
Yeah.
with all these great local brands.
Yes.
I want to stress on that, local brands.
Yeah,
And,
yes.
and that's important, isn't it?
It's absolutely, it's imperative, you know, because we can't just be waiting for everyone else or everything else to come through. We're supporting our own, we're doing it ourselves, and that's always an absolutely great thing, because it's clear to see that it's working out, you know, and you know, from all the way through to from the Proteas and here from little 6 and 7 year olds.
Yes. And that's how it starts. Of course, still 0-0 in our featured match here. It is, of course, between Simon Stars and Al Falah, the second team. They are playing in the under 11 division.
Yeah, and I think just as predicted, we did say that it was going to be a tight one, and no goals as yet, but like I said earlier on, this is football and anything can happen at any time.
Definitely. A throw in here for Simon's, or Al Falah actually. Yeah, and they've really set themselves. I mean, this is quite a well-run organization, and you can see that. I mean, they play very similar style of football.
Yeah. I mean, it's surprising. It's still to me to this day, whenever I see the young kids playing like this with structure and formation, it's quite surprising to me, because I mean, you'd expect kids to be running around like headless chickens, but no, actually,
No,
they
it's not
know
even
what they're
close
doing.
to that. Okay, here's Simon Stars. They on the attack here. I mean, they're hurting from that previous defeat against the Dragons. So let's see. I mean, if Simon Stars can get something here, I mean, this will be a real upset. Just a bit of a tame shot, hit on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, in order to beat Al Falah, you need to get a goal early. That's how it works.
Yeah, no, 1,000%, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for sure. But I mean, look, the supporters here. It's right now. It's almost 20 to 10 a.m. And, you know, the support is here. People are here to watch and have some fun. So, like we did mention earlier, if you are around the Pretoria and Laudium section, do make your way here to Laudium Stadium. Come out with your sunscreens and hats, because it definitely is a sunny day.
Definitely the sunscreen.
Yeah. And that's
That's
the
it.
end of the
A
game.
goalless draw. Let me tell you something, Sipo. They'll take this goalless draw, won't they? Simon Stars, because it's very difficult to get something against Al Falah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, I guess a draw is better than a loss at the end of the day, you know, even though everyone does want to win. But otherwise, when it comes to Simon Stars and Al Falah 2, it ends with a goalless draw. And the game that is coming up next is All Stars 2 versus Aztec right here on
Aztec,
round 4.
Aztec stand to be corrected, a locally run club here in Laudium. And of course, also, so it's actually a derby. It's a Laudium derby that's going to be happening the next game.
I mean, we definitely can expect a lot of derbies to happen today. You know, a lot of clashes, old rivalries, you know, and unfinished business, if you may. You know, so. Especially for the kids, I mean, this is definitely interesting. I mean, but as much as, you know, it is a competition and everyone wants to come out as a winner, it is all about unity.
Exactly, and these are, and we saw that unity, of course, at the Exquisite Auto Cup.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a very same unity that's going to happen, come through, of course, for this competition. So, yeah, I mean, we've had, so far from the fixtures we've been covering, of course, the Dragons look like they really quite strong.
Yeah, the Dragons, when they're up against Simon Stars, you know, they definitely came through. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be doing next. But yeah,
I know, definitely looking forward to it, of course. And let me take you through the fixtures that we're going to be having after the All-Stars 2 against Aztec. It'll be a bye versus the All-Stars 1. We will, of course, get the name of that team. And then Rustenburg will take on Benoni Spurs, and then Pai will take on PSG. So I want to say that, of course, play will stop at around 12:30 for Zorsala, and then, of course, we'll take you through towards the end of day 1 of the soccer festival.
10, 11, and 12. Thank you, ground 10.
Me, I'm 3 Israel. Okay.
Match play, match 4.
Okay, boss.
Just like that, the game is underway. It's All Stars 2 versus Aztec. That's happening right here on ground 4.
Yeah, it is a local derby, so
Yeah.
really, really interesting to see how this game is going to be. And the game has started, and All Stars trying to get onto the front foot right here.
Coach.
Yeah, most definitely. It's the All Stars in the yellow and Aztec in what Faraz says is the Barcelona kids.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of quite a audacious attempt there by the All Stars, but no trouble at all for them. It's a beautiful setting, isn't it, Sipo? Just, of course, overlooking the hills of the capital city. The capital city offers a lot, doesn't it, in terms of it's a certain uniqueness about Pretoria.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, Pretoria is actually a pretty cool place for me, you know.
Yeah.
My sister, whenever she moved to Gauteng, she'd always say that she'd rather stay here in Pretoria because it's much more calm, it's much more relaxed as opposed to the hustle and bustle of Johannesburg. So, I mean, being the capital city of South Africa, Pretoria definitely has a lot to offer, and it's an incredible place.
My sister stays here, also married in Pretoria, so she says in the Centurion side, loves this place also. So, yeah, a very, very unique place that Pretoria is.
Yeah, most definitely. And what better place to have a tournament like this than in Pretoria, right here at the Laudium Stadium. So right now we are focused on ground 4, but there definitely are other games that are happening, namely in ground 1, there's Benoni Spurs versus Baklu. On ground 2, there's Alphala 1 versus Rustenburg. And in ground 3, there's Apex versus Kinross.
Those, of course, the games that are on the go at the moment. And after this game, we will be leaving you in the capable hands of Tufail and Lukman in a bit. But myself and Sipo will be bringing you this game so far.
1000%. And right now, it's still a goalless draw.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen. So, I mean, I don't know about you, Sipo, but I think the opening rounds are always a little bit cagey.
Yes, that's true. I think so far it's only been one game that has been jam-packed, and that was the Dragons versus Simon Stars.
Yes.
That was full of goals. But otherwise, all the other games have pretty much ended in nil-nil draws, you know. So I think maybe it's just breaking the ice, you know, kind of everyone finding their feet when it comes to the tournaments.
I also think so. Look, I mean, the odd one goal, you'd be just wanting to take it, just in order to make sure that you get the full courtesy of points. But look, I mean, the one team, as you mentioned, that has been really brave to play, that's none other than Dragons.
Yeah, the Dragons definitely came through with the fire. But, you know, like we said, this is the first round, you know, when it comes to the games. The first games for all the teams, so they're still finding their feet, you know, getting their stride and figuring out how to maneuver around the tournament. So, and it's just day 1, not just game 1, it's day 1. There still is day 2, you know, and of course tomorrow on Sunday, it's going to be the finals, you know, the semi-finals, quarterfinals, and of course the finals of each age groups and the cups, which everyone is looking forward to the most.
Yeah, I think obviously today we're going to see a lot of KG football that's going to be played, and then of course after that, you know, you'll see things opening up.
For a ball. Yes. Yes.
Thanks. I'm here, don't worry.
Goal that just happened, Sipo, and it came courtesy of Aztec just scored. I mean, you can actually hear the silence because I think they've just taken the lead. And, yeah, I mean, a shocking result there. But let me bring in from the councillor's office, Shakil. Shakil, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for joining us here.
Walaikum salam. Jazakallah for having me here.
Shakil, talk to us about how important competitions like this are.
I think for us in our community, this is a thumbs up. With the current, the strike, the problems that we're facing currently in our city, around Lordium especially, there's a lot of negativity at the moment. Events like this bring people together. It's good to see the parents coming with the kids. We've lost this. Sport is something that brings everybody together, but this today is proof that if we work together and we bring people together, we can achieve much more.
Yeah, no, 1000% Shakil, you're absolutely right. I mean, tournaments like this are imperative and important for the kids, but otherwise, from yourself and let me just say the councillor's office at large, what are you hoping to achieve when it comes to being involved in an initiative like this?
I think it's important to bring sport back. I think sport is something that has been neglected. There's always an issue with budget constraints. But I mean, history has proven that through sporting events, I mean, we all look at the World Cup and we all get excited about the World Cup. But it starts off at junior levels like this. These are the future stars. These are the people that we need to groom because, I mean, we always look and we have, the kids have idols. But I mean, from years to come now, we're going to have quite a few stars from the teams that are here.
True. Shakil, the city of Pretoria produces a lot of champions. You've got the Bulls, of course, a well-run rugby union. You've got the Titans, which is a well-run cricket union. And then, of course, you've got Mamelodi Sundowns. They're the cream of the crop in South Africa. This city has so much to offer, doesn't it?
Yeah, and fortunately enough, look, I come from a sporting background. My uncle Deshi Tower was a goalkeeper. Yes,
lovely, okay.
So we were all, and we were, the best part about everything is we were all goalkeepers.
Oh, okay.
So I played for Pretoria Kellys as well. So in Pretoria has produced a lot of great sporting teams. I think the emphasis on junior level sports was a thumbs up. It was an important and vital factor, which is still going. And if you look at the rugby, especially in the Blue Bulls, they've got a good academic and an academy going around sports. And in Pretoria itself, I think Mamelodi Sundowns, through the Motsepe Foundation, is trying to assist not only in soccer, but in all sporting codes. And I think people should make use of these opportunities.
I agree there because, you know, when you look at the stars that have been produced in Pretoria, the likes of Amone State, Percy Tau, A.B. de Villiers, I mean, the list goes on. This city, I mean, and they all started from junior level.
100%. I mean, if you look at, you speak of Mamelodi Sundowns, Lordium has its own Zain Musa.
Yes.
We had the late Iwi Kambule from Etridgeville. Besides my uncle, there's been a lot of local sports stars, but because, you know, at some point people tend to neglect the sport because of the careers that they want to follow, not understanding that sometimes sporting can be your career. I mean, if you look at the salaries these days, guys win the wrong chairs.
Especially in Saudi Arabia.
Hey, look, I mean, you're making all the
Aztecs has just made it 2-0. This is a local derby, isn't it?
This is a local derby, it's a local team. And I mean, the best part about it is if you look at the sportsmanship around here, the emphasis around the sportsmanship, the unity, just having the soccer uniform makes you realize that we won.
Yeah.
And I think that's how we start off with getting the unity going forward in life as well. It's just that togetherness that we need to emphasize on.
Yeah, no, 1000%. Definitely when it comes to the principles of what this tournament is about, hopefully the kids, you know, can learn a lot from that. But otherwise for yourself, Shakil, I mean, without any bias, I mean, we know that a lot of stars come from Pretoria, etc., etc. But which team are you looking forward to when it comes to performance here? Or is there any team that you're specifically backing in this tournament?
Well, I think I worked hard to get this tournament going for the local team. So if I say something else, I'll probably escorted out of here.
Don't worry, you're in safe hands. No one is going to harm you in any way. Don't worry, Shakil.
I would definitely hope Lordium All Stars, but there's quite a few good teams. I see Aztec, I've seen Alpha. Then we have some of the teams from Benoni. So for me, the winner at the end of the day is the sportsmanship and is a success around the intention of the tournament. I think that's the main winner. Everybody deserves a gold medal, all the organizers. I mean, to put something like this together just proves that, you know what, guys, if we work together, we can achieve a lot of things.
Yeah, definitely. Shakil, Jazakallah so much for making the time for us. And May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you to continue the good work that you're doing within the community of Lodiya.
I mean, and Jazakallah for you guys being here. It's things like this, it also gives the enthusiasm around us, and we appreciate it.
Ameen
Jazakallah.
tuma, ameen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shaquille.
We've just got less than a minute left.
Yeah,
Sipho.
definitely. I mean, the game
Aztecs
is-
are 2-0 up.
Well, it was almost 3, actually. It was almost 3.
Listen, they've looked the part, haven't they? In this,
Oh yeah,
in
most
this,
definitely,
yeah.
most definitely. They've definitely come through. And
And that's the end of the game. Aztecs 2, the Lodium All Stars 0. This is the end for myself and Sipho. We will see you again later on. Let me bring in Lukman and Tufail.
Giving you less than a minute to be readiness for match 5. And then a tap on the back to you guys, because we are now running 7 minutes earlier, because your changeover time is way less than 5 minutes. So well done to the team managers, well done to the participants and the players. You guys have now 7 minutes earlier on the clock. We'd like to keep it that way. If not, bring it to at least 15 minutes earlier. So changeover time is normally 5 minutes, but I'm giving you 2 minutes only. Refs.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, all the way from Lodium. It's hotting up. It's game 5, and I think we've got Azadville and Dragons that is taking the field right now, thanks to Faraz and Sipho handing us the batons as I welcome the Muslim Jason Momoa that's joining me on the hot seat right now as well, brother. Tufail, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to you, Lukman. And it's wonderful being here today. I mean, we've seen an electrifying atmosphere so far. I mean, there's 12 fields, there's tons of kids, going about in their respective teams. We're just having a wonderful day of football, aren't we?
Absolutely. It's 100 teams taking part for the weekend, from under 6 all the way to under 15. And already we've seen some superstars taking the field, making their names visible for some selectors as well. I believe there is an organization that hoping to take 2 under-15s overseas to the Netherlands. So the under-15s, when they play later in the day or tomorrow, I'm sure they're going to put their best foot forward. What's your thoughts so far with regards to the attendance, both parents, grandparents, supporters of all these amazing clubs?
I think one thing that stands out for us as community-focused or community-orientated people is that we see our community coming out in numbers to support, their youngsters that are now taking the fields, to play for their respective clubs. I think that's something that is not to be taken for granted. That strength of having your parents stand behind you, or having, your loved ones, your friends, your family with you on a day like this when you're debuting against, like you said, 100 teams. During so many fixtures is something that I think just adds to the element of feeling that unity, that Al-Wahda, that's what this day is about. It's the Al-Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, and I think that just resonates well over what we see around us in the stadium today.
Of course. And what's nice is if you haven't planned your day, if you are in the Lodium area, if you are in the Johannesburg area, it's not too far. Come through. There are a lot of food stalls here. Come and support local business. Take your family out for the day. Come and enjoy local sport. That is, just amazing. I've been watching the coaches. I've been watching the coaching staff as well, and they are just amazing with these youngsters. Parents have come out to support. They are, the smiles on their face when you see those parents watch their kids play. It's absolutely priceless.
It definitely is. And touching on that discipline aspect that you just so rightfully mentioned, I mean, you see your coaches having their sides between fixtures to get their teams in order while their teams are on the fields. They're placing them in their respective places of where they'd like them to be. They're really taking charge of the place to make sure that they're done in a very disciplined or very professional manner. So it's not just that we're playing football for fun, we're playing soccer for fun, but rather there is structure in nurturing these youngsters into focusing on their game, bringing in their A game, bringing all the rules of discipline, bringing in some tactic into it as well, things that they can latch onto to take their career perhaps in soccer somewhere much further than just playing their league games over odd weekends or over the weekdays in training. And inshallah, that's something that we hope to see come out of an event like this.
I tell you what, the organising committee have done an amazing job to put this festival together. So well done to the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival Committee for arranging the logistics, ensuring the security, the safety of everybody is considered. I mean, when you drove into the place this morning, there was security that welcomed you. We knew exactly where to park. We knew exactly, where to come and set up for us. That's part of the media team as well. And 24 fields they've got happening at the moment?
Yes, so there's 12 fields at the moment, so we've
12,
got 24
12.
teams playing concurrently, which you are right about. And like you've pointed out, it's a mammoth task that they've had to put together, over a short span of time. And it is also for a short span of time. Everything's happening over, just the spec of a weekend. But it's 12 fixtures that are going on concurrently. If you look at the caging that's here around you, this had to have been, days and hours of non-stop work to get the field, or to get the stadium rather, in the spec that we see it in today. It's something that is very wonderfully done, very professionally done. There's thoroughfare for the different walking areas where teams can get in and out of their fields. There's an entire separate, sort of eating area where all of the pop-ups are. So if you're out and about in Lodium, do be sure to pop by and make sure you come and support the event that's going on here. It's all about creating opportunities for the youth to explore themselves into doing something constructive. Sport's a very constructive pastime, and I believe putting all of your efforts into something like this creates a viable means for them to pursue that.
Absolutely. And hats off to the officials, the referees, for coming out and officiating these games as well. As we can see, Azadville and I think there's Dragons that's on the pitch right now. They playing, and I saw Dragons score earlier. We'll try and get an update on the score very shortly, but these youngsters are amazing. Just to watch them, they're such amazing athletes. Coaching staff right there on the line, making sure that their team knows exactly where to position themselves. It's also a very fast-paced game as well. So there'll be a couple of substitutes, and more importantly, the guys need to stay hydrated for the entire day.
Definitely, and I think the quick succession in the round-robin games is going to make for, somewhat tired players that are still powering through, but the enthusiasm that's within them, I think that's just going to keep them going. We see them still running up and down the field. You see the attack still going forward from either side. You see the defenses huddling together, if they're in the danger zone per se. So we see that they're still powering through despite the heat. We're expected to reach, I think, 33, 34 degrees Celsius out here today, probably by midday, which we are inching towards. So the officials and the groundskeepers that are staying here have really got the work cut out for them.
All right, so we are going to come back shortly as well, and we'll be interviewing a couple of key players in and around the tournament and the area as well, so do look out for that. Thanks for joining us on Channel 347.
Brother, please. Brother, please.
Go, Delia! Go! Delia, go! Ben! Ben! Ray. You up front. Someone! Shoot, boys! Shoot! Corner!
Okay.
Come on, you need the goal! Put it in!
Welcome back to the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival right here in Lodium as well. And as we see the youngsters taking onto the pitch, we also have avid supporters that come out and support these amazing youngsters and ensure that they put their best foot forward as well. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce a stalwart in our justice department, but more importantly in the Lodium area as well, Judge Jody Collipin. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning and thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and it's lovely to be here. Yeah.
It's my absolute pleasure. I know that you mentioned off air that you're an avid soccer player as well. Bit of soccer coming through the ranks when you were younger?
Yes, I mean, soccer was and always still is the beautiful game. We all had dreams of being the best players.
Absolutely.
Actually, we didn't have those dreams when we played and we made a pass. We thought we were Maradona, we thought we were Pelé, and that was fine because that's what we believed and that's what inspired us. So I still enjoy the game. I played until quite recently, indoor soccer. I broke my wrist in the process and I had to give it up. But my grandson plays and I'm here today to really support, just not him, but all the teams, but more than that, the initiative. Because this is what living in a community means. And this is what giving the children a sense of purpose means.
Absolutely.
And showing to them there's something more real than a PC or a game.
100%,
You know,
100%.
so it's wonderful and it's a wonderful atmosphere, beautifully organized,
Absolutely.
lovely spirit,
Yeah.
and so it uplifts everybody.
Of course. Well, your wrist looks okay, talking about the strong arm of the law coming through as well. But it's so amazing that the entire community, Lodium community, is such a tight-knit community that everybody comes out in support as well. These youngsters on the field, and I believe you have your grandson playing for one of the teams?
Yes, he's in the under-9 team.
Okay.
I'll try and be objective, so I'm not going to... But they're a good team and he's a good player. I won't
Which
say
team
more
is
than
he
that.
with, Judge?
He plays for PSG.
PSG,
yes,
nice.
yes.
Well, I tell you what, I saw them play in Al-Falah last time as well, and they were just amazing. The camaraderie, the sportsmanship. Afterwards, the guys hug each other and make a bit of friends as well. So these are, friendships that will last. I mean, I come, and I'm sure Judge also comes from the Sakos days back in the day where we had limited amount of time to play sport, but those friendships just last forever and ever. I'm sure you experienced that, Judge.
No, absolutely. And without wanting to be political, but soccer was also about building communities.
Absolutely.
It was saying to our people, we have our heroes living with us.
Yes.
We don't need to look for heroes outside and elsewhere.
Of course.
And that was quite amazing as well in terms of how soccer united people, and during the dark days of apartheid, it gave us something to look forward to on a Sunday.
For sure, yes.
Something that brought value to our life.
That orange at halftime.
Absolutely.
That was the amazing
Well, not
thing
a
as
full
well.
orange. Those days they'd cut it in
You
four.
get a piece. Tufel, I mean, this is a legend with regards to our justice system, but more importantly in the Lodium area as well. What a pleasure to have Judge here.
It definitely is. Judge, if you could tell us perhaps what an event like this means to the community of Lodium, and also give us perspective perhaps from the academic standpoint, that obviously there were events like this were sort of a non-entity a couple of years back. What does it feel like to see something like this happening? What resonates in the community putting together something like this?
Well, I think for every young parent, they're concerned in a sense about their children, and rightly so.
Yes.
They're concerned about the introduction of technology and almost their children living in a parallel world to the one that they know.
Yes.
And it's a battle they were having difficulty in winning. But this is one way of winning that battle, of showing that there's an alternative. And we don't reject technology, but we say our life is more than that. Our life is really about interacting. It's about seeing each other. It's about hugging each other. It's about having a meal together. And that's what builds us. And so today, everybody wants to win I wish I could win a trophy as well today.
Maybe we should introduce over 30s match as well.
Yeah, but I probably won't make it because I just made 29 now.
We'll make an exception, Judge.
So in that sense, and people might not come here for that purpose, but that's the long-term effect. When all of this is over, it has built us. And really, as they say, it's not about winning or about losing. It's about the game, and today it's not about winning or losing, it's about the game, it's about the community. And this is the diversity of South Africa. You see people from all walks of life, and soccer is the great leveler. Whether you're rich or poor, doesn't matter where you live. What matters ultimately is how you play the game. So in so many respects, it's a wonderful celebration of our life. It's a wonderful celebration of who we are. So I'm just really thrilled to be here. Yeah.
Definitely, and it's spoken like a true soccer fanatic or true soccer lover, someone who's very passionate about the game.
Yeah. So, any of the international teams that you support, Judge?
Yeah, look, I watch English soccer, and I still support a team called Leeds United.
Ooh, brave man.
Because they go back to the 60s and 70s where they had a brilliant team. But I love watching the game. The game has advanced technically, and I mean, you watch great soccer.
Of course.
And you're always reminded of the former Liverpool manager. I mean, they're a great team as well.
Correct.
He was asked a question about the importance of the game, and he said, some people say soccer is about life and death. And he said, that upsets me, because it's not about life and death. It's more than that.
Of course.
It's more important than that.
Well, I was going to add Texas in there, but we've got that covered as well. It's such a sport that's evolved over the years. When we had the 2010 World Cup, I mean, that put South Africa on the map. We're not going to get into the political part, but in terms of the rest of the world recognizing what South Africa can produce, recognize what South Africa can contribute towards the game of soccer, the beautiful game of soccer. I mean, it was just amazing. I'm not sure if Judge managed to go to any of the matches, but the atmosphere was phenomenal.
It was absolutely wonderful in terms of how it brought us together. And I did some crazy things during that World Cup. I drove to Peter Mokaba Stadium to watch France play Mexico. It was a night game, and I drove back that night, something I would normally not do. Then I wanted to watch Didier Drogba. So I drove from here to what was then called Nelspruit. Watched Ivory Coast play against North Korea. Watched Didier Drogba, drove back. So we did some amazing things. But I think a development that we need to just reflect upon, which you see here today. You see young girls playing alongside the boys.
Absolutely.
You see women on the field as referees.
Nice.
And it shows how soccer has also broken the gender divide.
That's correct.
And that's wonderful. Sport has always been something that has enabled us to pull ourselves out of dark moments. And today it's here for people to see.
Beautiful.
So for people listening to this, please come to. It's wonderful here. There's great food. There's some very handsome Hilaal presenters here.
On your right, yeah.
And it's really a wonderful atmosphere. It beats sitting at home and watching the TV.
Of course, nothing better than watching live.
Absolutely. Forget about the Premier League today. You're going to get better soccer here.
Well, I know there's World Cup rugby on as well, so that's a bit later in the day. But up until that time, come and watch the soccer.
Absolutely.
Judge, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. Thank you so much for affording us your time. Thank you for being a stalwart in the Lodium community, but also in our justice system as well.
Thank you very much. It's really been a privilege for me to chat to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the very best. And that's Judge Jody Collipin chatting to us right here at the soccer fields in the Lodium area. If you are in the area, you heard Judge say, please come through and have a chat to some of the Hilaal members, but also come and have a look at what is happening right here in Lodium. These youngsters are here showcasing their talent for you. So come and join us, or if you can't, on Channel 347 or live stream on www.hilaal.tv.
If you just joined us, you are tuned into Hilaal TV, channel 347. Check us out on social media today. We are in Lodium covering the Al Wahda Junior Soccer Tournament. It's a semi-national, is what it is. That's the best way to describe it, I would say, Lukman. What we're seeing currently happening at Grounds 4 is Kinross versus Simon Star, so all the way from Mpumalanga, facing someone in the Joburg region. It's really making for a lovely game so far. A lot of contention happening in the center of the field.
Tell you what, if I played just 2 minutes, I'd be so tired. The way just watching these youngsters run around, they are so fit. You know, these guys are going places. They really put in Lodium and their individual teams on the map with regards to this event. But do me a favor, for those of us that are viewing this tournament all the way in your various parts of South Africa, send us a message on our Facebook account. Let us know your thoughts with regards to the tournament itself, what this means for Hilaal TV being here covering this tournament for you. This is why we're here, you know, and to make sure that we're part of this amazing community. So do come out and support some of these youngsters right here. Hilaal TV on channel 347. Remember, you can also tune in and live stream on www.hilaal.tv. Absolute pleasure being here.
Definitely, Lukman. It is a wonderful day. It's a scorcher of a day as well. So if you are here and if you are coming through, make sure you bring along some sunscreen lotion. Make sure you stay hydrated. And, going back to what you were saying about the energy that they have, within 2 minutes, I think I would have been flat out as well, just from the heat alone. Not even playing, I think just standing in the sun. I'm staying quite safe with the rest of the team out here in the shade, seeing to what needs to be seen to, the broadcast aspect of things. But it's safer here in the shade.
No, it is. We have a gazebo. We are fortunate to remember, if you are on the ground, if you're coming through, if you're on your way, remember to stay hydrated. Remember to also support some of the local business that's here. If you haven't made plans for your lunches yet, you're welcome to do so right at the amazing vendors that are here. We want to say thank you to the organizing committee for arranging this amazing tournament. Thank you to all the officials, the referees, the coaching staff for putting on this event as well. From all of us at Hilaal TV, we want to say a big shukran.
Currently on ground 4, we've seen a free kick that goes out of bounds. Unfortunately, that going in the direction of the Simon Stars.
I want to know right now, if anybody's listening to us in the field, who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite team? Oh, I think the guys are too early. We'll get them a bit later as well. As the game starts unfolding, as the teams start winning, you're going to hear the crowd. You know what I enjoy, though? When the guys score a goal, right? And you see that, what do they call it? That celebration that these youngsters put on. Isn't that amazing? Everyone's got their own signature move.
It definitely is. It's something that brings a lot of joy. It's something that brings a lot of excitement. And I think youngsters, when they figure out the limelight is on them after something like that occurs, they're quite excited about it.
2 minutes remaining. And then once again, a reminder to you that we are running on, not on schedule, but before schedule. So please don't follow the time on your managers and coaches. Follow my voice. We are currently on match 6. We are at least 8 minutes ahead of time, alhamdulillah, and we'd like to keep it that way, so don't follow the actual time on your fixtures. Follow my voice and where you need to be, on which ground you need to be for the fixtures.
This is Hilaal TV 347 on DSTV. We are joined in our mobile studios by Aslam representing Azadville United. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Coming all the way from the west to the far north, the capital city of South Africa, Tshwane, how has it been so far for you to be experiencing this tournament, for your teams to be a part of it?
It's been a lovely day, mashallah, nice day, and it was an early start. We had to trek on from the West Rand down here, but a lovely drive, very scenery, and as you can see, lovely day, nice and sunny. I think along the way, all the farms were open. We could see a lot of activity, and this just caps it up. Activity for the kids for the weekend.
It definitely is. And coming from, Azadville all the way out here, the team must have been having that early start, been a bit tired, but how's the energy on the field? How are you guys managing to keep them prepped up to go ahead with their fixtures?
The energy is magnificent. It's lovely. You can see the kids full of energy, ready to play. If you had to give them 3 consecutive games, I think they would have played. I think the energy is quite good, yeah.
Awesome. What was the preparation like, Coach, coming to a tournament like this?
I think the preparation was good, mediocre. We had a good training session last night as well. The boys showed good potential. They're nice and stretched out, warm and ready for the tournament. So
Great.
preps was good, yeah.
How many teams did you bring through, Coach?
We brought the 3 teams today.
3 teams. Which divisions were there?
It's under 11s, under 13s, and I think under 6s as well.
Okay. I suppose all the guys are ready to go. They can't wait to take the field and also do well in the respective divisions.
Yes, they are. At this age, they're competitive, and they're watching sports as well on TV. There's a lot of tournaments going on at the moment, so that competitive edge is coming through.
Yeah, Coach, I'm a bit disappointed you got a Springboks rugby jersey on right now. I'm an All Blacks fan as well.
Wow.
So we're looking forward to meeting you guys somewhere in the quarters or semis, I think it is.
Yes. Springboks are always, you can't write them off, and as well as the All Blacks.
Right.
I think France played scintillating last night, so
Absolutely.
I think it's Ireland, France, Springboks, and New Zealand to watch this
But I
tournament.
think one of the teams that's a surprise for the tournament, the Flying Fijians.
Yes.
Hey,
yes,
that's
yes.
the surprise team
A
of
good
the tournament.
surprise. That's the good thing about this new format. We like it. There's teams that are given a chance to show on the world stage, and you look at teams like Samoa, Fiji, Uruguay. I mean, playing good rugby, good sports, and deserve the limelight.
100%. You must be excited being here. Did you guys bring some supporters along with you?
Yes. We have parents, moms, dads, people in the community tagging along, and you can see the parking lot's full. So we have a traveling delegation with us as well.
Well, Fixture 7 is currently underway in preparation. That's about to commence. Coach, what are your first impressions about an event like this?
I think it speaks to grassroots development very well. Organization is magnificent. I think that helps to get structures in place for youth development in sports. And we're happy to see that. We congratulate the Lodium community for doing a sterling job. We appreciate that. And it just sets a benchmark for us to do better the next time when we are hosting,
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Are you anticipating other tournaments coming up after this?
Yes, well, Azadville hosts next week's tournament. We are the host. We welcome everyone over to Azadville. Come have a nice day of fun-filled sports and activities.
Nice. Okay, are we looking at how many teams, Coach?
I think at least minimum 32 teams would be attending, and we're going to have a day of tournament.
Great. So you know what it's like putting this type of tournament together, the logistics. Hats off to the organizing committee for doing a sterling job.
Yes, definitely. Congratulations to Lodium as a whole and the committee, the working committee, all the sports clubs. We see a lot of sponsors here today, and thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting grassroots sports development. It means a lot.
Great. So your team, any last advice before they take the field?
Azadville United, please give it your best, and you can win this, and we are behind you. And we see one of our teams about to kick off here now. All the best for that, and I want to shout out to my son, Suhail Timol. Please do your best, and your team as well. Thank you.
Great. So there we go. That's the coach from Azadville chatting to us. We encourage any of the other coaches to come through to the Hilaal kiosk. Have a chat to us. Let us know about your team, the preparation, and also the preparation for the tournament as well. You're welcome to come through and chat to us so that we can find it open more as well. Coach, all the very best.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your team doing well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for being here.
My absolute
Thank
pleasure.
you so much. Thank you.
Coach of Azadville, right here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival in Lodium.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
And we have kickoff, as Coach just mentioned, Azadville taking the field right now. I think this is game 7.
Yes, we are on game 7, Lukman. It's Azadville versus the KZN Lions.
I think it's either Leons or Lions, which are, you've got one of the international teams, Leon. I think that's how they pronounce it. Could be wrong.
Okay.
Could be wrong. Maybe it's Lions.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly.
possibly.
Just very quickly, early on you said that Pretoria is the capital of South Africa. Tshwane, right?
Tshwane, yes.
Yeah, actually, if I may, the administrative capital of South Africa is Pretoria, but the legislative capital is my hometown, Cape Town. So I thought I'll add that.
I would imagine so. I mean, the parliamentary buildings, are there. The parliamentary precinct in
Yes.
Cape Town.
Still here. Yeah, it's a museum, basically.
Yeah. Well, we got to use it. I think just in COVID, there was a lot of hype around the union buildings,
Right.
For one or two of the presidential
Yeah.
addresses. But I mean, you are right about that. The administrative capital being Cape Town. I mean, that's where it will happen.
The legislative is Cape Town. Parliament was burned, so they haven't actually started using Parliament again. So what they do is they use City Hall. We were there earlier this year. We covered Sona, which was great. It was absolutely great. Can't wait for next year as well. But right now, it is live on your screens. It's the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival right here in Lodium. Remember to spread the message if you can't make it through, if you are in the field and if you'd like your friends, family to watch this game that's happening right now, all the various games, you're welcome to log on to www.hilaal.tv and you can live stream, or you can tune into channel 347 on DSTV and you can watch the games. So, in order for this type of tournament to happen, we'd like to say thank you to our generous sponsors, Ashraful Aid. We've got Easy Bull, that's based here at Lodium, Umka, RPH Hospital, Lotto Sports, Sani Car Hire, and the Willerton Group. Jazakallah, thank you so much for being part of this amazing tournament to ensure that our future generation has the opportunity to progress in their various fields, their various forms of soccer, and these youngsters are absolutely amazing. Thank you to everybody for coming through and supporting this wonderful tournament.
It's definite indeed that we need to display our gratitude to the sponsors, to the committee, and all of them that are on board. If we look at anything, that really happens, Lukman, it is much of a team effort. We're all just these little cogs inside this giant system. And alhamdulillah, we see that coming together at times like this to create massive opportunities for us to explore where our youngsters can benefit in terms of displaying their talents and also, learning and building on their talents in a game like this in such a structured manner. And also, with higher stakes, we've got that Sims Tours opportunity with coaching fund from Robin van Persie in the Netherlands. So that's something to look forward to for the under-15 fixtures when that happens a bit later. There is, quite a bit to stand for. There is quite a bit at stake. So everybody's going to be bringing their A game, and that's what we see, happening at the fields currently. We see a lot of charging between the different sides of the field. Each team on the attack, as soon as they get back on the defensive, they try and push the ball forward, try and clear it forward to get back on the attack again. And we see good soccer just happening all around us right now.
Absolutely. So the game that's taking place right now is the under 11 squad that's taking the field. We've got Azadville and KZN Leons 2. Right, we've got about 100 teams taking to the fields over the next weekend, and from divisions under 6 all the way to under 15 that will be playing the entire weekend. So if you are in the area, do come out and support these amazing teams, and just spur them on and give them that encouragement to compete the entire weekend.
Just to put everybody in the picture, currently we have 12 fixtures that are going on. So in ground one, there is the bye team. That is the opportunity to be filled by the qualifier. The PSG. I wonder if it's spelled Saint Germain or if they they have a local substitute.
It's probably Victoria Soccer Group. I'm just kidding.
On ground two, that's Roshni and All Stars 1. It's Stars and Al Falah 2. That's on ground 3. In front of us, like we said, it's Azarville and KZN Lions. Moving on to grounds 5, Ramberg 1 and All Stars, Newcastle Stars and Al Falah 1. That's the under-13s at ground 6. Ground 8, Benoni Spurs Marlborough. Ground 9, Ramberg 2 and KZN Lions. That's all in the under-13.
So we've thanked the sponsors, we've thanked the organizing committee, we've thanked various people. We want to thank our staff of Hilaal TV for being here, making sure that this broadcast gets brought to you live. Our technical staff, our presenters, our admin staff, our management, all here making sure that this broadcast takes place. And my team from Cape Town, Sohail and Ahmad flew up to be here for this amazing event. So great to be a part of the Johannesburg staff that's here as well, and always lovely interacting and just that brotherhood that we have going as well. And I think we've got a couple of other staff coming through a bit later. Some of the presenters, you're welcome to come through and meet some of the amazing Hilaal staff.
I think the calling cards for the round 8 are going on at current. And touching back on what you were mentioning about the staff effort, it really is wonderful. Lukman, just by the way, this is my perhaps debut broadcast, if I can call it that, for Hilaal, and I'm just so psyched that it's been such a wonderful event, something that is so massive, to be a part of on the debut show for Hilaal. And seeing the kind of camaraderie, seeing the kind of unity that we have here has been wonderful, and it is something that I look forward to, being a part of, inshallah, in the long term.
Right, so the game's on right now and still continuing. The under-11 squad taking the field as they put in their best foot forward. But later as well, we've got game 8 that will be coming up for the Saturday fixtures. We've got KZN Lions 1, Al Falah, Rustenburg, Holas, Rustenburg versus Holas Koko, Dragons versus All Stars 2, and Aztecs versus Simons Stars. That's all coming up on game 8 very soon, inshallah.
Just a quick few minutes of play left on fixture 7 happening here at grounds 4, and we see a throw-in.
Right, remember, if you can't make it to the ground and if you'd like your friends, family to watch these amazing youngsters take the field, you can always tune in to www.hilaal.tv. That's the live stream, or you can tune in to channel 347 on DSTV and watch all these games live. Our amazing cameramen are positioned at the various points on the field, braving the heat, might I ask, or add, and we want to say a big thank you to all our guys for being here and ensuring that this is made available.
You are going to make your way to the info desk after match 7. A reminder to spectators as well as coaches and managers that we are ahead of time and we are not following the time on the fixture list. I will announce the following fixture whilst the current matches are happening, so that you can be in readiness and ready to begin, so that we keep to ahead of time instead of behind. Over a minute remaining to end of play, so we're going to ask all team managers and their coaches to make their way to the info table now. spectators, players, and coaches, please do not touch or hang on the speed fencing that's around the perimeter of the field, as well as anywhere else, especially on those concrete bars that are holding those fencing. Please do not stand on them. Grown-ups, whether these are your children or not, we're going to ask you to please be observant and to keep safe at all times. And to check that we are being safe. We don't want any injury.
Lovely. Hey, unlucky boy. Ah, Kanya, unlucky. Right there, Kyle. Right there, Kyle. Goal. Right with this. Right there, quick. Now, move. Johnson.
And there we go, the end of Game 7 coming to a close as...
The end of match 7. Once again, we will give coaches and managers 2 minutes. You can make your way to round 7. Round 7 is in front of the info desk. Make your way to round 7 now, please, managers and coaches. The refs as well. Refs, managers and coaches, we're taking a small break. We will convene with you in round 7.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you are tuned into Hilaal TV channel 347. Give us a follow on social media and check out the live coverage of the Al Wahda Cup 2023. We see semi-national fixtures going on here. We see teams from different parts of the country that have converged here to play a wonderful 2 days of football, haven't we, Lukman?
I tell you what, the games are starting to hot up now. The teams are getting warmed up. They are used to the field. They're used to the tournament. The officials, thank you so much for being so amazing. And the organising committee as well. Well done on putting together a well thought out event. So you can catch us on channel 347. If you can't make it to the grounds, remember you could always log on to www.hilaal.tv and support your favorite team right here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival in Lodium. What a beautiful day it's turned out to be, Brother Tufel.
It definitely is. I think the breeze is just helping cool off, a slight bit. It's not helping perhaps in its entirety. It's still quite a hot day, quite a scorcher, to be honest. But alhamdulillah, the breeze does, seem to help a bit. We are on the verge, on the cusp of round or fixture 8. That will commence shortly. We've been through 7 wonderful rounds so far, 12 fixtures within each round, or 12 games rather within each round. So we're waiting for the 8th one to commence. In front of us, that's at ground 4. You'll see it's the Aztecs versus Simon Stars that are waiting to take the field, waiting for their kickoff to occur.
Brilliant, brilliant. So lots of soccer still to come. The entire weekend, under 6s all the way to under 15s, right here in Lodium. If you are in and around this vicinity, you're welcome to make your way through, even from Johannesburg, not too far. If you haven't planned your lunch or late lunch, you're welcome to do that. Take advantage of some of the great vendors that have come out in their drones to just local business, support local business. That's what it's about.
It definitely is, and without giving too much away, without indulging too much into what you can expect from it, there's quite a few popular pop-ups, if you could call it that, that people are familiar with. So it is something to definitely look forward to. That is, bringing yourself and your family out here to make a day out of it, and that's what it's about. If you ultimately think about it, Lukman, I think nowadays we are stuck between shopping malls and that sort of thing for a day out to keep the kids entertained or to keep the family busy or occupied because we can't sit, all too idle. So an event like this really creates a constructive use for that energy.
100%. Absolutely. It just gives the youth an alternative. We often find that people, compare or want to class the youth with just being on the piece, just maybe not being as, physical. But this tournament proves otherwise. It proves that these youngsters are interested in their health. They're interested in making friends. And these friends will go on to be friends for many, many years to come as well.
And definitely something that has been meticulously planned. It's not just, a day of convergence where all teams get together and there's a couple of whistles going off and kids are playing around, with their soccer balls, but rather it's actually something that has a lot of structure and order to it. If you think about it, there's 2 officials on each, field. There are 12 fields here. We have a rotation system where the officials move around between the different fields to keep their scores, to ensure that the rules of the games are abided by. We see the managers and coaches, alongside their teams at their respective fields to ensure that the internal formations are perhaps kept. So it's about culturing the love for the sport, but also the discipline for the sport, which does definitely cultivate good sportsmanship, if I can say.
100%. It's all about all-around lessons learned with regards to being part of a team, and parents also getting involved, grandparents, administrators, to ensure that their team puts their best foot forward.
Definitely. A lot of people say that, it's just about the passion of the game, and that definitely has its place. It's a motivating factor to get involved. But I think what keeps you in the loop, or what keeps you progressing, is the discipline that accompanies it. And alhamdulillah, it's wonderful to see that happening from all of the teams out here that we've witnessed so far, where the managers and coaches are, on the boys all the time. They are on the field practically, getting them back into position or sitting with them during their quick changeover periods to ensure that they are ready for the next formation. Each player knows what they have to do, what their strong point is, what their tactic is, and honing on individual skills within a team, formalizing in some way the structure that is necessary for youngsters to progress beyond just league or social games, but inshallah getting them into the bigger picture, representing perhaps their clubs nationally one day, representing perhaps the country, inshallah. That's something that we'd love to see.
Oh, that's definitely what we're all hoping to achieve as well. And we just want to thank our technical staff at Hilaal TV for being here and ensuring that this broadcast gets broadcasted to the rest of South Africa and the world. Our cameraman on the field, we want to say a big shukran, thank you to you guys for being here and ensuring that this broadcast gets broadcasted correctly and at the highest quality as well.
I think within a minute or two we should be looking forward to the whistle being blown for kickoff. That's of the round 8. So if we go through the rounds real quick, round 1, we've got KZN Lions versus Al Falah. We've got Rustenburg versus Holoskoko. Round 2 at round 3, it's Dragons and All Stars 2. Round 4, the Aztecs and Simon Stars. That's what you will be watching on channel 347. The Aztecs versus Simon Stars on the under 11s.
Right, so from myself, Lukman Shadrack, and my brother, the Muslim Jason Momoa, that's sitting right next to me, commentating on Hilaal TV. We're going to change our commentary team. We're going to hand the mics over to Faraz and Sipo, and they're going to take you through to the next hour or so as well, inshallah. Do stay tuned to Hilaal TV, channel 347, and tune in to www.hilaal.tv.
coach, because I thought this color is only B. I never thought you can bring the same color. That's why I didn't bring the other one.
We said we want to be like you, coach.
Hey, now you don't like me.
By show of hands, refs, are we ready?
Pops. We need pops. Let's wait. Chili, come put bump quickly. Everyone come put quickly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we still are here at Lodium Stadium for the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. And right now in studio, we are joined by the coach for the All-Stars Under-11 team. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm loving the football. Just it's so nice to see kids out enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
And it's hot, but it's good to see that the development is still there and the kids are doing well and everyone's enjoying.
Yeah, no, 1,000%.
And that's the main thing, isn't it, Arman? And of course, we are going to be heading into match day 8. It's between Aztec and Simon Stars. And I know that your team's going to be playing in a bit, Arman.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are going to be letting you go in a bit. But Arman, talk to us about how you've prepared the team ahead of today's match.
So we've been preparing for this tournament, I would say, for maybe the past 6 months. Various tournaments, friendlies, training sessions, and look, I think I've done my job. I know I leave it in their hands, whatever they go and do on the field. But the most important thing for me is that they enjoy. They're still at that age where they can develop and they need to learn to love the sport, and I don't want to make them hate it.
All right, 1,000%. I mean, now obviously with all the support and the people that are out here and the viewers as well that are watching from Hilaal TV, the support is immense. But otherwise, when it comes to the boys, and the kids, how's the energy of your Under-11 team?
The energy is perfect. I mean, it's just, it's so fascinating.
Yeah.
It's so amazing to coach these kids because, I mean, I was once a football player myself and I've played at their level, but the energy is there. These kids are there. Everyone wants to play. Everyone wants to win, fighting with the refs. And it's wild. But these kids, they really come out of their shell when they go on that pitch. It's beautiful to see.
Arman, and it's quite hot. So how do you prepare them from like a physical perspective?
Well, we have done the training sessions. So we would do like maybe 3 training sessions a week, and 2 of them would be solely focused on fitness. Just preparing for conditions like this and being able to carry on for 2 days, game after game, 15 minutes, that quick little bit of intensity, and then when it's time to rest, then we rest. Everyone's lying down, sitting, having a water.
Yeah.
It's simple. They're here to focus, and I love that about them.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really good to see the young boys' energy and how passionate they are when it comes to this. But otherwise, Arman, we won't keep you for long because your boys are playing in just a bit, if not now already. So otherwise, thank you so much for chatting to us and wish you all the best moving forward, man.
Yeah, all the best, Arman. All the best. Right, that's Arman. He's the coach of the All-Stars Under-11 team, the All-Stars first team of the Under-11 team. So currently on the go, it's Aztecs versus Simon Stars. Sipo, of course, we took a break for that 1 hour, but some good football being played here.
1,000%, man. And you know, that break that you're speaking of, it was happening because you know, the coaches and the refs and the officials needed to have a young chat just to get things straight, you know, sharpen up a few things. And now we're back
There's a
into
goal.
into
There's a
action.
goal that has been scored, and it has come courtesy of I think it's Simon Stars. Simon Stars have taken the lead against Aztec. So a bit of a challenge remaining now for Aztec.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's a good thing that they have their bibs on right now, because I was thinking this to myself that
Two
look,
Barcelonas.
These are two Barcelonas. You know, they literally, the kits are almost similar. So good thing that they have bibs, and at least we got to go after the break. You know, because before that, like we saw, it was quite a bit of a drought when it comes to goals. But now it seems like the boys are into action and they're coming through.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Well, it seems like that goal was disallowed.
Oh, disallowed goal. Okay.
Well,
No, we
still a
don't have
goalless
the.
draw.
I'd say we don't have the luxury of VAR, so I think we can be forgiven for that. But I mean, we'll be reaching. I mean, what's it? It's 11 o'clock. Sipo, my word, it is hot right now.
Yeah, right now we're about to reach the peak of the day. It's about to get the hottest, and you know, literally when you're here, we really do advise that you stay hydrated. I mean, if you come up to the top, we've got stalls. You can get yourself something to drink, something to eat, you know, just so you can stay hydrated and healthy, you know, because it really is a hot day, and we wouldn't want you know, anyone's health in jeopardy.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, hydration will be the key of the day. Sipo, let's talk about, I mean, playing in these conditions. It's 1-0. It's 1-0 to, I think it's Simon Stars, if I stand to be corrected. Yeah, I think Simon Stars have a 1-0 lead. So, of course, these games will continue right up until 12:30. And then, of course, from there, we'll be going for Zor Salah, and then we will continue immediately after that. I will get the times for you in a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be, we'll return play at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And of course, this takes us right through to, I'll just give you the corrected times here in a bit.
1,000%.
This will take us through to 3:45. I think, let's say 4 o'clock. I think just to buy us more time, 4 o'clock, of course, and that'll close play for day one. So really an exciting day ahead of us. I mean, we've been here from the morning. Our technical guys have really been to the T setting up, because it's not easy, you know, setting up, especially with the weather, which is really hot. But our boys pulled through, didn't they?
Yeah, no, a big shout out to the Hilaal TV squad for, you know, showing up and pulling up, you know. But otherwise, speaking of Hilaal TV, you can catch all the action on channel 347 on DSTV, and you can also stream live on www.hilaal.tv. You can also stream on YouTube as well. Otherwise, speaking of social media, you can also follow us at Hilaal TV on Facebook, on Twitter, and of course on Instagram, so you can catch all the action.
Yeah, I mean, Sipo, I mean, 1-0 still to Simon Stars. But I still think, I mean, such a good game still on, because the under 11s, of course, will conclude their play just at around 12:30. So, I mean, that's going to be important for them, of course. And the matches are coming thick and fast. 5-minute turnaround time. So, really, they, at their age right now, they have to be very fit and, of course, have the intensity of them to continue.
Yeah, no, 100%. And we definitely have to give a big shout out and a well done to the organizers of the event. You know, I mean, the turnaround time and getting the kids off and on the pitch is no joke, you know. So a big shout out and well done to the organizers. And it's 2-0 now. Another goal scored right here on ground 4. Seeming like the boys are back in action. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Just to stand corrected, it's Aztec that are 2-0 up. Yeah, Aztecs are 2-0 up. So it's Aztec 2. It's Aztec 2.
And Simon Stars.
Simon Stars, yeah, Simon Stars. No, thank you for that, Sipo. Just to correct me on their mate. Yeah, so a very intense match that is on the go right now.
100%. Now, while we're at it and while we're still here, we would like to give a big thank you to the sponsors of the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. Namely, firstly, it's Ashraful Aid. Secondly, Easy Build Lodium. Thirdly, Amka for its RPH Hospital. And then that's followed by Lotto Sports and Sunny Car Hire. And of course, we will not forget Willowton Group.
And ABSA also, yeah, ABSA Bank Absa Bank. There is Absa Sharia Banking, of course, that have also joined us here on Hilaal TV. So we really got a rich complement of sponsors, and we really like to say thank you to them for, of course, making that effort to be partner with us to really promote youth football. Right, 2-0. Let's see now if Simon Stars can get a goal back here. But they just seem to be, it seems to be very, very difficult for them right now to go ahead and get that result. So looks like Aztec, I mean, 2-0 up. I mean, you can't really see them throwing this game away.
Yeah, no, look, it's kind of tricky coming back from being 2-0 down, especially with just having 10 minutes to play. You know, I mean, also taking into consideration the weather and how hot it is, I can imagine that it might take its toll on the kids, not just physically, but mentally as well, you know, because you need to be strong in both aspects.
Well, I mean, hydration is obviously going to be key, without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure. But now it's the dying minutes of the game. It is Simon Stars versus Aztec.
Yeah, we are still here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, coming to you from the Roses Seripani grounds in the capital city of Pretoria. Joining us now, she is one of the unsung heroines of Lodium, and of course, you know, here at this tournament, I'd like to welcome Shahida Ismail. Shahida, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for joining us. How important is an event like this?
Events like these, we need more of them in our community. At the moment, all our children are misled to drugs, and 90% of them are on their phones. So when we have tournaments like these, we get our children more involved in sports, and this is what we need to bring alive again in Lodium.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. There's a lot to learn when it comes to principle-wise, when it comes to tournaments like this. So now you being part of the team that keeps the venue nice and clean, what kind of principles would you like to instill on the kids as well, not just on the field, but off the pitch as well?
Okay. Normally, littering is our biggest problem at the moment. With strikes carrying on, when we drive, just keep a packet in the car. It's easy as that. 1, 2, 3. When you're done, put your papers in there, get out in the bin. At the moment now we've got at this field, it's massive. It's a big tournament. We need to be clean all the time. So now we've got guys walking around. And besides just being clean, our environment is being saved at this moment. This is what I do. I came in. I'm still small, we're still busy trying to get one in our ward, especially our ward councillor to recognize us as someone that, you know what, we need for saving the environment. Because if we weren't around, Lodium would have been a mess today with the strikes. We make sure we keep clean, recycling. Plastic doesn't deteriorate in our area.
Yeah, true. True. No, I like that. I mean, the principle behind that, you can take it anywhere, because, I mean, that also leads to them just keeping clean in their lives, you know, just keeping their rooms clean, their spaces clean, and more than that, all the time.
Shayna, I want to, just before I come to you, of course, it was full-time. Aztecs 2, Simon Stars 0. The next game that we are going to be broadcasting is Dragons versus KZN Lions 2. Shayna, talk to us about the organizations from your point of view in making sure that everything is going according to team.
The organizations from my point of view. Okay, so far what I've seen here, everything is going as to plan. You know, not only myself, but every other organization is on the ball today. I think because it's a big event that happened, I think after many years in Lodium, to be honest.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I hear that. And honestly, I mean, just not just from the Hilaal team ourselves. I mean, obviously, we'd like to thank you just at large for, keeping the place clean and so that we can have a safe and clean environment as well. That's very important.
Shada, I want to ask one final question before we let you go. How important is the principle of cleanliness, the principle of ethics that youngsters need to learn from an early age? Because we see, social media says it's cool to throw something around. I mean, I'm not saying all of it on social media, but there are those that say, throw your litter, it's a cool thing to do. How do we change that mentality?
We need to start changing our children's mentality. What I've started doing in the schools, as well as the children, my own children, I've given them initiative. Let's start recycling. You recycle, you get funds back.
Oh, that's
That's
a
all
lovely
that we need to
incentive.
do.
Yeah.
Our pensioners can't live today, and that's what they're doing. I've instilled it in old people as well, to separate our waste. It's the best we can do.
Shada, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah so much for joining us, and keep up the good work, inshallah.
Amen. Jazakallah to you guys as well.
Amen.
There you go. Thank you so much. All right, now going back to the action on ground 4, the game that is about to start is the Dragons in white versus the KZN Lions in blue and white stripes. Definitely about to be a jam-packed one. I mean, we're just coming from a 2-0 win of
2-0 win.
Aztec.
So I think what we're starting to see, Sipo, is a lot of the goals. I mean, people are starting to score goals now.
Yes,
so
yes.
I mean, things are starting to open up here.
Yeah, no. Definitely, like we said earlier on, that there's just people finding their feet and getting their stride when it comes to how they feel about the tournament and where they're at. And it seems like the engine is definitely running because the teams are winning. It's seeming like when it comes to the end goals or the end results of the tournaments, we might be seeing who might be taking it.
Yeah, still long to go. Of course, just a reminder that at the close of play at 12:30, it will be that for the under-11s and the under-13s. And of course, Zohar Salah. And then we will return at 2 o'clock to conclude the day's play.
1,000%. And then leading up to the break at 12:30, after this game of the Dragons and the Lions, it's going to be Al-Falah 2 versus Azadville. And then it would be Apex versus the Dragons yet again. And then the Simon Stars will be heading up against Azadville. And then the game after that, it's Kinross versus the Dragons. And then it would be Simon Stars versus the All Stars. And then just before the break, it would be Azadville versus Aztec.
Yeah, here's one of the teams that have stood out, the Dragons. They've got a lovely system in the way they play, but most importantly, I think there's a great unity about them also because they understand each other, and that's important, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, most definitely. You can tell that there is a lot of chemistry within the team. They understand each other. I think they understand each other's style of play and what they're here to achieve. So, I mean, the Dragons are definitely looking like a favorite. I mean, I was saying Al-Falah earlier on, but
I think the Dragons have a good chance also. They put themselves as, I think, easily one of the dark horses for their division.
Yeah, no, 1,000%, 1,000%. And once again, I mean, if you are watching us from your screens, we do thank you very, very much. But if you are unable to come through to the stadium, you can catch us on YouTube, live streaming at Hilaal TV, or you can stream on our website at www.hilaal.tv. Otherwise,
KZN Lions got themselves a set piece here. Yeah. Let's see how they go ahead and make things. What I like about the referees, where the foul happens is where you take the free kick. So a lot of discipline with regards to that.
Yeah, most definitely. And discipline is key when it comes to just life principles in general, you know. I mean, outside of sports even.
Free kick there, just done well by the wall. The keeper doing very, very well there just to control the ball.
Hey, but look, for what it's worth, we are telling you that it's a great day. The sun is out to play, and we really are having a good time. But you don't have to take our word for it. If you are in the area, if you are in Pretoria, please do make your way down to Laudium Stadium just to support the boys and the girls that are playing, and the whole initiative and the community at large. You can stay hydrated. We do have stalls. You can get yourself something to eat. You can get yourself some ice cream. You can get yourself some snacks and some merchandise as well. So there was some football, some boots, some jerseys as well. You know, so you know the kids can leave with some merchandise as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you know, there's all the top teams. They are available here. So come through to the Rosie Seribani grounds and just really be part of something spectacular that is happening. Still 0-0, of course, between the Dragons and the KZN Lions, Team 2.
Announcing fixtures for match 10. Match 10, round 1, under 11, Alfala Wahda versus Minoni Spurs. Round 2 for match 10, under 11, PSG will versus Roshni. Round 3, under 11, All Stars 2 will versus Apex. Round 4, under 11, AFC 2 will versus Azadko. Still keeping with announcing fixtures for match 10. Currently on match 9. Round 5, under 13s, Roshni versus Dream Sports. Round 6, under 13s, All Stars versus Newcastle Stars. Round 8, under 13s, Rustenburg versus MM Stars. Round 9, under 10, currently on match 9. Round 7, under 9, Rustenburg versus All Stars 2. Round 10, under 9, Dragons versus PSG 1. Round 11, under 9, All Stars 1 versus Azadko. Round 12, under 9, Alfala 2 versus Marlborough.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سادتي آنساتي سادتي، ننقل لكم مباراة المتعة والإثارة ما بين فريق دراجونز واللايونز، فريقين كل واحد منهم عاوز يصعد للنهائي. يا ترى مين هيصعد للنهائي في المباراة اليوم؟ مباراة خطيرة ومباراة مهمة ما بين كلا الفريقين. شايفين كده هجمة هنا وهجمة هناك، شايفين حتى الكوتش بيشاور بيقول له العب يا ابني بقى، العب. وهجمة خطيرة، يا نهار ابيض عليك ولد، ولكن تصل بمبدأ السلامة الى حارس المرمى. هجمة هنا وهجمة هناك، والله مباراة ممتعة ما بين الفريقين. شايفين كده الفريق لايونز بيحاول يضغط، بيحاول يخطف هجمة خطيرة، هيباصي لمين؟ هيشوط لمين؟ يا نهار ابيض، يا نهار ابيض عليك ولد، والله طمع فيها. ولكن كابتن الفريق فريق دراجونز بيحاول يعمل الكونتر اتاك. هجمة خطيرة، ولكن حكم المباراة بيقول العب، ما فيهاش حاجة. والله مباراة خطيرة وممتعة، كل واقف كده على طراطيف صوابعه يا اخ احمد يا مشطاوي. كل الناس بتقول يا مين هيكسب النهارده. والله مباراة مهمة. شايفين كده كل حتى وحدة الاخراج مع الاستاذ محمود وقناة هلال، كل الناس بتقول مباراة خطيرة ومباراة ممتعة النهارده. شايفين كده كل الناس جايين من كيب تاون وديربن وجوهانسبرج، كل الناس جايه تتفرج على المباراة، على دوري المتعة، دوري المدارس، الدوري الاول في جنوب افريقيا، هنا في جنوب افريقيا في بريتوريا، ارض الحضارات، ارض عاصمة جوهانسبرج وعاصمة جنوب افريقيا. حكم المباراة بيقول العب وبلاش عنف. شايفين كده بيفكرني بمولر. والله اللاعب ده لاعب فريق دراجونز، هيعمل ايه؟ هيشوطها من مره واحده ولا ايه؟ شايف كده الكوتش بتاعه بيقول له شوطها مره واحده. يا ترى هيعمل فيها ايه؟ لعيب خطير، نركز معاه. هجمه هنا هجمه هنا، يا نهار ابيض هيعمل ايه؟ الكوتش بيقول له شوط يا ابني، هتعمل ايه؟ بيباصي هيشوط، والله لسه رجع فيها وهجمه خطيره، يا نهار ابيض. ولكن اتاخر فيها جامد قوي اللاعب ده، ولكن كانت فكره حلوه جدا من كلا الفريقين. شايفين كده هجمه ثانيه سريعه من فريق دراجونز، ولكن تاكلين كده من فريق لايونز، والحكم بيقول فاول. ومفيش تاكلين هنا في الملعب، بيقول له لا 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 ما تضحكش عليا، مش انا اللي يضحك عليا يا كابتن. شايفين كده بيحسب فاول وضربه حره مباشره من منطقه خطيره جدا. والله كده شايفين الكوتش بيتكلم مع الحكم، بيقول له لا يا حكم انا ما كنتش والله الحكم هيتهور ويديله يقول له كارد وروات. شايفين كده الحكم بيتكلم مع الكوتش، بيديله فرصه مره والثانيه والثالثه. شايفين كوتش فريق لايونز متعصب جدا على الحكم. يا ترى الحكم هيتصرف معاه ويديله كارت ريد لاين اور يولو كارت؟ والله ما عطلوش حاجه، حكم جميل جدا ومتسامح. هم دول اهل جنوب افريقيا الجمال. شايفين كده فريق لايونز، فريق دراجونز ضاغط كده بكل ما اوتي من قوه في الدقائق الاخيره من المباراه، بيحاول يحرز الهدف لتعزيز الصداره في تلك المجموعه الصعبه جدا ما بين الفريقين. شايفين فريق لايونز واقف كده واحد بس على الخشبه دي، صعبه جدا الرسول يقف اثنين. هجمه خطيره، هيعمل ايه؟ بيباصي، هيشوط. والله كده الفريق لايونز مصحصح وفايق. فريق دراجونز بيحاول يضغط وهجمه هنا، ويا نهار ابيض، ولكن حكم المباراه بيقول فاول. والله كده في عنف من فريق لايونز، وكده الكوتش بيتكلم، وكوتش لايونز وكوتش دراجونز. المباراه ولعت يا جماعه، مباراه خطيره يا جماعه، والله مباراه خطيره. والله كده شايفين الكوتش بتاع فريق دراجونز والكوتش بتاع فريق لايونز بيتعصبوا كده، بيقول له بلاش بقى تلعب كرات صعبه، بلاش تلعب لعب خشن، المباراه بسيطه وجميله، ولكن كل واحد عاوز يخطف الثلاث نقط ويجري، لان الفريقين من المرشحين لاحراز او الفوز بهذه البطوله الغاليه. فريقين قوي جدا، انا بعتبره نهائي مبكر. فريق دراجونز بيلعب الكوره خطيره، يا نهار ابيض يا نهار ابيض عليك ولد لعيب يا ابني. بتفكرني كده باللفه بتاع ابو تريكه، بتاع حسام حسن، بتاع اورنالدو بايرت، سان داونز، كذا تشيفز، كلها فرقه يا جماعه خطيره جدا. شايف كده في كابتن لقمان كده واقف كده من ورا اللاين بيقول له العب يا كابتن. هجمه خطيره لفريق لايونز بيحاول يضغط، ولكن دراجونز مسيطر على المباراه. فريق دراجونز يا جماعه والله خطير 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 خطير، وبيهاجم بكل ما اوتي من قوه. وكده فريق لايونز بيحاول يلجا للخشونه شويه عشان يحد من خطوره فريق دراجونز اللي بيحاول يسيطر على المباراه ويحرز هدف، وهو الاقرب الان. خطيره، يا نهار ابيض يا نهار ابيض. فريق دراجونز خطير، فريق دراجونز خطير 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 خطير. نمبر 1 فريق دراجونز والله هيحرز هدف ولا ايه؟ بيضغط كده بكل هجومه. الحكم الكوتش بتاعهم بيغير كمان اهو، بيعمل تبديل تاني في نص الملعب. اللاعب الخطير اللي لسه نازل، يا نهار ابيض عليك ولد، بيلم الاول والثاني ولكن تتقطع منه، توصل تاني لفريق دراجونز بيلعب باكوارد ولكن تتقطع منه. فريق لايونز ياخد الكوره، يحاول يسيطر على الكوره، ولكن فريق دراجونز يعتمد على القوه الجسمانيه الخطيره جدا لفريق دراجونز، هي اللي مسيطره على مباراه اليوم. شايفين كده فريق دراجونز مش قادر فريق لايونز يطلع من نص ملعبه. فريق دراجونز مسيطر بكل ما اوتي من قوه على فريق لايونز، ولكن كده فاول من الحكم المباراه. والله يحتسب كده كارت اصفر ولا ايه؟ شايفين كده بيحط ايده في جيبه وجاي على الحكم بيقول له لا والله رجع الكارت تاني. حكم متسامح وحكم جميل، بيفكرني كده ببكاري جسامه. والله هجمه خطيره، هجمه خطيره. اللاعب اللي لسه نازل ده خطير يا جماعه، عينكم عليه، لعيب خطير جدا 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 جدا. حكم المباراه بينهي المباراه، وشكرا لكم. كان معكم عمر من قناه هلال تي في.
Let me tell you something. That commentary was as passionate and as heated as the game. Shukran so much, Amar Umar, for bringing us that commentary. Man, Sipo, that was a physical game.
Literally one of the most heated games we have come across thus far. I mean, the coaches were getting involved, officials were getting involved, parents were getting involved. I mean, that's just a representation of the amount of passion and dedication when it comes to everyone that's involved in this tournament this weekend. What a game that was. What a game.
Okay, yeah.
That was the end of Game 9. It was the Dragons versus KZN Lions 2.
On ground 10, Dragons versus PSG 1. On ground 11, All Stars 1 versus Alpha. Ground 12, under 9s, Alpha 2 versus Alpha. And then to the under 15s coaches and managers who just stepped in, we'd like to say welcome to you. And then make your way to the info desk for registration. Under 15s, if you've just strolled in, we say welcome to you, and then of course make your way for registration at the info desk. Referees, are you ready? Round 5, I don't see a referee in round 5.
All right, we just came from such a heated game, which was the Dragons versus the KZN Lions. And right now on ground 4, it's about to be Alphala 2 versus Azadville. But otherwise, here in studio, we are joined by Vanessa Mdlalosa, who is part of Raslo Private Hospital, which is one of the sponsors of today's tournament. Vanessa, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm well, and you? Thank you for having us.
Of course, anytime, anytime. All right, now tell us, Vanessa, what does it mean for RPH to be a part of an initiative like this?
It really means a lot to us because we are still a brand new hospital. Yeah. So we are still trying to build our relationships with the community. Yeah. So it's important to also just not focus on adults, but also to focus on the kids as well within our community.
Yeah, no, 1000%.
Vanessa, with especially our national healthcare going through such a very challenging time, how important is an institution like Raslo to offer healthcare services to the community?
It really is highly important, given after COVID, all the issues that we had. So luckily for us, we just missed COVID. Our hospital opened up last year in November. So within the area that we are in, on this side of Centurion, there isn't a facility hospital that is close within us. Most of the community has to drive out far and wide just to get to a hospital. So it's nice that we are now close within the community, and that also does bring a lot of relief to the community, as well as our health doctors that are also within the area.
You guys are obviously under the mentorship of Dr. Mita, who he himself is such an inspirational doctor. I mean, amongst the staff there, how do you guys take that inspiration from him?
He is quite the character, very charismatic, very well connected. He will be joining us tomorrow. He'll definitely stop by. He is very informative, so it's been great also learning from him. And we're hoping to continue building strong relationships with him and as well as with the community.
All right, 1000%. Now, bringing it to here, the tournament that we have today, I mean, it's an absolute scorcher of a day. So when it comes to people that are here, the kids themselves, everyone who's watching the tournament today, how can we stay healthy and hydrated? Like, what kind of tips would you have? What can we do to just keep our levels of heat at a low, at least?
I'll start off with sunscreen, please. Okay. Before you leave home, apply your sunscreen, bring it along with you, and keep reapplying during the day. And bring your water. If you do forget your water, please make a stop to our station. Yeah. We do have some cold water.
Nice.
So, please, if you're feeling a bit lightheaded, please step into the shade.
Vanessa, the hospital RPH, I mean, what are some of the services that the community can expect, if they want to obviously visit the hospital for whatever it is that is healthcare related?
Yes, sure. So we do have a casualty unit, the emergency department. It is open 24/7. Within the hospital, we have a maternity ward. We have a neonates ICU ward. There is a surgical ward, a medical ward, a peds ward, as well as ICU and high care ward. And then we also have some specialist doctors that have rooms within the hospital, such as your cardiologist, your orthopedic surgeon, general surgeon, and the likes. And we also do have a baby clinic that's open on every Monday. And we also do have a lovely coffee shop. So even if you're just driving past on the R55, please come in and stop by and come and greet us.
Yeah, what's a hospital without a lovely coffee shop? Huh?
No, the cakes there are amazing.
Okay, yeah, definitely. We hope that maybe Russell can bring us some of those cakes at Hilaal. But again, I mean, I mean, it's such a, two lovely brands, like two new brands actually, because Hilaal TV also started last year. So, the collaboration between, of course, RPH being one of the sponsors and Hilaal TV. I mean, it shows that, new brands can collaborate and make such a huge impact.
Yeah.
No, definitely, and we want to continue building those brands and continue working together. I think only if we are united, that's how our community can even reach greater heights. Yes.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. Now, for people who would like your services or like to get a hold of you, whether it be on your website or social media, how can they do that?
Yes, you can get us on Instagram as well as Facebook. It is Raslo Private Hospital. And then our email address as well, it's info@rasloph.co.za.
Vanessa, we'd like to thank you so much for joining us. All the best going forward, and we look to hearing more from Raslo Private Hospital in the future.
No, thank you so much. And on that last note, I would just like to say that Raslo is also going to be hosting a baby expo. It's going to be the first time that we are having on the 28th of October. It will be from 10 a.m. in the morning up until 2 p.m. So we're asking all the moms and all the dads, if they do get a chance, please come and stop by. We are going to have a ball pit, play area for the kids. There will be face painting. Admission is completely for free. And all the exhibitors that we're going to be having there, it's very informative stuff, and they're going to be giving some really good free samples.
No problem. No, thank you again, Vanessa. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. There you go. And that was Vanessa Mdlalosa from RPH, which is one of the sponsors for this year's Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. And for all you parents, I mean, the Baby Expo is coming up in October, right? So do get a hold of RPH so you can get all the info that you need when it comes to that. But otherwise, the action right now on ground 4, it is Alphala 2 versus Azadville. The action is still happening. It definitely is a hot day. And like Vanessa suggested, do bring your sunscreen, do bring your water, stay hydrated. And I mean, we don't want to have any health complications, all right? It is a hot day, but it definitely is jam-packed. So if you are around the area in Pretoria, please do make your way down to Laudium Stadium. Come enjoy, have fun, watch the soccer fixtures that are happening here, and just enjoy, have a good time. Come support the community. It really is an incredible initiative. Otherwise, if you aren't here in Johannesburg, or if you're anywhere in South Africa or the world actually, you literally can stream us on www.hilaal.tv, and you can stream us live on YouTube as well. Otherwise, you can let us know, what your thoughts are if you're watching, what you're enjoying about the tournament. Send us your comments and your posts on our social media pages. We are at Hilaal TV.
Yes, Sipo. So, I mean, it's 0-0 still between Alphala 2 and Azadville. I still can't get over that previous match, a really physical affair. You can see now it's really starting to hot up here in this competition.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's heating up in more ways than one. The heat has brought the heat already, and the boys are bringing
definitely.
it too.
Listen, it's what, we're sitting at just before 11:30. My word, it's the weather. It's a beautiful day in the capital city of South Africa, but of course at the same time, man, the heat is scorching. So as you know, my colleague Sipo said, do stay hydrated because you need to keep yourself refreshed throughout the day. Of course, the final match is occurring before 4 o'clock, so hopefully we can go ahead and have some good football play during the day.
1,000%. I mean, we just spoke to Vanessa here from RPH Hospital, which is one of the sponsors, but let's not forget the other sponsors as well, namely Absa Sharia Banking, it's Ashra Full Aid, Easy Build, Laudium, Amka, Lotto Sports as well, Sunny Car Hire, and of course, Willerton Group. Those are all the sponsors for this year's Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. We'd like to say a big thank you for putting all of this together and making this possible.
Yes, Sipo. Lovely to hear from, of course, the Raslo Private Hospital. Just the work that they are doing, of course, in terms of just enhancing healthcare. So it's refreshing to know that there are so many other options, within our healthcare system.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. Healthcare, I mean, they say health is wealth. You know
100%,
what I mean? So
definitely.
health is definitely a very, very important and key thing, especially when it comes to sports, of course, but obviously just overall in general life.
Still nil between the Alphala second team and Azadville. of course, we still have Al Falah 2 playing Azadville, still 0-0. Let me bring in our next guest, Umair Patel. He's from EPSA Sharia Banking. Umair, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for making the time for us.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. It's only my pleasure to be here and witness such a great with all the youngsters here amongst us. So it's just great for us to be part of this event as well.
Umair, talk to us about EPSA Sharia Banking, because you know we've spoken a lot to Shaheen. We, of course, when it was the BASA conference, we had him with the other 3 Sharia compliant banks. I mean, EPSA Sharia Banking is really starting to grow, isn't it? And South Africa has accepted Sharia banking as part of its banking systems.
Definitely, I think the Islamic finance industry as a whole is on the growth phase in South Africa. And we find that many people are taking up Islamic finance product and Sharia compliant banking, whether it may be when it comes to banking, whether it may be when it's their day-to-day businesses. But I think it's important for us to identify and to note that where does this start and where does this begin? And I think it's always great for us to refer back to our sources. And what is that? When we refer to the Quran and we refer to the Sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So if we look at the Quran and we look at the verse wherein the Almighty speaks about that your wealth and your kids are what beautifies your worldly lives. Thereafter, the Almighty goes on to say that that which is important and that which is of significance is the reward which remains by the Almighty. Now, if we take it a step back and we think that how nice would it be if your wealth and your kids are both in the obedience of the Almighty. So they give you contentment whilst you are living, they give you happiness whilst you are living, and they move on that when you pass away and the year after, they send this reward and you're achieving reward in perpetuity. And where does it start? It starts here. It starts with these youngsters that we find on these grounds that are one day to become the leaders and the flag bearers of the fields that they pursue. And obviously, most importantly, is the flag bearers of Islam and the flag bearers of Deen.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. I couldn't have said that better myself. But otherwise, when it comes to EPSA Sharia banking and the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, what bridge are you trying to create when it comes to that? Because I mean, the world of sports and the world of banking you could say that these are worlds apart. You know what I mean? So, what bridge are you trying to create between, especially when it comes to the principles you'd like to instill on the kids?
I think we need to find that when it comes to banking and it comes to sports, it's 2 different parallels, and like you want to say that it's 2 different highways, and the bridge between the 2 is, I would say, that important or great financial money management is what would merge and the bridge between the 2. I think if you have a great financial background and you're able to manage your finances correctly, that will lead for you to be able to participate in events like these. Now, obviously, we find that this is, and it's part of the Muslim community, it's part of the Muslim society, then it's important for us to note that if you want to manage your finances, then there's no better way in managing your finances than in a Sharia compliant way. So whatever you do in life, we know that the foundation is that we find everything that we do is Sharia compliant. So you'll find that if you understand and you look at that, we would be introduced into the schooling system, and one is the after school system, which is where you learn the Islamic studies. Now where you learn, it's ingrained that you learn how to pray, you learn how to fast, you learn how to, it is just as important for you to manage your finances from a young age in a Sharia compliant way, because these are the people who are going to be our leaders of tomorrow. So we need to manage our finances. So like I said, if you manage your finances correctly, then that will be the merge and the bridge between the 2. Sports and banking is 2 different parallels, but the bridge between the 2 is that if you manage your finances correctly, it will allow you to be able to participate in an event like these.
Our next match, of course, just before I come to you again, Umair, it's going to be Apex versus, I think, one of the teams that have really impressed, the Dragons. The Dragons, they experienced a physical game against KZN Lions 2, so let's see how they will fare against Apex. Umair, I want to come back to you. EPSA and sports have always been together in terms of from a national perspective also. But I'm going to focus on us as, Muslims, and the fact that we have Sharia banking within South Africa. Not many countries can say that. So I think as South Africans, we should be really grateful and honored that we are allowed to have this banking system in South Africa.
Definitely, I think we are honored. If we look at the demographics of us that make up the South African population, we find ourselves in the lower percentages, maybe less than 5% is that we make up a population. But to be able to have these services for us and to be able to bank in an Islamic or Sharia compliant way, it's something that always goes a long way, and it's always something that that relates to our values that we can attach to. So definitely something that will go a long way for us. And also it's important to note that the Sharia compliant banking is not only for the multi or the businessmen that own these large businesses, but rather from the child that starts up, or rather from a small, from birth, right up until when you own these multiple businesses and you have these mega empires, you have the ability to be able to include or to be able to participate in the Sharia compliant banking, whether it may be from your transactional banking, whether it may be from your savings. Like we know, every youngster, every youth wants to save money. He wants to. Now, obviously, what better way that you save your money in a Sharia compliant way? What better way that you manage yourself in a Sharia compliant or Islamic manner? Because that is what our ethos is, and that is what our DNA and makeup is. So we need to find that Islam is in our everyday life and our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, no, 1000%. So don't forget that, kids. Save, save, save. It'll save your life. Not just kids, actually, literally everyone, because some adults can't save
definitely,
either.
definitely. Umair, Jazakallah so much for making the time for us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to grant you many more years of good health and barakah, and continue the good work that you're doing in Absa Islamic Banking.
Thanks. Jazakumullah khair, and we appreciate this from Hilaal TV.
Ameen thumma ameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That's Umair Patel from Absa Islamic Banking, one of our broadcast sponsors here on Hilaal TV. So currently Apex vs Dragons, a little bit of a clash in colors there, Sipo, so both of them are white. But the Dragons, if you are wondering who they are of course with the black shorts, and Apex are having a full white.
Yeah, for sure. The Apex has a bit of blue in their whites when it comes to their shirts. I almost got confused there. I was like, okay, we're having another, I think it was Aztec and Simon Stars, if I'm not mistaken, that had similar jerseys. But otherwise, right now on ground 4, it is Apex versus Dragons. It's the under 11s. But there are other games happening on other fields as well. Right now on ground 1, it's Rustenburg versus All Stars 1. Then on ground 2, it's Benoni Spurs versus KZN Lions 1. And on ground 3, it's Aztec versus KZN Lions 2.
So we've just had, of course, Dragons opening the scoring in this match. They are 1-0 up against Apex. And I've been saying it, Sipo, and hold me to this, at the close of tomorrow, that the Dragons really could be spitting out fire come the end of the competition.
Yeah, I see what you did there. But also, I'm going to use your words as well. It's just the beginning, and it's going to be a long weekend, let's put it like that, because we are in day 1 of the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. There still is day 2, so a lot can happen between today and tomorrow. We've already seen a lot of action, so looking forward to it.
No, definitely. So let's see here. We've got a corner. It's a set piece for the KZN Dragons. I mean, I really have been impressed by them.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, like you mentioned, Sipo, this is a competition in which anything can happen. You can play so well in the round-robin stages, and come the knockouts, you just lose by one. You'll lose. So much can happen.
And that's so heartbreaking, actually. Like, I don't think there's anything worse than losing by just a single goal when you know that you could have performed or you could have done something else, you know what I mean? But otherwise, I mean, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how the boys perform. Right now, ground 4, it is Apex versus the Dragons. And right now, it's still a goalless game, but that can change in any second.
No matches for match 12 on 7, 10, 11, and 12.
Watch the ball.
And just like that, the deadlock has been broken. Dragons are up by 1. And I think for us, you're definitely right. Dragons are on a roll because they seem to be winning every single game they are participating in.
if you look at the way they're playing right now, I mean, you can see that there's something good that is going for them. And
Yeah.
I think on that perspective, within the under 11 division group, they really have put themselves in contention to make something happen here. So, there's a really, really good chance for the Dragons. They really, their intensity is something else.
Yeah.
And they've come up with one plan and one plan only: attack, 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 and just try and get the result. I mean, that's football.
Yeah, that's definitely football, and this formula of theirs seems to be working like a charm. I mean, I did say that Al Falah was one of my favorites, but I might just have a change of heart and mind, because the Dragons are coming through.
If the Dragons continue the way they're going, they put themselves really in the head to lift that trophy in that division.
And what about you, Faraz? I mean, I've been going on and on about what my favorites is. I actually don't know which team you're backing.
Listen,
without any bias.
Without any bias. The team, like I said, the Dragons, they've really caught my eye. Just the way they play. The way they show a lot of intensity in what they want to do and how they go ahead and play their game. So really, it's going to be an interesting take on how things are going to be. So we're spotting one of our drones making a little bit of an appearance there. We had a very, very similar drone that we saw, of course, in Durban. So it just gives you such a lovely shot of this field.
Beautiful, beautiful shots. And I can't wait to see these shots myself. We're here in studio, but I'm pretty sure when everything is said and done, we'll be able to get the beautiful shots and the scenery of what's going on. Oh, what an incredible
It's 2-0 for the Dragons. What a goal. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm telling you now, Sipho, keep an eye out for them. They really are putting a very, very good display right over here.
Unmatched energy. They definitely are bringing the fire. No pun intended. No pun intended at all.
The final match before we go to the 12 o'clock, which of course you will be then joined by Lukman and Tufail, will be actually Simon Stars versus Azadville. So that'll be the next match happening here on field 4.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be happening any minute now because we are in the dying minutes of this game as the Dragons are 2-0 up against Apex. A close one, another attempt at goal by the Dragons. If it goes by statistics, the Dragons are definitely dominating the game, and the scoreline reflects that as well. As they take another shot,
look at this, they're still keeping possession. So the Dragons are still within it. Oh, beauty. Let me tell you something. They are absolutely, really, really giving a great account of themselves here.
Most definitely dominating the game through and through.
Oh, lovely block there.
And that's the end of Dragons versus Apex, and the Dragons take that one by 2-0. Absolute dominance in this game. So a big kudos to the Dragons under 11 team. And next up,
I think their victories now have done enough to take them to the knockout stages of their competition. Yeah.
No, easily. I think I might just jump onto the Dragons bandwagon after all.
Yeah.
All right, now moving on to the next game that's about to happen here on ground 4. It's going to be Simon Stars up against Azadville, and this is the under 11s as well. In just a couple of minutes as the match ends.
Match 12. Round 1, under 11s, PSG versus Baklu. Round 2, under 11s, Holoskoko versus Roshni. Round 3, under 11s, Alphalatu versus Kinross. Round 4, under 11s, Simon Stars versus Azadville. On round 5, under 13s, All Stars versus Azadville. Round 6, under 13s, Holoskoko versus Newcastle Stars. Round 8, under 13s, Marlborough versus Aztec. And on ground 9 for match 12, Apex versus Randburg 2.
That means that they're going to go very, very far.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, so the next match, of course, coming up, it's Azadville versus Simon Stars. And we wait to see how things are. Interesting about Simon Stars, it's coached by a police colonel here in Lodium. So, you know, he really, the South African Police Service, you know, giving back to the community. It's really, really great to see.
Yeah, definitely serving the community in more ways than one, you know. Because, I mean, giving back to the young kids is definitely key. It's very important. So, I mean, this person is an integral part of the community. So we'd like to thank literally everyone who is a part of contributing to today's event. You know, whether you're contributing by being a coach, you know, coming to support as parents, as friends, or just as a viewer, you know, on Hilaal TV or here at Lodium Stadium. Speaking of Lodium Stadium, if you are in Pretoria, please do make your way down here, you know, to support the boys and the girls that are participating in the tournament. It's definitely a good day. As we're speaking to Vanessa earlier on from RPH, please do bring sunscreen. Don't be afraid to apply it more than once. It's definitely key, and stay hydrated as much as possible. It definitely is a scorching hot day, so you definitely need to stay hydrated and healthy. But otherwise, if you can't make your way down here, you can watch us on Hilaal TV, on DSTV channel 347, or otherwise you can stream us on YouTube at Hilaal TV or on our website at www.hilaal.tv. And right now the game of Simon Stars and Azadville is underway. Not a goalless yet.
Yeah, not a goalless yet. Yeah, we're entering into midday period, so the sun really at its peak right now, and you can just feel the temperature. Oh, nearly a good chance there by Azadville. Just missed the number 11 there. Very, very good opportunity for Azadville to take the lead. Here's a chance here. Oh, now Azadville's on the move. Oh, we really had something
that was
there.
quite a run, but
it was a
unfortunately.
good run. Unfortunately, just too much of pace on the ball there for him.
But look, I have to commend the kids, you know, for being out here in weather like this. I know, you know, some of us guys at this age definitely would not be able to withstand the heat. So you have to commend the young men and the young women, you know, that are out here having fun, playing the game fairly, and practicing sportsmanship all at the same time. Because this is the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, Wahda meaning unity. and everyone definitely is united to make this event a success.
Yeah, no, definitely. Still 0-0 between Simon Stars and Azadville. Right, there's a counter-attack here on here for Simon Stars, but well defended by Azadville. Throw in there by number 79.
Yeah, the boys are definitely going toe-to-toe here because it doesn't seem like there's a clear dominator in this game just as yet.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50, you know, really. You know, everyone is, you know, giving a good account of themselves, but still a very, very long way to go in this clash.
And Simon Stars take a shot. Oh, that was a close one. Not a bad shot from Simon Stars over there.
Let's see how it goes. Still 0-0, of course, from 12 o'clock up until 12:30. Tufail and Lukman will be carrying you through right up until the close of today's first session.
Seeming like there's any action at the moment, otherwise between Simon Stars and Azadville.
Yeah, a real stalemate that is happening right now. I think a goal would really open things up. Just a lot of loose shots, just not real enthusiasm there. But I think, you know, again, you know, we're moving towards the end. Maybe both teams feel that they have enough to see themselves through to the next round.
Yeah, well, let's hope that there might be some change when it comes to the game here on ground 4. But otherwise, there is other action happening on other grounds, namely on ground 1. It's PSG versus Bucklea. I hope I pronounced that okay. On ground 2, it's Oholas Koko versus Roshni. And then on ground 3, it's Alpha La 2 versus Kinross. And all of those games are taking place at this very moment. But right now we are focused on ground 4, which is Azadville versus Simon Stars. And it's still a goalless draw.
Yeah, I mean, still 0-0. Yeah, we've had a lot of 0-0 so far. So we hope that obviously come the knockout stages of the competition, you know, things will be much more open with regards to that.
On ground 4, under 11s, Kinross will verse Dragons. Still announcing fixtures for match 13, currently on match 12. Round 5, under 13s, Roshni versus Randburg 1. On ground 6, under 13s, Azadville will verse Buccleuch. On ground 8, under 13s, Rustenburg will verse Benoni Stars. On ground 9, under 13s, Aztec will verse Azadville 1. Still announcing fixtures for match 13, currently on match 12. Round 7, under 15s, Apex will verse Newcastle Stars. Round 10, under 15s, PS1 will verse Wentworth FC. Round 11, under 15s, will be Bay versus Benoni Spurs 2. Round 12, under 15s, Simon Stars versus KZN Lions.
special mention to the medics, Sipo. There have been a couple of injuries, of course. The heat doesn't help the situation, but really they've been, again, the unsung heroes and heroines of this day.
Yeah, most definitely. So a big thank you to the medics and the paramedics, you know, that are taking care of the kids out here. That's, I mean, this is no small feat, you know, being out here in this type of weather.
No, definitely.
I don't think I would survive.
Yeah,
just 10 minutes.
Don't ask me to play in this heat. Give me the evening all day long. It's a chance for Zadwell, easily collected by the goalkeeper. Still 0-0 between Simon Stars and Zadwell. Zadwell have looked obviously the more threatening to get a goal.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just takes one chance from Simon Stars, and you can really change the way you go ahead and, of course, you know, look at the game.
That's true. But I mean, I guess so far none of them have taken that chance just as yet, you know, because it's still what you'd call a stalemate, you know, it's a drawless, it's a goalless draw rather. But that could change any second now, but we are coming to the dying seconds of the game. Oh, well, would you look at that?
That's a goal.
Simon
Stars have scored. I tell you what, we said it, Sipo.
With a young
just
celebration
one
there.
moment of brilliance. And I tell you what, Simon Stars have done it.
Oh, well, I guess that goal was disallowed.
Oh, disallowed. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look at that.
That's unfortunate.
Well, VAR there from the referee just to correct us there.
And the boys are so excited. I mean, I saw one of the young men doing a young celebration there.
Oh, well, look at that theatrics. But it presents Zadwell with an opportunity here from a set piece. Oof, that was a good shot there, just going whistling wide of the side netting there. Decent opportunity from Zadwell.
And that just could have been their last opportunity because
that just
at
could
this
be it.
point
We
in
are,
time-
of course, coming towards the end of this game. Well, Simon Stars the closest to getting a goal, but unfortunately it would be ruled off for offside.
Yeah. Well, there's another tackle. To the
And that's
side.
the end of that match, a goalless draw between Azadville and Simon Stars. To take you through to 12:30, we will be bringing in Lukman and Tufail.
Making your way now to round one for match 13. Under 11s, AFC 1 versus Abai. Round 2, under 11s, Baklu versus KZN Lions 1. Round 3, under 11s, All Stars 2 versus MM Stars. Round 4, under 11s, Kinross versus Dragons. Round 5, under 13, Roshni versus Randburg. Round 6, under 13, Azakal 2 versus Baklu. Round 8, Rustenburg, Benoni Spurs versus Benoni Spurs. Under 13, Rustenburg versus Benoni Spurs. Under 13, Aztec versus Azakal. Round 7, under 15, Apex versus Newcastle Stars. Round 10, under 15, PSG versus Wentworth FC. Round 11, under 15, Abai versus Benoni Spurs 2. And on round 12, under 15, Simon Stars versus KZN Lions.
Coach, any people you give goal, can you come in here? Sorry? Can you come in here? When you score? Yeah, yes. Okay. Can you speak in for? Okay. Yo. Yo.
announcement. Judge Jogi Collins, please make your way to the info desk.
So you're still going to have me, Faraz Patel, taking you through till 12:30. You know, they say two is better than one. So we have two Patels in one sitting. I'm joined by my colleague Tufail Patel. Tufail, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's it going so far for you? Yeah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Faraz, to you and the viewers. Alhamdulillah, so far I think we've just had an energizing morning, now leading on to the afternoon portion of soccer, just of good gaming, of good sportsmanship, of good etiquette, of professionalism as well, displayed at such a young age. You know, to see such caliber, I think at that age is definitely a feat to note.
Yeah, no, definitely. And of course, our next fixture is going to be Kinross vs Dragons. The province of Mpumalanga, a very special place for you, isn't it, Tufail?
Definitely. I mean, I think the past few years have gone into Mpumalanga. It is, something that I can get behind. Perhaps I should I support Kinross?
Listen, I mean, it's your prerogative, so we're going to leave you to decide on that.
I think I'll pick a favorite when it comes to the finals. I think that's a safer bet.
Yeah, I know, definitely. But I think the one team that has impressed me, I was telling Sipo that earlier on, you know, has been Dragons, because, I mean, they've really been such a standout team. And, of course, they are now going to be playing Kinross. So, interesting to see how it's going to be. But I tell you what, Dragons have really put on such an amazing display today. I mean, and they, for me, have stood out as one of the teams to watch in this competition.
They definitely have. They have quite an aggressive stance. As soon as they get onto the field, they're always pushing forward. We've seen that from the earlier on games where I think it was 3-0 that they had against Simon Stars. And they've just been pushing on positively since then. Despite the heat, despite how long they've been on the field already, they just have their quick rotations in between. But they are powering on. That is definitely something to note indeed. And we are just a couple of seconds away from kickoff now.
Yeah, we're just waiting, of course, for an official to be put in one of the fields. So we're waiting for those officials. Now, of course, we will be bringing you the game between Kinross and none other than the Dragons. Here we go, kickoff between Dragons and Kinross. Of course, Kinross have now been asked to put light blue bulbs due to a color clash there for them. Oh, I tell you what, that was a close one from the Dragons. They're just hitting the post there. Really, immediately you can see Tufail. They want to get the win.
It seems as if they're motivated entirely just to dominate this tournament, and even when it comes to possession, they keep their possession, forward towards their poles. Most times of the game, if you've noticed in the other fixtures that they have played thus far, they seldom play on the defensive, or they seldom let play happen in their defensive quarters for a very long time before they push forward on counters.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think they just want to be on the front foot all the time. So let's see whether they can use that front foot advantage and get their goal. But they are looking. I mean, so far in the first 3 minutes of the game, it's been all the Dragons so far. You like Miguel.
always hit it. Okay, we can't afford to go always.
Currently on match 13, announcing fixtures for match 14. To be in readiness for match 14. Round 1, under 11s, All Stars 1 will verse PSG. On round 2, under 11s, Holosoko will verse Al-Falah 1. On round 3, under 11s, KZN Lions 2 will verse Al-Falah 2. On round 4, under 11, Simon Stars will verse All Stars 2. Currently still announcing matches.
Yeah, I mean, to fail, I tell you what, the opponents, which are none other than Kinross, are actually giving quite a run for the Dragons here.
They definitely are. They are playing a strong defense so far, either just clearing out or trying to push the ball past the halfway line. Not often getting across quite as well as they'd like to, because the Dragons pushing back with an offensive every time they try and pass the halfway mark.
Yeah.
On round 7, under 15s,
I tell you what, if Kinross had to get a result, that would be one of the biggest shocks so far of the competition. But so far, it's still goalless. I think if Kinross get a point here, they'll be quite happy. Lovely skill there from that Dragons player. Phil, what do you think of the match so far?
I think so far it seems to be split more or less down the center. Both teams are pushing in quite hard just to defend their parlors. Both keepers have been rather active, I think, since the beginning of the game. I think more so the keepers for the keeper rather for Kinross. Has had his hands quite full with a couple of near misses.
That should have been 1-0. That should have really been a goal for the Dragons, but yeah, unfortunately nothing coming out of it.
We've seen a couple of corners for the Dragons already, and a lot of forward play throw-ins. So they really are keeping the game, just in their scoring corner.
Ooh, that's a good shot. Kinross parried away from the goalkeeper. Really, just a very clever save there from him.
And the Kinross corner gets taken out of play.
Okay, so while Kinross is playing Dragons, we'd like to welcome Holas Koko. Now, we got Nishan, and we've got Mohamed Yassin, who's one of the players. Then Nishan, you're the coach. Nishan, thank you so much for joining us here.
Absolute pleasure. Jazakallah for having me.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. Okay, so Nishan, tell us about the name. Where does the name Holas Koko come from?
So back in the day, the way Holas Koko came about is when we were playing football, when we were a lot younger, what used to happen is when we were playing at Verts and Swallows and those types of teams, the guys used to come to us and say Skoko. Skoko means like a boss or like the main guy. And what happened was we got a reputation when we were coming into training, and the guys started calling us Holas Koko as how's it boss, how's it main guy. And that's how the name just clicked one day. So we tried to obviously be as creative as possible to make a name for ourselves that actually stuck. And alhamdulillah, Holas Koko now has been a name that is in a lot of the households, which is a very good thing, alhamdulillah.
And Nishan, talk to us about how you guys are able to inspire the youth, because this is a youth tournament.
100%. So what we love about this tournament and what Buddha and the guys at the Lodium All-Stars have done, as well as Al Falah College, is that every decision has been made with the idea of development. Every rule, every kick, all of those things have been made with the idea of development. When you develop, what happens is you get a lot of kids that are inspired, because now not only do you get the superstar players, you get the boys who are developing, and that's very important in that you mix the two and then you're sitting with very good teams. And what happens is when you do this, you get them to be inspired. And as coaches and as parents, we want them to be as inspired in order to carry on with the sport and develop and never ever give up. So always continue, whether you're going to carry on from under 6 to 17, play professional, and then come back and coach. So it's a long-term development, and that's basically how this thing works, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so we got a little youngster here, Mohamed Yassin. Talk to us about which age you play for and how are you enjoying the tournament so far?
I play for under 9 and we are scoring goals. We top of the log and we helping each other out when we get hurt. And we play football. We don't just kick and hope.
And what position do you play?
Left wing.
Okay, tell me who's your favorite player in the whole wide world?
Ronaldo.
Who?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. See, even at the age of 8, Cristiano still continues to inspire the kids.
Very important also is that they look at these guys. They idolize the likes of Messi, Ronaldo, and it's good for them because that's where they want to aspire to be. So alhamdulillah, very, very sharp kids that they know these things.
I want to ask you something, Nishan. How important is it that these tournaments keep the kids off the street and on the playing field?
Extremely important. So a lot of the times you get these tournaments, and again, the objective behind the tournaments a lot of the time is to win. And what we love about tournaments like this especially is that it's development first. And what happens with development is that kids come in and you end up keeping them off the streets. You got now 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds that are actually coming back to football. So also again creating opportunities for them, because what happens is if a child doesn't have an opportunity, then there's nothing for him to play for. So as soon as you start creating opportunities, what you do is you give this child something to work for. And that is what is very, very important in terms of keeping them off the street. Then secondly saying to that is that you will get kids that are now just playing for fun, but they're enjoying it so much. And that way, they also, even though they're not going to make it pro, it doesn't matter. The fact that they're part of a team, it's a social thing, they're enjoying it, they're learning skills, they're learning respect, they're learning discipline, determination. All of those types of things is very, very important in the fundamentals of football.
Mohamed Yassin, what would you guys like to achieve in this competition? Are you going all out to win that trophy?
Yes.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Nishan, Jazakallah so much for making the time
Jazakallah
for us, and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Jazakallah so much. Okay. Appreciate it.
Assalamu alaikum to you, Mohamed Yassin, and all the best, young man. Okay. Jazakallah.
Round 10, I need a referee. Round 7, you should be in readiness. Still awaiting a referee on round 10. a referee on ground 10. This is my third call. Good to go, refs, for match 14. Match play.
Come here. Bukan naso bapak. Arka. Ipo, baka bola na mo. Baka. Baka ni pale. Armake ba tu bapak. Budi. Armake guys. Kita lagi clear. Junior. Sama. Well done, boy. Kabuti. Arda. Jangan open la ball. Sama aja presa. Sama, press. Go. Too much.
I'm just gonna stick to a wide, yeah, since it's in the center, yeah.
Atla. Yeah. Come on. Tipo.
Yeah, we're still here at the ground floor of the Wahda Soccer Festival. Currently playing is Simon Stars vs All Stars 2. Let me welcome the chairman of Benoni Spurs, Mohsin Daya. Mohsin, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Mohsin, Benoni Spurs, I mean, this is a club that has been around for, I think, as old as you and I are.
Yeah, from the 1970s, it's been in existence, and alhamdulillah, it's continued and just grown. So yeah, we're trying to revive football in Benoni again to the old days how you would know it, and alhamdulillah, we're making good strides.
Mohsin, talk to us about how important a tournament is like this, just to keep the youngsters off the street.
I think it's good for youngsters. It's good for the game, but it's also good for the parents in for the leadership of the different clubs, because it just builds that friendship, that camaraderie between the towns, and we see the value in that as we grow in ourselves with Lodium as well. The camaraderie between the two clubs, and that's why we're here today. I mean, we're here in support of the tournament. We're here in support in person. We're helping them out as well. So alhamdulillah, I think that's beyond the game. But I think for the kids as well, the exposure that they get through these tournaments, and so far so good. It's been running extremely well, and hopefully inshallah by the end of tomorrow we can close off this tournament to say it's been a success.
What are you expecting from Benoni Spurs in order to make sure that they have not just a good finish, but also a finish where they can make friends? Because this is about unity at the end of the day.
That's such a good question. We've just been speaking with Buta and the guys from Lodium as well. And as a follow-through from this in Benoni, we want to have a friendship tournament. Just to bring the teams together again and build not on prize winning, not on who wins the tournament, but it's about how much of friends and how can we build a relationship. So I think that's the follow-through from such events as well.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Moving a bit more behind the scenes, Mohsin, I mean, what motivates you to, balance the time between perhaps a busy, call it a work schedule or other social responsibilities, but still make time for the game and not just use that energy to enjoy the game socially, but rather keep it on a professional level for youngsters to, take their careers forward or to groom themselves in soccer or to learn more or just them having fun and structuring tournaments like these or fixtures, in the weeks during season.
Yeah, so it's Benoni, and I'll talk on behalf of Benoni Spurs. I mean, as we know, it's a club with deep history. It's a community club, and we want to build a brand that's aspirational for the youth. So, as they go and they grow in football, they want to play for Benoni Spurs. But for many years, we've been a community club and we've played in local leagues, and we haven't seen real green shoots come out into the professional scene. And what we're actually embarking on is a football academy that starts next week, inshallah, with professional trained and licensed coaches. And that's our first step in ensuring that we can start building the right technical and tactical skills for our youngsters so they can start competing at the higher grades as well. So it has to be very intentional. It's not just a community club. It has to be with purpose that we want to make it into the next level of football, and it takes certain steps to get there. And I think, alhamdulillah, we're on that path at the moment.
Mohsin, I know you're a big fan of cricket, so I just want to bring you into this. Our Proteas are playing today against Sri Lanka. Good start that they've had to the game. What are your expectations from our boys in green and gold for this World Cup?
Firstly, I don't even know what the score is yet. I think my
well, they were thinking 120 for one at one stage
great.
out. They're batting first.
I think I'll go with the old cliche. They shouldn't choke. And as long as they don't do that, I think inshallah we'll have a good start.
Yeah, no, definitely, Mohsin. All the best and all the best for Benoni Spurs. Jazakallah for coming here to our studios.
Jazakallah, and thanks for the time, guys. Wish you guys all the luck.
Ameen.
Ameen.
Bring more orange. Huh? To fail, goalless here between Simon Stars and All Stars 2. After the break, after this game, we've got one more clash, that's Azadville versus Aztec. And then, of course, we will wrap up for Zor and the conclusion of the first session of this match.
Well, I think by this point, it's just been wonderful soccer and wonderful atmosphere from the entire stadium out here, and to see the kind of support that has rallied behind every single team and all of the players that have come out from the early parts of the morning, mind you, Faraz. I mean, there's a lot of travel time that we've got to take into consideration that these youngsters had to endure to get here.
Exactly. I mean, they've come all the way from. I mean, if I stand to be corrected, Al-Falah. They've been, one of the ones that have traveled probably the longest because they are coming from KwaZulu-Natal, yes, especially from Durban. But I mean, people are traveling so they can enjoy the football. And I mean, that's all you want to do. There seems to be a little bit of an injury that has happened to one of the all-star players, a little collision with the goalkeeper, 50-50 challenge there. So, we're waiting to see, what happens. Hopefully, he'll be okay. And we do, of course, have the medics that really do attend to many of these players. Okay, joining us now for the commentary, I'd like to welcome Amr Umar.
رجعنا لكم تاني مرة تانية من كابينة التعليم من قناة هلال تي في جنوب افريقيا. بنعلق على المباراة دوري المدارس هنا في جنوب افريقيا، من امتع المباريات اللي شايفينها ما بين الفريقين.
We've got Simon Stars versus All Stars 2.
اول ستار اند سايمونز تيمين ممتازين جدا. شايفين كده اول ستار بيحاول يحرز الهدف الثاني بعد ما احرز الهدف الاول في شوط المباراه الاول. شايفين كده كوتش المباراه مبسوط وفرحان وبيطمن الشوط الثاني. كورة خطيرة جدا، كان ممكن يحرز الهدف الثاني فريق الستار، ولكن الحظ ما كانش معاه المرة دي. والله مباراة ممتعة ومثيرة. رجعنا لكم تاني من كابينة التعليق من قناة هلال تي في. شايفين كده من كابينة التعليق كابتن لقمان وكابتن سهيل والكباتن المحترمين. شايفين كده المباراة على صفيح ساخن. فريق الستار بيضغط بكل ما أوتي من قوة عشان يحقق التعادل، ولكن الفريق الاخر بيحاول يمنعه ويعزز الهدف الثاني. شايفين كده هجمه هنا وهجمه هناك، بيحاول يعدي من الاول ويعدي من الثاني ويشوط كره خطيره ولكن بجوار القائم. والله مباراه ممتعه ومثيره من كلا الفريقين.
We're seeing a goal kick that's taking place on the side
Okay.
of the All Stars.
Yeah, so the All Stars are in the yellow, and the All Stars are in yellow, and Simon Stars in the Barcelona colors, black. Sorry, red and blue.
يس سايمونز اند اول ستار. والله مباراه ممتعه ومثيره ما بين الفريقين. شايفين كده الكوتش بيحاول يعمل تغيير عشان يحاول يرجع للمباراه. فريق اول ستار متاخر بهدف لا شيء من فريق المنافس ليه. والله الفريق ده يعتبر هو الاول المجموعه الى الان بنتيجه المباراتين. شايفين كده ضغط ومحاولات من فريق الستار لتعزيز الهجمه. هجمه مرتده والله تتقطع تاني. هجمه هنا وهجمه هناك. كره رايحه هنا في شوط المباراه، وحكم المباراه ينهي المباراه بفوز سايمون ستار. والله مباراه ممتعه، والله مباراه مثيره من فريق سايمون ستار. شايفين كده مدرب فريق سايمون ستار بيسلم على فريق اول ستار. مباراة ممتعة ومثيرة، ونتمنى التوفيق للجميع. كان معكم عمر من قناة هلال تي في.
All right, so we got one final match that's going to happen before the conclusion. Azadville versus Aztec.
ازادفيل فريق ممتاز جدا وفريق محترم جدا. والله نشوف مباراة ممتعة من فريق ازادفيل. الفريق ده كنت بتفرج عليه الموسم اللي فات، كان عامل مباراة ممتعة جدا جدا مستر.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting game here. Let's see what happens with regards to Azadville and Aztec. So it's been very, very hot, hasn't it been, Umar?
يا الجو حر جدا النهارده والله كده، بس ما تقلقش مشطاوي جايب لنا الحاجة الساعة والحمد لله. شايفين كده فريق ازادفيل على الجانب اليمين.
Azadville versus Aztec.
فريق ازادفيل في منافسة فريق استك على تصدر المجموعة. شايفين كده فريق ازادفيل متحفز ومتحمس جدا 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 عشان يحرز نتيجة المباراة الإيجابية.
Irish. That's only for everyone else in the car. Red Bull. Only for what we just make in the car.
To resume with matches 16 onwards. So we've created a 16 before the lunch break and a 16 after the lunch break.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سادتي أنساتي سادتي، ننقل لكم مباراة المتعة والإثارة ما بين فريق هازادفيل وفريق أستك من كابينة التعليق. معكم عمر من قناة هلال تي في. ننقل لكم مباراة المتعة والإثارة النهاردة.
By show of hands, refs, are we ready for match 15? Rounds 10, 11 and 12 waiting for you. Thank you to the rest of you for being ready on time.
Did you say 7 adjust?
doesn't matter. You don't have to take a chair. There's so many chairs there. Boys, you sit in
Rounds 10, 11, and 12, your last call.
Leave the chair.
Ready or not to begin in the next few seconds.
Hamza. Fouls, man.
Match play.
Go, Hamza, go. Suli, I told you to shoot. Go to the middle, stay in the middle. Go. You can't kick over the halfway line. Yeah. Musa, awake now. Catch the ball. See Suli. Guys, what are you all doing? Ahmed, what are you doing? What are you doing? Exactly, so what are we doing? Now where are you staying? Where's the corner? Out, Yahya! You have the ball, you have the ball. Go, just go, push it. Go, Hamza, go. Yes. Unlucky, boy, unlucky. Oh, yes. Yes, go. Yes. Ahmed, pass. Okay. Hamza, keeper. Go to the keeper. Hamza, on the keeper. Be ready for the rebound. Suli just left it. Yes. Shoot, Chapo, shoot. Suli, go in the box. Put it in the box. Put it in the box. Go on, be alert, huh? Shoot! Hamza! Just like that. Guys! That's it. That's ours.
Go, Yusuf! Stay, boy! Come on, Salah! Shoot!
Leave it. Out is out, kick it out. Pick up a man, Ahmed. Okay, he's going down the line. Go, Suli, go. Ahmed, I need to see better defending. Not out.
Go help him, Mohammed.
Pick up number 73. Ahmed, 73. Yahya. Push. Out. It's off. Wake up.
Round 10, under 15, Apex versus Stars.
Yeah. Just here.
Repeating that fixture, round 10, under 15s, Apex versus Stars.
Down the line, Isaac. Down the line. Ahmed, turn. One ball. Yahya! High leg, Raf. Throw it, throw it. Ah, Musa! Throw, Musa! Musa! Throw! He's up. Wake up. Wake up. You're leaving him open here.
Yeah, I told them already.
Hamza, call! Hamza! Yes! Pick it up, bring the ball, bring the ball! Hamza, bring the ball! Musa, wake up! Musa,
Team
wake up!
Aztec,
Wake up!
assistant coach of Team Aztec, make your way to the announcer's desk now, please. Repeating that announcement. Aztec assistant coach, make your way to the announcer's table, please.
Yahya, Isaac, come on guys, come on, wake up, wake up! Hey, go, 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 go! Ahmed, put it in the box.
Yeah,
Suleiman, box, put the box. Put the run up. Nice and high. High, boy, high. Shoot! Hey.
Ay, ha?
Give it the goal. Keep going.
Out, out, go, Silly, go! Go, Silly, go! Ahmed, Josh! Ahmed, Josh! Go, Hamza, go! Hamza, come! Run with it, down the wing, down the wing! Well done, Ahmed! Silly! Faster, faster, faster! Hard and low! Hamza! Front, in the front! Get the ball, get the ball! Silly, get that ball, run and shoot! Yeah! Yusuf, collect! Yusuf! Go, Ahmed, go! Go, Hamza, go! Go, Hamza! Nice, Ahmed, well done! Come, Hamza, red shots! Hamza, red shots! Yes! Come, Ahmed! See Hamza! See there! See Suli! In the box! In the box! Go again! Go again! Out! Out! Yahya! Silly, go! Go, Silly, go! Go, 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 go! Yes, Hamza, shoot! Go again. Ball, guys. Go in the box, go in the box. Allah. Time, Jimmy, time. Ah. Again, Ridwan out. Ridwan out.
Bringing us to the end of match 15. Round 7, 8, and 9. Please check your scorecard that the correct fixture is written on that scorecard. Round 7, 8, and 9. Double check that scorecard, managers, that the correct fixtures are on those cards. The correct ground is on that card before you send it to the info desk. Requesting on ground 4, Dragons versus Benoni Spurs.
See you guys.
Under 9. And then to everybody else, we will see you at 1:45 sharp to begin the under 15 fixtures. Under 15 managers, coaches, you would have noticed that your grounds have now changed to accommodate our Hilaal TV channel 347. We have now moved grounds to 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Don't worry. Touch the ball, Nabil. Nabil, touch the ball. Direct come, touch the ball. Pass the ball.
Ruby, they've got some time. Talk with each other. See how they're talking. The forward needs to talk to each other.
Rounds 3, 4, 5. Are you ready? By show of referees, we'd like to begin in the next minute.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Hilaal TV right here on DSTV channel 347. We still are here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival at in Pretoria. It's definitely a sunny day. It's been going good. We just came back from the break, and right now here on ground floor, the game that's about to start is the under-15s. It's PSG 1 versus Baklu. But right now here in studio, we are joined by Ahmed, who is part of Ashraful Aid, which is one of the sponsors for this day's tournament. Otherwise, sir, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Not too bad, thanks. Thank you so much for joining us here in studio. So first things first, please can you explain to us what the impact is when it comes to Ashraful being a part of an initiative like this?
I think it is very important to be part of these initiatives because these are youngsters, the leaders of tomorrow.
True.
So our partnering with your channel, Hilaal TV, and seeing the kids playing soccer, which is part and parcel of childhood development. It is something that we pride ourselves, or we are happy to be part of, because these are the leaders of tomorrow.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Now, I mean, I'm not alone, of course. I do have my partner here to fail. He has joined us as well. Otherwise, so moving on from that, all right, so we understand that, like, when it comes to, the industry that you're in, and this is sports, what kind of bridge are you trying to create when it comes to Ashraful Aid and an initiative like Wahda Junior Soccer Festival?
As far as we are concerned, Ashraful Aid is a humanitarian organization. One is to conscientize the community, the work that we do, and as well as for the youngsters to grow up as well, understanding that there are certain needs in the community where they can get involved at a young age, and as well as they grow and start playing their parts.
For sure.
In building the society that they like to see tomorrow as well.
100%.
Mulana Saab, could you tell us perhaps at the moment what Project Ashraful Aid is involved in? So those in the community who want to, perhaps contribute towards an initiative like that, how can they get involved in? What is Ashraful Aid doing on the ground in Current?
We have a lot of projects that we have as Ashraful Aid. At the moment, we've got one initiative that we've introduced, like our social development, where we are assisting young businesses or small businesses to establish their businesses. And this project is actually uplifted a few small businesses that have just came up onto the scene. And so that project, we call it Ubuntu Ohoa. That is that brotherhood where we help businesses to establish themselves. Yeah. And we are also involved in Libya and Morocco, where we know that they were affected by natural disasters. In Morocco, it was an earthquake. In Libya, it was floods. And we continue to support those communities. We also have various projects as well in Syria and in Southern Africa as well, places like Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, Mozambique. Especially in Mozambique, we've got a lot of water projects that are taking place on a daily basis. These are some of the things that we are involved in.
Very wonderful indeed, Maulana. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept. Maulana, what are your impressions of the tournament so far? Have you been watching some of the games? What message perhaps could you give to the youngsters out there?
I've been looking at a few matches. I see the competitive is very high. And I see that they are pushing themselves to win this tournament. So I think they need to apply the same zeal into their life, that they are goal getters. They want to achieve certain good things in their lives, and through sports as well, bring about leadership in them as well. As I've seen some captains are running around and ushering some of their teams. I had an opportunity as well to see one team at Mochachos there as they were eating. The captain was taking charge of the group. So that is the type of leadership that we want to see from these youngsters. So it's very impressive.
Awesome. Couldn't have said it better myself. Otherwise, Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us here in studio. And also, thank you for being a part of this initiative and actually making this whole event possible, through sponsorships. I mean, this is an absolutely incredible thing.
It's much appreciated from Ashraful Aid's side that let's continue this type of collaboration. With collaboration, we can achieve more. When you are alone, you achieve less. But when we collaborate and work together, it creates that signage. And as a community, we'll grow together, bringing the youngsters along. And I see there are a lot of elders that are around as well who are mentoring these youngsters. So let's keep that spirit of Ubuntu with us. And as a community, as a country, we'll grow together. Inshallah. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That was Maulana Ahmed on behalf of Ashraful Aid, one of the sponsors to Hilaal for this particular event, the Wahda tournament that is happening in Trane, that's happening in Lodium. Over 100 teams. 12 fixtures, or 12 stadium rather, that were filled from this morning. Now we are on to the under 15 fixtures that are going on to take us till about 4 p.m. today. Sipo, tell us more.
Yeah, 1000%. So right now, the game that we are watching on ground floor is PSG 1 versus Baklu. And these are the under 15s that are going head to head. I mean, it's almost the end of the day. There's a few more games that are still left, before we round up day 1. And we still do have day 2, which is happening tomorrow at Sunday right here in Pretoria. So if you do happen to be around, please do come through to Lodium Stadium, to show your support. And, you can also just have a good time. There's some refreshments. You can get some ice cream, some sweets, snacks, something to eat, and just have a good time and support the community as well. But otherwise, if you aren't in the area, you can watch us right here on DSTV channel 347, that's Hilaal TV, or you can stream us on our websites, that's www.hilaal.tv, or on YouTube as well. Otherwise, please do give us your comments, your thoughts, how you feel about today's event, well, this weekend's event rather, on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages, that's at Hilaal TV.
Hold on. Relax.
just under 3 minutes to end of play. Announcing fixtures once again for match 17. To be in readiness on ground 4. Under 15, Newcastle Stars versus Stars. On ground 5, under 15s, Aztec will versus Baklu. On ground 6, under 15s, PSG2 will versus Holoskoko. And on ground 7, under 15s, Al-Falah 2 will versus Rustenburg.
Nabil, your left foot. Hey boy, use your left foot. Shoot. Release, man, release. Nabil, it's the second time. Use your left foot. Hey, remember the last game? You do the same mistake the last game. Use your left foot here. It's the same thing. On left. Get in here.
All right, well, right now we are lucky enough to be blessed by the presence of one of the players here at the tournament, and her name goes by Laika, right?
Yes.
Laika, she plays for the under-11 team of Holoskoko. Laika, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. Look, I'll give you props for playing out there. I could not handle the sun just being here, but otherwise, how's the tournament been for you so far?
Been very good, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so now tell me, I mean, you're one of the few girls that are actually playing here because, you know, a lot of the times soccer is seen as a sport that's dominated by women, by men rather. So how does it feel being out there with the boys and you just doing your thing?
It's actually good. I like it, you
Yeah.
know, so it's good.
Okay, all right, cool, no problem. All right, now I was told earlier on, right, a little story about a condition that you had, right, where you lost your mobility in your left leg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, please explain to us how you went through that. And I mean, clearly you're back with a bang and you're playing sports now. So tell us about that journey and how that was coming back into the sport.
So, I don't know, I was playing with my brothers and I got hurt. And then I just couldn't walk after my left leg. And I was put on a bed brace for 6 months. And I wasn't attending school for like 2 whole terms. And I couldn't run, I couldn't do anything. So I just had to be in bed. And now that I know I'm here and I'm out and I fought through that time, you know I believe in myself and I know I can do it. Because, you know, after that hard time, no one knows what I went through, only my mother and I.
Yeah.
So now I know, you know, I'm out there and I'm going to be unstoppable.
Out there and killing it, most definitely.
Laika, we've heard some interesting information, or rather some exciting information, that someone's going international this year.
Yes, I'm going.
Could you tell us a bit more about your future trip to Spain, that is?
So I'm going next month to Spain. My soccer club held trials last year and I took part and I'm chosen, so I'm going next year.
Well done, that's definitely something that's quite a big feat and you must be quite excited about it, as is your family.
Yes, they're very excited for me.
Yeah, look, I mean, I haven't been, I'm not an international sports player, so you're doing much better than I'm doing, I'll tell you that much. Otherwise, when it comes to you going to Spain, what are you looking forward to when you get there?
Getting selected, you know, like they must select me. I'm working hard towards my dream. Even if I don't get selected, I went for this opportunity and I know, you know, I can do better. So,
Yeah, look, I mean, we'll tell you, you're doing absolutely great because
Thank you.
you're here, you're playing the game, and clearly you're moving forward with it. So we wish you all the best moving forward, not just in your own personal career, but with Holoskoko as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right, there you go. Look, I mean, comeback story of the year right now for me, ladies and gentlemen. This is Laika from Holoskoko, the under-11 team. But the action is still underway right here. We still are at Laudium Stadium in Pretoria, so please do make your way. Otherwise, you can catch us right here on channel 347 Hilaal TV.
Newcastle Stars versus Stars. On ground 5, under 15s, Aztec versus Baklu. On ground 6, under 15s, PSG2 versus Holoskoko. On ground 7, under 15s, Al-Falah 2 versus Rustenburg.
The magic man. You are the magic man.
Under 15s, you are strolling onto the grounds. You need to make it sharp and fast, please. Our turnover time needs to be no more than 2 minutes. Thank you to ground 4 who are ready. Round 5, I need a ref to give me a go-ahead. To begin, match 17. Match play.
This is Hilaal TV coming to you live from Lodium in Tshwane. And we are at the Rosinda Sidibane Modiba Stadium or Sports Academy. And we are joined by the principal of the academy, Mrs. Nakeri Manamela. Thank you so much for joining us. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's wonderful that we are able to be here, and I think everybody, and I can speak on behalf of them and say that this is obviously a stellar event, and from my understanding of it, it wouldn't be possible without your offering or the usage of this particular sporting facility and your involvement from the academy. Tell us more about the partnership process and how this kind of idea was spearheaded and followed through to turn out to this wonderful day that we have in front of us today.
I work closely with the community of Lodium, the councillor, everybody around. So anytime when they want support, I'm always there. So they came to my school and they told me that there is a very special event that they want to host. And I opened the doors for them because they're always here for me. They always support me. If you can look around, Lodium, it's a very, very, very secured area because of the people around here. I think.
Yeah, no, 100%. Now, please tell us, Menakedi, like being a principal is no small feat, all right? So, how do you feel that an initiative like this impacts the kids, you know, being involved in a community, being involved in the community, and of course, just the initiative and a tournament like this?
You know, I am very much passionate about sports. And if you can look around, especially in our country, we are losing more young people because we don't engage them in sports.
Yeah.
So for the tournament of this nature, it is very much important, and it is an exposure to our learners so that other people outside can be able to see. And I know that even around, we have people who are going to come here to scout our learners.
Yeah.
You know, it is very much important for these learners to be exposed because we want them to represent the country in future.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well said. I mean, so we can imagine, I mean, as a school, that there are different activities that happen as well. It doesn't just end with football. So please, can you tell us about, you know, the other initiatives, especially when it comes to the sporting world, that that Rosina Sedibana Modiba school is a part of?
In my school, we have 13 different sporting codes. We have the gymnasium, where we have learners, the gymnastic learners, who are practicing on a daily basis.
Yeah.
As we speak, those learners are going to represent the country at Belgium.
Yeah.
We have very good soccer players. You know, we scout from the very best schools around. So we have very good soccer players. They compete and for GDL, for K Motsepe. They've been playing for K Motsepe during the week. We have swimming. We are producing the best. Our learners you know, they represent us very, very well. We have tennis as we speak. The tennis tournament is underway. Our learners are representing Gauteng as we speak. You know, we have volleyball. We have introduced cricket. You know, you can't have a school around Lodium without cricket.
Yeah,
you know that cricket is very much important here at Lodium. And we have introduced rugby, and our rugby team is also doing very, very well.
Yeah.
So for all our learners who are in the school, they all participate in sports, even though we have normal classes from 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Then thereafter, they go to their different sporting codes, and then they start competing and practicing.
I know, 1,000%. Now, one last question for me before I hand it over to Fail over here. So, I mean, there's a lot of principles that can be learned through sports, you know, but otherwise, for yourself, what would you like the kids to take out of a tournament like Wahda Junior Soccer Festival?
You know, when I look at this tournament, you know, I see light, especially for these learners. And if we can keep on exposing these young ones, especially in this nature, where they compete from different regions and different provinces, I think in that way our learners are going to be, you know, more. They are going to be more inspired, and not only be inspired. I think they are going to be confident to go and compete even with other learners, because sometimes we keep our learners indoor competing on their own, not knowing that there is life outside. They can be able to compete with other learners. Then in that way they are going to be confident.
Principal Nakeri, I think the last question before we let you go. What have your impressions of this tournament been so far? What are some of the things that stood out for you, seeing everyone converge, you know, in one day from so many parts of the country?
Sure. You know, I saw unity. For the very first time, I saw unity. You know, when I entered these premises, I was not even sure that this is what I see on a daily basis. You know, I saw something totally different from what we see on a daily basis. So I saw unity. I saw, you know, this brightness, the different companies that are supporting sports. I really, really think that if companies can keep on supporting sports like this, then as a country we'll go far. But I just want to say, even from my school, we have companies that are supporting this tournament. We have Albany. It is one of our biggest company that is supporting us, and Tiger Brand. And we have Pretoria Kellys this around. They are also supporting this tournament. And not only the tournament, they are also supporting the school. So I wish you can keep on exposing this tournament to even other provinces.
1,000%. Couldn't have said it better myself. Otherwise, Menakedi, thank you so much for joining us. And I mean, also thank you for, being so involved with the kids. I mean, you can just be a principal is being one thing, but to actually show up even on weekends, taking your time out, to be involved like this, it really means a lot and it says a lot about you yourself as a person as well. So we'd like to thank you at Hilaal TV as well.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome, there you go. And that is Me Nakedi Manamela, the principal of Rosina Sedibana Modiba School, right here, just to let us know, that the kids are the future, and getting involved means a lot, especially when it comes to the future of the kids and what it means to them moving forward. Otherwise, we still are here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. Guys, it's really nice. We're really having a good time. The kids are having a good time. The game is on right now. This is the under-15s. It's Newcastle Stars versus MM Stars that's going on right here at Ground 4.
End of play for match 17. Moving along to match 18 now. On ground 4, make your way, under 15, Apex versus Benoni Spurs 1. On ground 5, under 15, PSG 1 versus Al-Falah 1. On ground 6, under 15, Abai versus Simon Stars. On ground 7, under 15s, Benoni Spurs 2 versus Holos Koko.
And welcome back here. This is the Wahda Soccer Festival, the Junior Soccer Festival. Now I'm sitting with a future star, Kian. He's going to talk to us about how the tournaments be for him. And what's written on your top? Daddy's assistant coach.
Yeah.
So you're Daddy's favorite, I'm assuming, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, Kian, talk to us about how you're enjoying this tournament.
Really good.
Okay. And how many goals have you scored?
I'm not playing today.
Okay, when are you playing?
Tomorrow.
And are you excited about it?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, why do you like playing in these tournaments?
Because you learn and stuff.
Okay. And who is your favorite player in the whole wide world?
Mbappe.
Okay. Kian, all the best, and hope you will be successful tomorrow. Kian, it's so lovely to feel that even at such a young age, these kids are able to go ahead and be so confident.
Definitely. Young Kian is 6 years old for us.
Can you believe he's got such confidence at the age of 6?
I don't think at the age of 6 I would have been
Yeah,
able
same
to
here also.
sit in front of a camera, in front of so many people, or even take the field, at a later stage. And that's what he's going to be doing tomorrow. Imam Stars. Look out for Kian perhaps tomorrow and give him a shout out if you are tuning in. Remember, we're coming to you live both today and tomorrow out here in Lodium in Tshwane, bringing you coverage of the Al Wahda tournament. Over 100 schools in different age categories taking part in a mammoth tournament with teams coming in from different parts of the country converging to create a wonderful, electrifying soccer atmosphere for us.
Yeah, definitely. So the next mixture we're going to have is going to be Apex versus Benoni Spurs, the first team. So we're going to wait and see what, of course, happens in that game. But we've had, again, a great tournament that has happened. And, the heat is starting to take it still, isn't it?
It definitely is, and both, the atmosphere or the environment, I'd say from the sun, as well as on the field for us, because the under-15 fixtures so far have been proving to be, a little bit more tougher played games, I would say. A lot more discipline on the field, a lot more aggression, from the striking end, more formations going in. Obviously, because the level of the game, I think by that age is something that changes. This is where you start seeing, great potential to go on into big league. And that's exactly what we're seeing out here on the field today.
Yeah, no, definitely. And of course, let me run you the fixtures that, of course, we will be taking you through. It will be Apex versus Benoni Spurs, Wentworth versus Baklu, Aztec versus Al Falah, the first team. We then have Stars against Benoni Spurs 1. We will then have Newcastle Stars versus PSG 1. And we conclude proceedings with Baklu versus Al Falah.
Behind you, Vicky. Pass.
Currently in play, match 18. Announcing fixtures for match 19. Match 19 on ground 4. Wentworth FC will verse Baklu, and that's under 15. On ground 5, under 15s, Newcastle Stars will verse Benoni Spurs 1. On ground 6, under 15s, Dream Sports will verse Rustenburg. And for match 19 on ground 7, under 15s, PSG 2 will verse Simon Stars.
Face the game, face the game!
The coverage continues of the Wahda Cup 2023, and we're joined in the studio by Martin, who is the technical director of Stars based in Lenasia. Martin, thank you so much for joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for welcoming us here.
So, traveling all the way from Lenasia, it must have been an early start to the morning, and you have obviously multiple age league teams that are here. How's the tournament been so far for you? What are your first impressions?
Great tournament. We just like to thank Buddha and All Stars for hosting a great tournament. It's good to see that they're giving back to our grassroots children, and these opportunities is what good development is all about.
Martin, we met obviously in Durban, and then you introduced us to Stars. I mean, talk to us about, from July up until now, the preparations that you guys had for the competition.
So our program don't stop. We busy every day. The children play week in, week out. Our program is based on development. We just encourage our children to get enough game time. And most recently, one of our players signed a professional contract at La Masia. So
oh, lovely. That's Barcelona, yeah.
Issa Mangera. No, the South African first
South
division.
African,
So it's
okay.
PSL, one below first division. So it's good to see that our boys are getting opportunity in the country, and we're putting our name out there.
The under-13s have a chance. I mean, whoever's the player of the competition can go to Feyenoord. I mean, that must be a lot of motivation.
Yes, it's a great opportunity, a great initiative, and at least for development, it's encouraging to see that these children are having such opportunities just so they can showcase their talent.
One from a preparation or preparatory rather perspective, I mean, tournaments like this must be being or demanding a lot more preparation than your standard league fixtures. How do you go about, in brief, preparing your youngsters for a tournament like this?
We mostly these kind of tournaments happen so quick. The time is short, so psychologically and the mindset, we speak a lot to our players just to prepare them mentally because there's no break in between the games. You can hardly coach on there, so it's all the work you put in prior to the tournament that makes a difference. And on the day, it's for them just to go out, express their talent, showcase everyone what they're capable of doing.
Martin, what are your expectations for the rest of this competition for each of your age groups?
We're just looking to play good soccer, show everyone around here what the Stars brand is about. Winning, losing, it doesn't matter because if our children have fun, that automatically speaks out on the pitch. And just to display and show to everyone out there that we have something that they can enjoy watching and just showcase our talent.
Martin, thank you so much for joining us and all the best ahead of the competition.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
That's Martin from Stars, and currently playing, it's Apex vs Benoni Spurs 1. Apex and Benoni Spurs 1. The Heat is, of course, taking real control here, but yeah, it's probably going to be one of those games to fail where just one goal may decide things.
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of hard play from both sides, and there's also a lot of talent on the field that we see currently for us. But it's been a quick game thus far. There's a lot of possession changing hands very quickly. And that makes for good soccer. It makes for good soccer to watch. It makes for good soccer to play as well. There's a lot of movement. It's not static. It's not dominated or one-sided. And I think that's just the pleasure of the game.
Yeah, no, definitely. Let's see what happens. Of course, still 0-0 between Apex and Benoni Spurs.
Watch behind you. Nice, man. Watch that player behind you, man. Watch that player behind you there. That's it, man. Grab. Turn. Pass. Pass. Make the pass, Hamza. Play, play. He grabbed to turn him open, give him the ball and shoot. We need a goal. Stand there on you. You have to come make a spectacle in the front. You have trouble at last minute. There's trouble in every time you get a ball. Okay. Cut him. Go, Mickey, go! Go, Mickey! Get it, go! You shot, go! Again, you shot. One short, one long. Grab first, boy. Play. You get no control. Come in. One stick. Go, you shot. Right, go, you shot. Nothing wrong. You shot. Go, don't worry, go. There was. I told you there. Day1.
2 minutes to end of play. Repeating fixtures for match 19 On ground 4, under 15s, Wentworth FC will verse Buccleuch. On ground 5, under 15s, Newcastle Stars will verse Benoni Spurs 1. On ground 6, under 15s, Dream Sports will verse Rustenburg. On ground 7, under 15s, PSG 2 will verse Simon Stars.
Good try, boy. Come, mark. You shall mark. Right, well done. All right, come again. Ref. Finish, man. Relax each other. One ball. Ref, you're not allowed to kick over the line. You will go on that side. Now come in. Go. Go inside. Where's our middle?
Check your laws. Make sure the pass there, guys.
Foul throw, ref.
End of play. Making your way onto the grounds for match 19. Round 4, Wentworth FC versus Buccleuch. Round 5, under 15s, Newcastle Stars versus Benoni Spurs 1. Round 6, under 15, Dream Sports versus Rustenburg. Round 7, under 15s, PSG 2 versus Simon Stars.
Camera 7.
Mikey, hurry up!
So what we have here, of course, we have just the coaches just talking to the teams here post the game. Apex and Benoni Spurs have just completed. The next teams that are coming, of course, are Wentworth FC versus Buccleuch. They'll be taking each other on in the next match. So we wait to see how things are going to be with regards to that, and it's going to be quite an interesting match that is going to be taking place. To fail, Wentworth FC versus Buccleuch. Your take? It'll be a good game, also.
I guess we'll have to see once the field is taken and once that first whistle blows. I think that's going to be the real tell of it.
And 5.
Like I said earlier, I think the under 15 fixtures do promise a different dynamic of soccer from what we've seen a little earlier on in the day.
6 and 7.
We also see that the changeover times have a lot more going on, than the earlier fixtures as well.
Yeah, I think what's a good thing here to fail is that everything is gone on time. We actually just got over 1 hour left of this competition. So, you know what, if you're still in the Lodium area, come make a pass, come through and enjoy the football. I mean, go ahead and really, this is a time where, you have this 1 hour, make it count. Come here to the Rosie Sedibani ground, and of course make the most out of it. And it's really going to be an exciting competition.
Players, I am not going to repeat myself, eh?
Riyaz, press him up. Try to press him.
By show of hands, refs, are we ready?
And we're just waiting for.
To begin, match 19. Match play.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سادتي أنساتي سادتي، نعود إليكم مرة أخرى من كابينة التعليق من قناة هلال تي في. الباحثين عن المتعة، هذه ليلة الإبداع. الباحثين عن الإثارة، هذه ليلة المتعة والإثارة مع قناة هلال تي في هنا في دوري المدارس، هنا في جوهانسبرغ، تحديدا منطقة بريتوريا. مباراة ما بين اف سي وبولكم اف سي مباراة ما بين بوكلو واف سي، مباراة على من يحدد المركز الأول في دوري المجموعات. يا ترى فريق اف سي أو فريق بوكلو؟ شايفين كده على الجانب الشمال فريق اف سي بيرتدي الزي الأسمر وفريق بوكلو يرتدي الزي الأحمر. مباراة مثيرة وممتعة، نتمنى لجميع المشاهدين مباراة ممتعة ومثيرة. شايفين كده جميع الجماهير، والله هجمة مرتدة كده خطيرة جدا ما بين الفريقين، ويلعب كده الجول كيبر كرة طويلة ما بين الفريق، ترتد تاني في نص الملعب، ترجع مرة أخرى يحاول كده عليها ولكن ترجع لرمي التماس. بيحاول كده يسيطر في نص الملعب فريق اللي بيرتدي الزي الاسمر، ولكن الفريق اللي بيرتدي الزي الاحمر فريق مجتهد جدا، والله بيحاول كده يخطف هدف. كرة مرتده سريعه بتلعب في نص الملعب، اللاعب خطير جدا بيلعبها الباك الشمال، بيبص على الكوره هيبص لمين، خطيره جدا، بيلم الاول والثاني ولكن مقطوعه منه، تطلع بره رمي التماس للفريق اللي بيرتدي الزي الاحمر. فريق بكلوب يلعب كرة طويلة ولكن تطلع رمي التماس لفريق اف سي. والله مباراة ممتعة ومثيرة. شايف كده في كابينة التعليق كابتن عمرو سعيد بيشاورني كده بيقول لي خلي بالك كده من الجول كيبر اللي واقف كده لفريق اف سي، جول كيبر خطير جدا بيفكرني بحسام الحضري كده في منتخب مصر. ولكن والله كده شايفين كرة خطيرة في نص الملعب، بيفكرني اللاعب ده بفريق سان داونز، طريقة لعب فريق سان داونز والله، وكذا تشيفز ورونالدو بايرز، كلها فرق عريقة جدا في جنوب افريقيا هنا. والله بيمتعونا في دوري المدارس بالكرة الجميلة والكرة الساحرة تيكا تاكا كده بقى على طريقة برشلونة وفي طريقة ريال مدريد. شايفين كده كرة خطيرة من باص ولمسة واحدة من باص الله على التيكي تاكا، ولكن تطلع الكرة رمي التماس للفريق اللي بيرتدي الزي الأحمر. مباراة جميلة وممتعة، نتمنى من كلا الفريقين يعني يقدموا مباراة طيبة ونتمنى التوفيق للأفضل. الجول كيبر بيلعب كرة طويلة وترجع تاني تطلع كرة خطيرة جدا. هيعمل ايه يا راجل؟ شوط يا راجل، شوط. بيفكر مرتين ولكن كده بيعتمدوا على الباص، ما بيطمعش، مش أناني، بيبص الكرة. فريق مهاري جدا يا جماعة، فريق اف سي ده فريق خطير جدا جدا جدا، بيفكرني كده بفريق كذا تشيفز في طريقة لعبه وطريقة حتى الملابس بتاعته والستايل بتاعه. شايف كرة طويلة كده بتتلعب ترجع تاني في نص الملعب، كرة خطيرة. فريق اف سي مسيطر، فريق اف سي بيلعب كرة جميلة جدا زي ما احنا شايفين، بيهاجم ولكن حكم المباراة بيرجع الكرة بيقول له رمي التماس.
It's a tight game that is happening here, of course. It's still 0-0 between Wentworth and Baklu. Just to remind everyone, Wentworth are in the purple and black, and Baklu are in a full red. So a really interesting game that is happening at this moment.
Yes, فريق بوكلو is good بلاير، ولكن شايفين كده فريق بوكلو بيلعب كوره جميله جدا على الارض يا جماعه، فريق ممتع جدا. شايفين كده الله عليك الولد لاعب رقم 6 ده لاعب خطير جدا يا جماعه، بيلعب كوره طويله ولكن كده بترجع تاني لحارس المرمى اللي ما شافوش ولكن بيغلط. يا نهار يا ابني بتعمل ايه يا ابني؟ حرام عليك، انت هتضيع مجهود فريقك اللي بيمتعنا النهارده بالاداء الرائع والجميل. كوره ركنيه كانت بتلعب كوره طويله خطيرة والله لاعب مجتهد جدا ولاعب مجتهد بتشوف كده بيلعب كرة من لمسة واحدة.
As they would say, he's clearly set away from the post.
طبعا فريق جميل وبيلعب كرة جميلة جدا برافو، ولكن كده برضه بيحاول يسيطر بيلعب الكرة لمسة واحدة. والله فريق ممتع يا جماعة. اتفرج على فريق بيلعب كرة جميلة جدا. شايفين يا جماعة مسيطر على الملعب كده بطريقة برشلونة. بيباصي هيشوط والله خطير بيفكرني بجول بوجبا الولد ده جدا. اهو تاني 8 ده. الله عليك ولد لعيب.
He sent it wide of the mark. You enjoying the game so far, Umar?
Yes, I like it. I'm supportive of
Okay, which team you think is playing well so far? Like, who would you say has really done a good performance? Is it Wentworth or Baklu?
Baklu played nice play. Look.
On ground 6 under 15s.
Look, number 6.
And on ground
It's a very tight game at the moment. Still 0-0 between Baklu and Wentworth Football Club.
يس فريق باكلو بيلعب تاني الكرة كده يا جماعة زي ما احنا شايفين. رمي التماس لفريق باكلو بيلعب كرة طويلة خطيرة يلعب ولا ايه؟ كرة خطيرة جدا والله كان ممكن يعملها ويحرز هدف معاكس في فريقه، ولكن كده ربنا ستر وقدر حارس المرمى يضبط النفس وقدر يسيطر على الكرة بشكل جميل جدا، ولكن ما تكررهاش تاني. بيفكرني بكابتن شادي محمد كده لما غلط الغلطة في نهائي أبطال إفريقيا، ولكن قدر الحارس يصلح الغلطة. شايفين كده فريق باكلو بيضغط جامد جدا على الفريق اللي بيرتدي الزي الأحمر فريق FC، ولكن حكم المباراة بيرجع الكرة تاني بيقول خطأ على فريق باكلو بيلعب الكرة رمي التماس بطريقة خاطئة. شايفين كده فريق FC بيحاول يستعيد الأمور مرة تانية، بيحاول كده يلعب الكرة أي حاجة هيلعبها ولا إيه؟ خطيرة والله كده دفاع فريق باكلو بيقدر يسيطر على الكرة مرة تانية يا جماعة. والله مباراة جميلة جدا. شايف كده كل الناس بتتفرج وكل واقف على طرفين صوابعه. مباراة مهمة ومباراة خطيرة. بيلعب كرة طويلة ولكن تطلع رمي التماس لفريق FC.
Still goalless here between Wentworth FC and Baklu. There was a close chance there for Wentworth earlier on, but obviously nothing came out of it. And of course, Umar giving a very passionate explanation with regards to this.
نرجع تاني لكابينة التعليق من قناة هلال TV. شايف كده كابتن أحمد بيقول لي الله يفتح عليك أنت يا كابتن أحمد. والله مباراة ممتعة ومثيرة فعلا بتخطف الأنفاس وتخطف الأنظار. فريق باكلو بيفكرني بطريقة برشلونة وطريقة لعب برشلونة، طريقة ممتازة جدا. بيلعب من باصة واحدة ولمسة واحدة زي ما احنا شايفين يا جماعة. مفيش حد فيهم بيمسك الكرة أكتر من 30 ثانية بالضبط وتلاقيه بيبص الكرة أو بيشوط. شايف كده فريق باكلو مسيطر على فريق FC في الملعب بشكل ممتاز، وطريقة انتشاره حتى ممتازة يا جماعة. كده حتى طريقة الانتشار بتاعتهم واقفين كويس، كل لاعب بيلعب مان تو مان مع اللاعب الثاني. طريقة ممتازة جدا في الأداء والتكتيك. بحيي فريق باكلو على طريقة التنظيم وطريقة اللعب اللي بيلعب بيها الفريق. ممكن واحد يقول لي دلوقتي أنت متحيز لفريق باكلو. لا والله يا جماعة أنا بتحيز دايما لطريقة اللعبة الحلوة. شايفين فريق FC بيحاول اللي بيرتدي التيشيرت الأحمر بيحاول ينظم نفسه، ولكن تحس كده ان هو مخبوط في ارضيه الملعب، مش قادر يأدي برضه، مش قادر يقف على رجله نظرا للبساط اللي بيعملها فريق باكلو. شوف يا جماعه بلمسه واحده خطير جدا فريق باكلو ده يا جماعه. انا برشح الفريق ده ان هو يوصل للنهائي. خطيره يا جماعه، خطيره. والله فريق بيلعب كوره ممتازه جميله جدا. بيلعب كوره طويله، ولكن كده يا جماعه الحته دي عاوزه بقى واحد طويل القامه عشان يقدر يحرز الهدف من لمسه واحده. الحته دي لازم كده يلعب في البوكس ده واحد طويل القامه، ولكن تتعوض ان شاء الله وننتظر في المباراه القادمه.
And we got, of course, the no. And we're going to continue with the local commentary. Let me welcome my man, Semi Shambare Inyaguero.
Hilaal TV, channel 347. Kwenda mbele nokutesa mtambo wenu pakati pa Wentworth ne Baklu.
فريق باكلو كده بيحاول يسيطر على الملعب، ولكن ترجع الكرة تاني رمي التماس.
Shakadaro 0 Baklu 0 Wentworth. Tukona fana wana pakati hapo wana bora rufamo zakanaka. Pambere wana 7 namba 7 wana coach zakanaka.
Reference it was a goal outside goal, brother. So free kick into ana komana be Baklu. Bamdun zapasi komana huyo. Abadun zapasi. Referee was spot on.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you, obviously the heat is playing such a huge part. Sammy, I think even one goal now, the people will take
Once again, repeating fixtures for match 20 on ground 4 at the 15 Aztec versus
Pisa urbita zwa
PSG1.
zwita kana level e borari barazikira pasi, so even one goal would be welcome from any side.
One goal will be enough, isn't it, Amar Umar?
Yes, for Farid Baklo is I'm supportive of Farid Baklo.
We're still sitting, it's still 0-0 between the two teams, and of course we hope to see how this game is going to end up here. Again, the heat is playing a really, really huge role in the way this game is continuing. So let's see how it is. Let me run down the fixtures that are still going to happen. Aztec will play Al Falah 1 up next. Then Stars will play Benoni Spurs 1 after that. Newcastle Stars will play PSG 1. And we wrap up with Baklu versus Al Falah 1. That is the next game that's going to be happening. After that is the full-time whistle. 0-0, gentlemen, your final thoughts on the game.
Tukula Zagale Faraz, heat is playing a biggest role. If you compare to the games that were played in the morning, they were fast-paced, they were action, but because of the heat, the level of intensity has dropped down a bit.
المباراة المنتظرة طبعا فريق الفلاح فريق الفلاح طبعا معروف جدا ومشهور جدا وكان حاصل على البطولة السنة اللي فاتت. فريق الفلاح بيمتاز بعدة نجوم وعدة كفاءات خلال الفترة السابقة. هل يا ترى هيستطيع يحقق الانتصار مرة أخرى والفوز بالبطولة كما وعدنا الموسم الفائت؟ هل الموسم ده إن شاء الله يقدر يحقق البطولة مرة تانية؟ هو ده اللي هنقدر نشوفه خلال المباراة القادمة.
Let's see the next game. It will play Aztec.
Okay, gentlemen, we wait now for the teams to obviously get onto the field. Hold on. Uncle Yusuf.
فريق الفلاح فريق ممتاز جدا يا جماعه. شايفين كده بيبدا يستعد للنزول لارض الملعب. المباراه دي كتير جدا من الناس وكتير جدا من المشاهدين بينتظروها لان هي مباراه مهمه جدا ما بين البطل السابق لهذه البطوله بطوله دوري المدارس اللي بتقام للمره الثالثه او الرابعه على التوالي في بريتوريا. النهارده بقى يوم كرنفال، يوم جميل كده، كل الناس جايين النهارده يحضروا يستمتعوا مع ابنائهم. جو جميل جدا من المجموعات اللي موجودة من جميع المدارس اللي جاية من كل منطقة في جنوب إفريقيا جاية النهاردة كده تستمتع مع دوري المدارس اللي بيشرف عليه قناة هلال تي في.
PSG1 versus Al Falah 1. No, error. Round 5. Apex versus PSG1. Waiting for you.
Welcome back here to our live coverage of the Wahda Soccer Festival 2023 coming to you from Lodium. Now we're talking of Lodium, we're talking of Pretoria. Let me welcome a great of Mamelodi Sundowns. Now we're talking about the era where Mamelodi Sundowns had started their dominance and then of course took a bit of a break and then returned to the 90s. But one of those men that were there during the 1960s was a player by the name of Batu Bana. Uncle Batu, jazakallah so much for joining us, and really a great pleasure to have a great player like yourself here.
Thank you very much for acknowledging my team. I appreciate it highly, definitely.
Talk to us about when you started football. How was it? It's during the height of apartheid. You can't play in the big leagues. You have to play in leagues which are sanctioned by, of course, the sports bodies of South Africa, that passion, it was still there, wasn't it?
No, definitely, the passion was there. We played for the love of football. In the early days, there was no money involved, nothing, but we played because of the love of the game. And in those days, it was not, like I can put it to you, that it was more fun, enjoyment, and meeting people and that type of thing. So it was very, very, very interesting times.
Uncle Batu, when you look at how football is involved and how it needs to be done now for kids, I mean, it's now about money, it's about the status and all of that. But how do you maintain that passion of football within the children?
Passion of football now. Look, at my age now, I'm going for 74. But I've still got a passion for football. At my age, I still play social football, which not at a high level, but just to be involved in the sporting fraternity. And let's put it this way, if I see what's going on today, really, it's lovely. This is what we want. This is what we want for our kids. We want the upliftment of football. We want our kids to benefit from it. There's a big future in this game, and our kids must take advantage. There's a big, very, very big opportunity.
Do you still hold like a relationship with Mamelodi Sundowns? Because obviously today they're playing the MTN 8 final against Orlando Pirates.
Yeah. No, look, I'm still a Sundowns supporter. Whether from old days, I'm still a Sundowns supporter, but I've got no ties with Sundowns or the Sundowns at present because it is a different game altogether.
And what do you think about, the coach Rulani Mokoena? I mean, he looks like he's somebody who loves tactics and really loves coaching the team quite well.
Sure, definitely. Look, he's doing very well with the team, but also you must think of another thing. He's got all the opportunities there for him. Not like in our case, when we played football, we had no coaches. We played with our natural talent, and we played as a team. And if I go back now in the early 70s or late 69s, if you look at the team that we had those years, we could have matched any team today.
I was always going to ask that question. I mean, Uncle Batu, if South Africa was allowed to compete at the international level with the caliber of players they had there, I mean, South Africa would have been one of the best teams in the world, won't they?
We could have been one of the best teams. We had very, very, very talented players. From the early days, our footballers, if I go back now, before my time, if I go back in the 50s and that, we had quality players from the old Barabastan, the old location. You can take your hat off for that. There was so much talent in that small little location where we lived. It's unbelievable.
Uncle Batu, it's so nice speaking to a legend of the game, and thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. All the best. Thanks.
Yes, man! Yes, son. I'm mine. Let's go. I love that. Quickly, Faizan,
Jason, go to the keeper. Wood, face the ball. Release, release, release.
Currently playing match 20. Announcing fixtures for match 21. Match 21 on ground 4. Under 15s, Stars will verse Benoni Spurs 1. For match 21 on ground 5. Under 15s, Wentworth FC will verse Al-Falah 1. On ground 6, the under 15s, Benoni Spurs 2 will verse Simon Stars. And for match 21, currently on match 20, on round 7, the under 15s Dream Sports will verse a bye match. Bye matches mean you still have to go onto the field for at least 2 minutes.
Wood, hello, Wood, jump on the wall.
Welcome back here. This is, of course, we're in the final 2 hours of this broadcast here at the Wahda Soccer Festival 2023. Let me welcome Maulana Chogle. He's a representative of the Easy Build Group. And of course, Easy Build Lodium is one of our broadcast sponsors here. Maulana, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for making the time for us.
Wa alaikum salam and jazakumullah to you as well.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. So Maulana, talk to us about, obviously, how beautiful is football in just uniting the community.
Okay, Foundation Easy Build is a group of company that supports sports. And we as a company encourage the youth to be part of any sporting activity. And the reason being is that we need to be healthy. And one of the ways to live and be healthy is to be an activist in sports. So in most instances, Easy Build, the group of company, do participate, assist, and also take the hand of those that would like to grow in the field of sports.
And Maulana, when you look at the youngsters of today, it's social media and they're getting distracted by other things. How important is sports in bringing them back to doing recreational activities?
You see, social media is something you and I cannot stop. But what we can encourage for them to see the benefit of placing your feet on earth and feeling the wonderful energy of being part of being able to do something. Like, for example, in sports, as you see a blind girl sitting there, visually impaired, Easy Build is also one of the sponsors of many sporting activities as far as the visually impaired is concerned. So we encourage it all the time.
And of course, we saw like President Ramaphosa, paying tribute to the athletes who participated in the special games, and they actually did very well in the special games. So, sport is inclusive for everybody, no matter who you are.
That's correct. Like, for example, as I'm talking about, we're discussing sports. Let's look at the sports for the visually impaired. We have special type of ball for them to play cricket, which has sound. We have special rackets for them. We have special stumps for cricket. So all these type of activities, yes, as I mentioned, Easy Build group of company will always be in the front line, especially when it comes to sports for disabled people.
Maulana, just your parting words on, the importance of a tournament like this in bringing the community of Lodium together.
I wish this can happen for many more long years to come. The reason being is just walking around and looking at family, being with each other, friends meeting each other, greeting each other, eating with each other, all that by itself shows that we can change a society through sports.
Maulana, jazakallah so much for making the time for us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Relax, relax. Let's go, man. Yeah, man. Well done, Holmes. Get it back. Turn, boy, turn. Keep it tight.
play.
We're still here at the Wahda Soccer Festival 2023, currently playing its Aztec versus Al Fala Team 1. Right, let me bring in the coaches of Baklu. They just recently concluded their match against Wentworth FC. I'd like to welcome Avinash and Marlon. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Avinash, I want to start off with you first. I mean, talk to us about, how Baklu has performed so far in the competition and your happiness with their progress.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity. I think firstly, well done to all the coordinators. This has been a great tournament. We have 3 different divisions that have participated today, under 11, under 13, and we have the under 15. Overall, from a Baklu point of view, I think we've performed well. Most of the teams have had some draws, wins, and losses. But specifically, Coach Marlon and I focus on the under 15 team. We're doing relatively well. 1 win, 2 losses, and a draw. I think it's a fair result on our performance.
Coach Marlon, both you and Coach Avinash are co-coaches. So how do you work off each other to make sure that the team performs at their best?
First, thank you. First, we're never on a different page. We're always on the same page. Okay. We always talk about how we want to play, how we want our boys to perform. When it comes to tournaments like this, we always collaborate. It takes 2 hands to clap. So if we got to agree if we want to go forward. Let's put it that way.
Coach Avinash, I want to talk about the importance of getting the boys off the street and making them to focus on football.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Coming from Baklu, we have it's a very small community, and the idea behind Baklu United is exactly that, to bring the boys not off the streets, but to get them to group together. That's one, and across all our different cultures, so that we can operate as one unified team. And support and get support from the community to drive Baklu forward.
Coach Marlon, just final words from you. What are you expecting from the team heading into tomorrow's rounds?
They can give me whatever they've got. This is a sport. You got to take your wins. You got to take your losses. End of the day, it's about them giving the best and try. If we don't try, we never know where we go.
Definitely. Guys, thank you so much and all the best ahead of the rest of the competition.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Where's our bench?
You want a chair? You can take a chair.
Guys, come this side.
Hands. Are you ready?
Guys, come this side.
Round 6, you need to make your way there now, please.
Right, listen. Emmanuel, from the front to mark. You fake, dummy, shoot. Right. If you don't mind, wake up. Now listen. We won't start this. You want to give a chance in the back?
Refs, are we ready?
ايوه بقى وين الايس كريم يا سهيل
Okay, no, it's fine for now. It's fine. Steve, you can cover pilot. If you don't mind. Oh, you have to play it. Go.
Look at me. Sammy quick. Sammy quick.
And then make a decision.
Play quicker. Stop standing. Hamza, on the ball always. Hamza, you receive.
To begin, match 21. Match play.
Right, come. Too much time. Keep the ball at your feet. Ref pushing.
Finish now.
Make a pass.
Currently playing match 21. Announcing fixtures for match 22. Match 22 on ground 4.
Get them, Duris.
Stars over PSG 1.
Well done. Look up. Ours. Come.
Over Apex. On ground 6, PSG 2 over Alpha 2. And on ground 7, Olive Score over Random Stars. And these are all under 14 matches.
Ref. Hand ball, ref. Right, come. White. Give white. Something to it.
ايوه فاهمك فاهمك
Come on, you lazy. Come on, you lazy. Wait. Nuri. Nuri. Straight. Yeah. Ready, go. Yeah. Go down. Throw.
If you want to switch with Yusha, you can switch. If you want to switch.
Wake up. Go. Hamza. Come up. Hamza, you. Stay with him. You want style. Back his pass.
No, give me a too much time.
Nabil.
Hey, Sayad.
Shoot harder, man.
Hamza. Let's guys.
So sorry coach.
Listen. Hamza. I don't know ball. Hey, wake up, guys. We must stop.
All right, and the games are still underway here at Rosina Sidibana Mobida Sports Field, but we are nearing the end of today's rounds of games, man.
Yeah,
It's
we got
been
the last 1 hour. Currently playing
Yes.
Stars. They've really. I mean, remember them from Durban.
Yes, of course. I cannot forget.
And now, obviously, they're gonna be taking on Benoni Spurs. So
Benoni Spurs, yeah.
So interesting game that's starting now. Still 0-0 at the moment. I tell you what, I don't know if you've noticed, Sipo, but a lot of the games have been. It's been decided by one goal. I think the heat has played such a huge role in this game.
Yes. There was a point that Prasam made earlier on when he said that heat is definitely a factor because the games were much more energized in the morning. There was a lot more energy. The kids were ready, and the sun wasn't as pumping as it is right now. But it is past midday, so I mean the sun is coming down just a little bit, so that should help as well. But otherwise, it's been a really, really good day. It's not over just yet, but while we're here, we would like to thank the sponsors of this year's Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, namely Ashraful Aid, Easy Build, Laudium, AMCA, RPH Hospital, Lotto Sports, Sani Car Hire, Willerton Group, and Absa Sharia Banking. Thank you so much for making everything possible.
Okay, so Stars have just taken the lead now. They've scored against Benoni Spurs. It's currently 1-0 to Stars.
Come on,
Go back, where you running to?
One, two, three, four.
Hey, keep quiet. Get a ball next time. You wanna complain, come search you outside. Stay there and don't go back. Don't go back, sit fire. You need to focus more. Stop going back, forward. What?
Announcing fixtures for match 22. Match 22 on ground 4. Newcastle Stars will verse PSG 1. On ground 5, under 15s, Aztec will verse Apex. On ground 6, PSG 2 will verse Alfala 2. And on ground 7, Holoskoko will verse Simon Stars.
Drop. Take a man, let you go there. Come on, yours. Well done. Take your time and score now. You play 1, 2, let you score.
Block the ball. Block the ball. Block the ball.
Camille, there's no sliding. Tell them no sliding. Drop close up, Camille. Behind you, Camille.
And we are still here at the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival. We're actually entering the last hour of this day 1, and of course don't forget tomorrow day 2 will be taking place. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming a regional representative from K Karam, Ahmed Qasim. Uncle Ahmed, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah for joining us.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's only a pleasure.
Uncle Ahmed, talk to us about the importance of football tournaments like this in bringing the community of Lodium together.
Well, K Karam has been in existence for more than 59 years. Alhamdulillah, through Allah's grace, and we're going strong, alhamdulillah. And from inception, K Karam has always been involved in community upliftment, partaking in social events, and it is only a privilege to know that we're going to be part of this major event. And it's an honor not only for me, but for the owners, the directors, the staff of K Karam. And it's actually fantastic to see a wonderful turnout.
Uncle Ahmed, when we look at football and just, its ability to unite communities, this is the situation that's happening here, isn't it?
Well, 100%. I mean, the late Nelson Mandela himself, he united an entire nation based on football and on rugby. So we can understand that sports plays a major, major role in uniting our country, uniting our people, and more importantly, uplifting our youth. That's what's most important, because the youth is our future. So we have to invest in them.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, 1000%. Because when it does come to the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival, the first thing that comes to mind is unity. But other than that, what other principles would you like the kids to be instilled when it comes to an initiative like this?
I think the most important discipline when it comes to sports is discipline. And for you to be part of a sport event or to partake with team members, you mixing with different people, different cultures, you've got to have the right discipline to be able to interact with all the different people in the country.
Yeah.
And that only helps uplift our children going forward and gives them more insight on how to be able to deal with different situations, especially when it comes to different cultures. And K Karam has been very, very much involved in different cultures, in involving different cultures in different programs, in different events. And we are a very, very diverse company when it comes to that.
No, 1,000%. We definitely have to give you kudos, for coming out and supporting the kids and the community at large. But otherwise, when it comes to the weekend, this is day one. We're about to end day one. What are you looking forward to when it comes to tomorrow's games and the whole weekend at large?
I'm looking for more children. I'm looking for more goals.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I'm looking for more excitement, and I'm looking for more communities to come together. That's the most important. We need to make people understand that, listen, it's not only for sport events that we should have gatherings like this, and the children themselves, they feel more welcomed, and for them to obviously be our future, they do realize that it's not only about career.
Yeah.
It's also about togetherness. It's also about family. I mean, everybody here is family. True. We at KKRM, we believe that everyone is family. You with me? So I think going forward, I can only expect much more events to take place like this. And KKRM will be more than privileged to be part of all those events as well.
Yeah, definitely. Uncle Ahmed, Jazakallah so much for coming and making the time for us here. And all the best going forward.
Barakallah, and I wish everybody a safe journey home, whoever has traveled from far. And don't forget to visit KKRM. We're having a wonderful birthday special at the moment, and there's a lot of special deals, so please do come through. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That's Ahmed Kesser from KKRM Company.
End of play for match 21. Moving along to match 22. On ground 4, Newcastle Stars make your way with PSG 1. On ground 5, Aztec versus Apex. Round 6, PSG 2 versus Alpala 2. Round 7, Oloscopo versus Simon Star.
What ground? What ground? What injured? Who's injured?
Seven is okay.
Newcastle Stars and PSG 1 need to be ready on ground 4. Aztec and Apex on ground 5. PSG 2 and Alpala 2 on ground 6. Oloscopo and Simon Stars on ground 7.
Just the light yard. How do you spread out? Ahmed, wait. Spread out because you bring the back. Ahmed. Right wing. Numan. Up and down. Slow walking.
والله خطيرة خطيرة جدا. Please can you put it switch here? So sorry brother. Brother. السلام عليكم. Can you put it switch here?
round 7, round 7, we're still waiting for you. Simon Stars versus Oloskoko. Refs, by show of hands, are you ready?
All right, so the second to last game for today is about to take place. That's Newcastle Stars versus PSG1 here on ground 4. But right now in studio, we have Yushadai. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Yes, who is a player for the under-15 Benoni Stars. Hey, look, my man, I can imagine that it's been a long day. I heard you speak about your results. Otherwise, how are you feeling about day 1 of today's tournament?
Day 1 was really good. The heat is obviously,
Yeah.
But otherwise, it was really good.
Nah, awesome.
Now, Yusha, I know, your dad, he's an avid footballer. So, you picked up from your father on how to play football. But talk to us about how this tournament has been so far for you and just playing against other teams.
So far, it's been really good. We obviously, like I said, we won our first 3 games. It's tough, the teams, but yeah, we're pulling through.
And how's the unity amongst, not just your team, but everyone else in this competition so far?
I feel it's like it's really good. Like the teams are strong together and they fight for one another. So yeah, they're strong.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. Look, I mean, unfortunately, you can win every game, but it hasn't been the case so far for you because you've won 3, lost 1, and drew 1, correct?
Yes.
So what do you think that as Benoni Stars you could have done better or you can do better, especially from tomorrow moving forward?
I think our moving the ball needs to improve a bit and just fighting for one another, basic things.
All right, no, not a problem. And then when it comes to, obviously the obvious answer would be to win the tournament. But what are you looking forward to when it comes to day 2 and the final day of the tournaments for
Day 2,
tomorrow?
I just look forward to playing good football and winning our matches.
Okay, and Yusha, just for you personally, what would you like to take back home after this tournament, just knowing that you've really been part of a wonderful competition?
I would like to take back at least the win of the tournament, the Group A or B, and just a medal or trophy or something to remember it.
Okay, Yusha, all the best, my man. And
Thank you for
we'll
having
see you
me.
again, no problem.
Awesome. Hey, I mean, the boys are out to play. You know
Yeah,
what I
no,
mean?
definitely.
I actually don't think that's a bad record. You know what I mean? 3 wins, it's a lot. So that's more than most can say. You know what I mean? 3 wins, just 1 loss, 1 draw. They still do stand a chance of actually winning. So I mean, I don't think the under-15 of the Benoni Stars did very, very, very bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're into the knockout rounds of the competition. So, it's going so well so far for them. So we have Newcastle Stars versus PSG. And I think Newcastle have taken the lead.
Yep.
So it's 1-0 to them. I tell you, one of our vision mixers, of course, Darren Wayland. I mean, anything Newcastle, he gets anything Newcastle or Ireland, he's happy about it. So, he'll definitely take that as a positive result.
No, 1,000%. I mean, I'm also going to back that being from KZN,
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
And actually, my father's side being from Newcastle.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
A big shout out to Newcastle. At least they are winning by 1-0. And we're almost wrapping up the day. It is the second to last game of the day. It's been a long one. I really, really
Yeah,
have to
it definitely
commend
has been,
the kids for sticking it out through this heat because this is no child's play. It is scorching hot today. I don't even know what the weather is, but it's boiling.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Look, it's extremely hot. But I think, our guys, the technical gents from us, they've really done a fantastic job
For
capturing
sure.
really such important moments here in this competition. And, we hope that, that everyone, the viewers at home who couldn't make it to Lodium, are able to enjoy it from the comfort of their own home. So really a great tournament that has happened there. Still 1-0 to Newcastle. Let's look at obviously the action and just see how this game is going to continue.
For sure.
Currently on program. Match 23 on ground 4. Bakru will verse Al-Falaq 1. On ground 5, Stars will verse PSG 1. On ground 6, KZN Lions will verse a bye. So KZN Lions will stay there for 2 minutes. Benoni Spurs 2 versus Al-Falaq 2 on ground 7.
Because they almost scored against New Zealand. Play, boys. Play. Kick it out. Kick it out. Kick the ball out. That's it, boys. Go. Come on, relax, relax. Run on shots, boy. Kick, Judge, kick, Judge, kick, Judge. Judge, Judge. I'm saying, yours, boy. Fight for you, boy. Oh, ref. Nice of play, too.
Go out. Speaking for coach, go out. Please, coach.
Come on.
Please come, you come.
You're not taking his stand there. Next to the keeper. Next to the keeper. Yeah, spread them out. Imran. Yeah, your man. Let's go. Get it out. Get it out. You want to carry now. Now. He can't come past. He's weak. He's weak. He's weak. That's it, boy. He's weak. That's it. That's it, Nabil. That's it, Nabil. That's it. That's it, Nabil. That's it, boys. Come. Well done. Nice shot. Through the gate. Through the gate. That's it. I like the spirit. That's it. Fight for every ball. But one shot. One shot. I want shots. Nabil. Leave it. Ref, what is nice. Yeah, carry on. Guys, push up. That's your wing. Go, Zay. Nice. Well done, son. Go. Shoot. That's it. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Let's see. Shoot also. That's what I want to see. Well done, Ruman. Well done again. That's Bilal, yours, boy. Finish, Bilal. Catch it. Our goal. It's our goal. Ruman, our goal. Show him it. Look at the ball. Shoot. Come on, down. Oh. There. Advantage, Joe. Advantage. Thank you. Yes, Bilal. Guys, don't shoot the look at the score. No, Bilal. Sorry.
end of play, 1 minute remaining. Currently playing match 22. Repeating fixtures for match 23. On ground 4, under 15s, Baklu will verse Alphala 1. On ground 5, under 15s, Stars will verse PSG 1. On ground 6, under 15s, KZN Lions will verse Agbai. And on ground 7, under 15s, Benoni Spurs 2 will verse Alphala 2.
On the keeper, put. On the keeper. On the keeper. Yeah, on the keeper.
That brings us to the end of match 22.
Yeah. Hilaal, go, Hilaal. Go. Nice, very good.
Making your way to ground 4 now, Baklu versus Alphala 2. Making your way to ground 5, Stars versus PSG 1. To ground 6, KZN Lions. And to ground 7, making your way, Benoni Spurs 2 versus Alphala 2. Are we ready? To begin match 23, the final match for today's tournament. Final match for day 1. Refs, are we ready? To begin match 23. Match play.
Yours, Osama. Well done, son.
So, guys, it's been such a long day, and of course, we are at the final game. It's Baklu against Al Falah. So, guys, want to get your thoughts on the game? Let me start with you, Tufail. How's it been so far for you?
I think thus far we've seen a lot of good soccer going on for us, and this is the the last fixture of today's round robin. I think we're going to see a good game, but I also do believe that it's the tail end of the day. And the heat's been badgering down, so we might not see what the true performing capability might have been of the teams right now. That is a fear, but they do seem to be charging on as the kickoff commenced just a minute ago.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think it's the last game of the day, so a lot of the teams are just going to be very enthusiastic about wrapping things up. Sipo, I mean, from your point of view, tomorrow when the knockouts occurs, that's when you're going to really see the boys being separated from the men.
1,000%, and there've already been a few standouts. I mean, we were speaking about the Dragons earlier on. I think they're definitely strong contenders to take the title, but also not forgetting Al Falah. I mean, they also pretty strong, in their own right. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, tomorrow's going to be the final day. I think everyone's going to be giving it their all. Hopefully for the boys and for everyone else actually that's here, it's not going to be as hot as it was today, because heat was definitely a factor, you know what I mean? I think what Tufail was saying was definitely on point, that's a huge factor, and the energy levels could dip a little bit because of how hot it is, and the low levels of energy. But I mean, I believe in the boys, so we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, no, definitely, of course. Still 0-0 between Al Falah and Baklu. But I mean, yeah, definitely the standout performance for me has to be, none other than the Dragons. They've really put in a solid performance today. But I think overall, when it comes to you, Tufail, just, the enthusiasm of the teams, I mean, really something special, wasn't it?
It definitely is for us, and I think that's something that we can't go understated with. To wake up, that early in the morning for those that had to, travel from the respective places today, the far west, the far south, we've got Oshni in, the far east as well, we've got Benoni Spurs in as well. I think just that, making that sacrifice, taking that time out and enduring, the day that has been, and powering on for the love and the passion of the game. I think that's the
definitely.
It really does say a lot, especially for all the other teams that come from different provinces, and all over the country to come and participate this weekend. It really, really, really is an incredible thing to see and to witness,
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think where we are right now, it's going to be an interesting time. Yeah, of course, still 0-0. Yeah, so we haven't seen dominance from the team so far. And I think because, both you gents were mentioning the heat, but I think the passion is still there. You can see one of the Al Falah players needing to take a water break, just like a 5-second water break, because he understands the intensity of this heat. But the boys, I think they've really given a good account of themselves.
Yeah, no, rightfully so. You definitely need to stay hydrated, especially for the players on the pitch, because they're the most active ones here.
Yeah,
we're just sitting here and talking.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we're going on for ourselves, but they're the ones that are really giving it on the pitch. Yeah, we are in, of course, the final game of day 1 of the Wahda Junior Soccer Festival taking place here at the Rosie Sedibani Stadium in Lodium. Just we're seeing right across us, of course, the beautiful hills of the capital city.
Yeah,
the capital city is just, I mean, we spoke about it earlier on. There's something really special about it. It's that, I mean, not only does it have that pull factor of being the capital city, but just beautiful infrastructure within.
For sure. No, Pretoria definitely is somewhat of a tourist attraction. You know what I mean? Clean city, like everything runs well. I'd be pretty happy here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you're from the city,
Yes, besides the heat. I'm not happy about that.
I think the further you go up the Highveld, I mean, listen, 2 or 3 degrees yeah, it's definitely going to have a bearing on the way things are.
I do love the transition when you're traveling through Pretoria and beyond that. I mean, you're in concrete jungle, and then you just hit a sweet spot, just after the CBD portion of Pretoria. And all of a sudden, it's semi-wilderness. It's serene, it's tranquil, it's greenery. It's really easy on the eyes.
And I think also, if you visit places like the Union Buildings, you're able to actually relax there and take in the, that part, the legislative capital of the country. So yeah, I think we're a few seconds away, still 0-0 between Al Falah and Baklu.
Get a ball, face the ball. Men on! Face the ball, come! Yo, nice! Come on, move it! Push up, Khalil, now push up. In line with the ball. Go ball! Stay in line with the ball. Send another shot. Nice, Lochi. On him, Jack. Nice ball. Push forward. On him! Nice! Sabo! Go, Khalid, go in, Khalid, go in! Zia! Come on! Take him out! Yeah, but Nebu, he's not even looking at you. I'm scared. Come on! Now you don't give me energy. Collect the ball! Walk towards the ball, please. Go into the gap. I don't know what you're doing. How? We need a goal, guys! Logi, stop coming back in the mid! Logi! Hey, man, corner! Zidane! Hey, Mark! Logi! Hey, Logi! Look here! Back post! Good ball, Zidane! Ura, take a draw. It's ours! It's our ball! It's our ball, referee! It's our ball! Well done, grab your ball. What's number 26? No, shutting down, but go left. Shutting on, go left, guy, when final one. Oh. Regroup! Hey, are you still thinking? Guys, Logi, you kill us there. On your left, why you Ismail? Collect pass it back to him. Yes, Zidane, go, Zidane. Safwan, Zidane, faster. Ten. Yeah. Go for him. Quick. You free. In the gap. You want key. Go in the gap. Yes, sir. Yes. Come here. Yes, boy. You go in slow motion all the way. Logi, you have to keep. Logi, put up keep.
يا خسارة يا خسارة. الله.
And of course, that is the conclusion of day one of the Wahda Soccer Festival. Gents, it's been a fantastic, I mean, my word, the heat's been crazy. But, I mean, a fantastic tournament nonetheless. Let me start off with you, Tufel.
Definitely has been. We've seen a good display of sportsmanship. We've seen good discipline. We've seen well-balanced games. We've seen techniques being used by these youngsters. You know, good passing games going on. No hogging of the ball. No seeking stardom, and none of showboating and all of those things. We've seen a good, clean soccer game being played. But you know, every single team that's come out here today, be it the under-9s, the under-11s, or the under-15s, wrapping up with the afternoon segment.
Sipo, from your side?
1,000%, man. Look, I'm very impressed at the performance from all the kids today. Given the circumstances and this weather, you know, they really did good for themselves. So a big shout out to all the participants. Also a big shout out to the community at large, and all the sponsors that actually made this possible. All right, and all the sponsors, namely being Ashraful Aid, Easy Build, Elodium, AMCA, RPH Hospital, Lotto Sports, Sani Car Hire, Willowton Group, and of course, ABSA Sharia Banking.
Yeah, absolutely. I really, it's such an honor to be partnering with these great brands. It was an honor for them to be part with us. And of course, tomorrow we start again, gents, early again, 9 o'clock, in around the same time. But tomorrow, you know, I was saying, talking to Sipo, the men truly do separate from the boys.
Definitely. I think we look forward to that. It's going to be cutthroat. It's going to be a far more higher sense of competition, I do believe, from all of the players. They're all fighting for that spot in the finals and looking for that big ticket for the under-13s that's coming up tomorrow. You know, the Sim Tours opportunity to train under Robin van Persie. So I think that's the draw
Something
card.
else, definitely. Tufel, Jazakallah, my man, for making the time for us. And inshallah, we hope to have Luqman with us. Luqman, unfortunately, just fell a bit ill with the toothache. We make dua that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him shifa, so we can have the unique voice of Luqman Shadrack with us. Luqman, Jazakallah for making the time. We really appreciate it. And we're back again here tomorrow.
Jazakallah khair, inshallah.
Okay. Sipo?
Yes, sir.
Nia bonga, Baba. It's been an absolute
man.
pleasure.
No, tomorrow we come back and we do it again.
Definitely. From us here, the Hilaal TV team, from the entire technical crew. I mean, I'm going to mention all the names tomorrow because tomorrow we have one more round. The marathon is not over. So I'm going to be mentioning all of their names tomorrow. But from the team of Day One, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the 2023 Wahda Soccer Festival from the Rosie Seribani Stadium here in Lodium. From myself, Faraz Patel, my fellow presenters, Tufel Patel, and Sipo Nkumalo. It's been an absolute pleasure. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.